Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 1 The Resonance of Destiny. Konoha 2 years. A man walked out of the gate of Konoha village alone. He was dressed in black, with black hair like a waterfall. He carried a sickle and a round fan on his back. Facing the golden sunset, his back looked lonely and proud, yet desolate and lonely. He is Uchiha Madara. 3 days ago, he lost the Hokage election, and Hashirama Senju won the position of Hokage with an overwhelming number of votes. The reality was completely different from what Hashirama had promised. Not only did he fail to become Hokage, but he was increasingly disliked by the villagers. I thought that the establishment of Konoha would bring peace, but in fact, the gap between the Senju and Uchiha did not disappear. The streets of the village were filled with laughter, but all he could feel was strangeness and alienation. It turns out that everything is just a false fantasy. From that moment on, he understood that prejudice in people's hearts was like a mountain. If barriers always existed, the so-called peace would be nothing but a fleeting glimpse. If this continues, the Uchiha will sooner or later perish in the superficial peace. He discovered this and called on the Uchiha clan to leave with him, but, in such a large clan territory, not a single member was willing to follow him. This time, he not only lost his younger brother, but also his clan members. He completely became a person who was not admired, recognized, needed, or even slightly redundant in the village and clan. The breeze was bleak, the setting sun was lonely, his long hair danced in the wind. In a place where no one could see him, his eyes were lost and sad. However, at this moment, a childish and rapid cry suddenly came from behind. Madara-sama, Lord Madara! Uchiha Madara paused, the bitterness in his eyes quickly disappeared, and he returned to his usual majesty and arrogance. He turned around and saw a boy chasing after him. The boy had delicate features and fair skin. He wore the high-collared tribal robe that was unique to Uchiha. His short black hair was neat and tidy, his long eyelashes were slightly gentle, and his eyes were as black as lacquer and clear as jade. His footsteps were very light. Although the distance between them was far, he caught up in just a few breaths. This was obviously not the speed that he should have at his age. "Is it you?" Madara recognized him. The child's name is Uchiha Kamiya, and he became a ninja at a young age. The reason why Madara had this impression was because 4 years ago, Konoha had been on the battlefield and fought with the Senju clan to the end. He seemed to have the title of Speedy Ghost. "Master Madara, what a surprise, I didn't expect you still remembered me." The boy's eyes were sincere. He stood behind Madara and said, "I am Uchiha Shenyu, and I am willing to follow you." "What?" Madara's heart was slightly shaken, and his pupils trembled. "Are you willing to leave Konoha with me?" Shenyu bowed respectfully and said sincerely, "Yes. I am different from those stupid tribesmen. I am willing to leave with you." Madara's mood suddenly became a little complicated. He looked up and down at Shenyu. After a long silence, he suddenly snorted coldly. "Hey, are you here to pity me?" Uchiha Madara turned his head back and gave Shenyu a slap on the back of his head. "Go back! Although I am no longer your clan leader, I, Uchiha Madara, do not need anyone's pity." Mercy!" Shenyu tilted his head in confusion. But he soon discovered that although Madara was trying to drive him away, his body was still standing there, not even moving a step. "What? You still hope that I will go with you?" Shenyu's eyes flashed with understanding. "Uchiha, Sotsundara." He immediately said, "Lord Madara, I really want to leave Konoha. There is no point in staying here any longer." "Why?" Ban asked without turning his head. Hearing this question, Shenyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, when Ban asked him to go back without any explanation, he did feel a little nervous. After all, he really didn't want to go back. He is a time traveler, the purest kind. He was born 5 years before Konoha, which was the end of the Warring States period, when the Shenyu and Uchiha were still fighting. Later, the two clans reconciled and Konoha was established, but how could he, who was familiar with the plot, not know the future of Uchiha? Not to mention, a trace of resentment flashed across Shenyu's young face. The Shenyu clan slaughtered my parents. They were obviously not ninjas, they were just helping injured clan members, but the Shenyu clan still brutally killed them. He said in a deep voice, I can never let go of this hatred no matter how long it takes. Spot nodded, it seems that you and I have the same pain, but this is not a reason for me to take you away. I remember you have a younger brother, right? Yes, but that stupid thing has been brainwashed by the Thousand Hands. He only wants to devote himself to the so-called will of fire. He has completely forgotten the hatred and made peace with his enemies. How ridiculous! Shenyu's face was sad, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Uchiha Jing, he betrayed me and is no longer my brother. Uchiha Madara's eyes wandered and he fell silent, obviously touched by his words. Shenyu stared at his back, ever since you failed to be elected Hokage, I have understood that if even you can't become Hokage, who else can stand up in Uchiha? All of this is a false peace gained through our compromise, but those pathetic clansmen actually thought that Konoha would accept them. Like a mirror, they have all been softened, just like a frog boiled in warm water. What awaits them is only a slow death. Every word was heart-wrenching, but Ban remained silent. However, Shenyu clearly saw that his body was trembling slightly. Seeing that the time was ripe, Shenyu immediately used his killing move, living there, looking at these ignorant tribesmen, sometimes I even forget who I am. I am already completely disappointed with this boring and stupid tribe. This time, Uchiha Madara was finally moved. He looked up at the sky and let out a long breath. Although Shenyu couldn't see his expression, in the twilight, his back looked equally lonely and desolate. The boy's accusation filled with resentment and helplessness hit the nail on the head. Uchiha Madara felt lost and even had the feeling of being a fellow wanderer in this world. Shenyu also understood that his words would not be recognized by anyone, but for Madara at this moment, the damage was fatal. I don't need weak followers. Uchiha Madara spoke with a proud tone. Shenyu smiled and closed his eyes slightly. When he opened them again, his originally black eyes had turned bloody red, with 3 inky black megatama spinning around his pupils. Oh! This is the aura of the 3 megatama Sharingan. Uchiha Madara finally turned around and showed a little interest. No wonder you can go to the battlefield at such a young age. It turns out that your eyes have developed to this extent. He hugged his shoulders and said, at this level, you are qualified to follow me. The corners of Shenyu's mouth turned up slightly, his radiant pupils glowed red, and the 3 megatama swirled around each other, spreading and growing, forming a gorgeous kaleidoscope pattern in an instant. It looks like a gear and also like a magic circle, symbolizing a certain cycle and harmony. The pattern is exquisite and beautiful, like a flawless work of art. You actually opened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Madara seemed to be choked, and his expression instantly became solemn. There was a hint of surprise in his voice. Even he couldn't remain calm when he saw those eyes. Because this almost represents the pinnacle that an Uchiha member can reach. What on earth have you been through? In history, there were only a handful of people who had evolved to the level of kaleidoscope, and Madara himself had only seen 2 pairs. But now, this third pair of kaleidoscopes appeared on a boy. Although his pupil power was far inferior to his own, his brilliance was restrained and calm as water. He was clearly a good seedling. Shenyu's future is full of infinite possibilities. A similar situation to mine, a resonance of fate, and this pair of kaleidoscopes. Madara instantly appeared in front of Shenyu, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. If it were you, maybe you could really carry out my will. In fact, after Kanebashi said that he was completely disappointed with Uchiha, Madara had already decided to take him away, but he never expected that there would be an unexpected surprise. Only true Uchiha will not succumb to false peace. Only those who open the Mangekyō Sharingan can see the true nature of the world, because they have already tasted the most heart-wrenching pain and despair in this world. Madara suppressed his inner excitement and stared at Shenyu's eyes with burning eyes, because the thing he was most curious about now was: what is your kaleidoscope ability? Chapter 2 Mangekyō Sharingan. Outside Konoha village. So, Lord Madara agrees to take me away? Shenyu asked softly. Yet. Madara nodded proudly. Both Shenyu's experience and the Mangekyō Sharingan resonated with him. As they were both wanderers in the world, he had decided to take him with him to wander around the world, either as a follower, an assistant, or a successor. Thank you, Lord Madara. Shenyu finally smiled knowingly. The ability of these eyes is my greatest secret. He raised his hand and gently stroked his eye sockets with his fingertips. His pupils were crystal clear and had a jade-like texture. But since you are Madara-sama, it's okay for me to tell you. Under Madara's curious gaze, Shenyu began to tell the story. The pupil technique of his left eye is called Mako Luo, and its ability is to adapt to everything and make the strongest counterattack against the target, that is, to adapt to all things in the world and make the strongest counterattack. To be more specific, it means infinitely analyzing everything you touch or see. This process is called adaptation. Once adaptation is completed, such influences can be invalidated, permanent damage immunity can be obtained, and effective counterattacks can be carried out against the source of things. The power of adaptation is in line with cause and effect and will not be covered up due to time and space reasons. If one is attacked again during the adaptation period, the adaptation process will be accelerated. The so-called infinite analysis means that for attacks that have been adapted, the analysis will not stop, but will only become more and more optimized. The only thing that cannot be adapted to is the damage to the eyes caused by consuming pupil power. The pupil technique of the right eye is called Tianzhi Chongli, and its ability is to travel back in time and space. Freely reverse its own time and space state, unconditionally restoring the current state to the state at a certain moment in the past. The longest time range is 5 minutes, and the time scale tends to infinity. There is only a 1-second cooldown after activation. Whether it is the time state or the space state, you can choose flexibly. However, a time node that has already performed a backtracking operation cannot be selected as a target node for backtracking. The more Madara listened, the more interesting it became. His eyes lit up with a strange light. Infinite adaptation and time-space reversal, this is the real divine skill, and the two working together will have an even more extraordinary effect. I have to say that this Uchiha clan leader has a very sharp vision. Shenyu blinked. In fact, he concealed a little bit about the ability of his right eye. The objects that can be selected for time and space travel are not limited to yourself. Everything in the world, as long as you can see, can be traced back in time and space. The selection of the object for retrospection can only be concreted to the macroscopic individual at most, but that will consume a lot of chakra. The greater the impact of the object on the macroscopic world and the longer the time point selected for retrospection, the more intense the consumption of pupil power. It's really not his fault that he and Madara are thinking about it. If the full power of the right eye is known, it means that he is not only the strongest tank, but also the strongest auxiliary. God knows whether he will be used as a tool by Madara. Living in this ninja world, you still have to keep a hand in everything. Okay, let's go. Madara turned around, and his previous melancholy was completely diluted by the joy of taming Shenyu. But Shenyu did not move. What's wrong? Ban tilted his head slightly and asked in confusion, what did you drop? Well, you can say that, Shenyu smiled lightly, Lord Madara, there is actually another member of the clan who has opened the Mangekyō Sharingan. What? Ban asked doubtfully, is it your brother? Shenyu shook his head, he doesn't have that talent, and he hasn't even opened his eyes yet, but that's not important. I wonder if Madara-sama remembers the Uchiha's secret weapon that was sealed away in the middle of the Warring States period. The Uchiha clan's secret weapon. Madara pondered for a moment, and then suddenly realized. The dust of time falls, and an event that has been buried for many years slowly emerges in my heart. Many years ago, when Madara was not yet the clan leader, a girl named Uchiha Hikari was born in the Uchiha clan. Just like Shenyu, she also awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan at a very young age, and her eye technique is even more describable as the 8,000 spears. 8,000 spears has the ability to mark the enemy and absorb the enemy's chakra to strengthen itself. Once it is engraved, it can control the person's mind and chakra through connection. Chakra can be transmitted to oneself or others regardless of distance. With such skills, she naturally became a target of her own people. The tribe's rulers kept her as a secret weapon, imprisoned her in a dark dungeon, and only released her when needed for combat. However, this was not enough. In pursuit of the ultimate power, this group of lunatics forcibly implanted the two-eye techniques of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi into her body, completely turning her into a weapon of the Uchiha clan, depriving her of her name, freedom, and her rights as a human. At this point, Uchiha's strongest weapon, the Nameless, was born. The appearance of Wu Ming immediately reversed the Uchiha's decline on the battlefield. The defeated Senju clan joined forces with other ninja clans and began targeted operations. Finally, at a huge cost, they finally sealed Wu Ming. "Do you want to free her?" asked Madara. "Well, she is also an abandoned person. If we can get her to join us, under your leadership, clan leader, wouldn't we be the new Uchiha?" Shenyu coaxed. New Uchiha? Madara was stunned. A warm feeling surged through his heart, and a dark place somewhere became bright. But he frowned slightly. That was a long time ago, and I don't even know where it was sealed. Just because you don't know doesn't mean Konoha doesn't know. Shenyu gave a malicious smile. I guess there must be secret scrolls about weapons stored in the secret room of the Hokage building. Although he didn't know the exact location of the seal, according to his memory, this information was recorded in a secret scroll called History of Warring States Seals, and the secret scroll was generally stored in a secret room in Konoha. Is that so? Madara thought for a moment and felt a little troubled. He had just proposed to break up with Hashirama and had just left the village. If he went back in disgrace, that was not his style. Shenyu saw Madara's embarrassment and immediately patted his chest and said, "Master Madara, I can sneak back quietly and steal the secret scroll under the cover of night. It's a little dangerous for you. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the thousand-handed ninjas?" Madara looked at Konoha from afar and shook his head. Shenyu smiled confidently, "Madara-sama, teleportation and stealth are what I am best at. They won't notice. Even when I chased you out of the village, I avoided everyone's sight. No wonder you didn't come out with me the first time. It turns out you had such a plan." Madara thought thoughtfully. He was a decisive man and immediately agreed to Shenyu's plan. The two agreed to take action tonight. Regardless of whether Shenyu could succeed or not, they must leave the village before the moonlight was brightest, and Madara would hide outside the village to meet him. Immediately afterwards, Shenyu's right eye glowed red, and as the kaleidoscope pattern slowly rotated, fine bloodshot suddenly appeared in the white of his eye. The setting sun is blood red, fiery clouds are floating, fallen leaves are fixed in mid-air, the sound of wind stops at the ears, and time seems to have stopped at this moment. From Shenyu's perspective, his body left a strange and twisted trajectory in the space, like a long noodle, extending from here all the way to Konoha village. His vision seemed to have jumped into four-dimensional space. The progress bar-like existence was the track he left when he was moving in space within 5 minutes. It was clearly visible at every moment. Now, he can drag the progress bar at will, select a time node, click play, and it will immediately appear at the selected position. This is his pupil technique, the eternal standing of heaven. Shenyu dragged the progress bar to the limit. 5 minutes ago, he was hiding in a hidden bush in the village. The next moment, he disappeared from Madara's sight. This abrupt disappearance was like erasing a pencil mark with an eraser, and it disappeared in a flash. Chapter 3 Latent Action. In the Konoha village, Shenyu took advantage of the fact that no one was around and jumped out from the bushes. He closed his Sharingan, and his right eye became clear as usual, with all the bloodshot eyes disappearing completely. It turned out that the object he chose to trace back was his own overall space-time state, which, in addition to the spatial coordinates, also included his physical health and chakra state. Except for consciousness and memory, all of your performance will return to the state it was 5 minutes ago. The power of time is so wonderful and mysterious. As long as the target of tracing back is oneself, the eye technique can be performed almost without any injury, and the consumption of chakra is infinitely close to zero. This is also the reason why he can still maintain normal vision after turning on the kaleidoscope. Shenyu looked back at the main entrance, and taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, he walked out lightly. He did not alert the enemy and returned to the tribe as if nothing had happened, intending to rest until night. There were people coming and going on the street, civilians and ninjas. People from all races seemed to be living together in harmony, but when they saw him, the Uchiha, they all avoided his gaze. Shenyu sneered in his heart. He knew that these were all tricks played by Senju in order to make the Uchiha people disunited. Only by being obedient could they gain the recognition of the villagers. But in fact, in the eyes of the top leaders, rotten oranges are rotten oranges. No matter how you cooperate, no matter how you accept brainwashing and manipulation, the Uchiha clan will never be welcomed by Konoha. He felt more and more that it was a wise decision to follow Madara-sama. Look at the ending of the Uchiha clan in the original time and space. They were excluded, hostile, divided, incited, and finally exterminated, and died at the hands of their own people. Only Naisuke was left. None of the Hokage of Konoha was willing to take the Uchiha clan seriously. Hashirama was a little better, but Tobirama after him, Sarutobi Hiruzen who inherited Tobirama's will, Shimura Danzo, and all the high-ranking officials of Konoha were not good birds. As an Uchiha, he might not even live to see Minato born, and would be killed. But the strange thing is that all the Senju people in the village are new faces, and those who participated in the war at that time seem to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Let those who participated in the war disappear from the public eye in order to win over the people's hearts. Shenyu thought to himself, Jian Shao is really a good tactic. When it comes to playing politics and engaging in conspiracy, a simple-minded clan like the Uchiha will never be able to defeat others. After returning to the tribe, he ignored the whispering tribesmen and returned to his room. He took one last look at his equipment, including ninja tools, food pills, clothing, wartime armor, temporary tents, and other items. He stored them all in a storage scroll and carried it with him. Strange, why isn't Jing that guy here? During the day, after Uchiha Madara's call failed, Shenyu found his younger brother and persuaded him to leave Konoha with Madara. But what he got was a complex look from the other party that was full of panic and confusion, and a tone that was as if he was avoiding a snake or scorpion. I worked so hard to create peace, brother. Why did you destroy it? My dear brother, I really don't know whether you are naive or stupid. Shenyu lay on his tatami with his hands under his head, closed his eyes and dozed off to conserve his energy. The reason why he brought up the matter of Uchiha Hikari to Madara was actually because he had some selfish motives. It is not due to the sentiment towards the Bo Guang CP in the original time and space, but because Uchiha Guang's ability is too amazing. If Madara is desperate in the future, there is no need to come to him as a tool man. One Uchiha Guang is enough. Moreover, with Guang as his teammate, his safety would be greatly guaranteed even if Uchiha Madara died in the future. The golden light sets in the west, the sun disappears, and night falls quickly. Shenyu opened his eyes, looked at Uchiha Jing who was sleeping soundly with his back to him, and shook his head. He put on a mask, put on his black coat, climbed out of the room through the window, and left the tribe quietly. Along the way, he relied on his agility and excellent instant body movement skills to avoid the patrolling ninjas and arrived at his destination in a few minutes without being discovered by anyone. In front of the Hokage building, 2 guards from the Senju clan were on duty. Entering the Hokage building at night without being summoned would be a serious crime under normal circumstances, but now. Shenyu walked towards the door silently. "Stop, kid. What are you wandering around for so late at night?" Shenyu didn't intend to waste time talking to them. The moment he raised his eyes, his Sharingan opened, and the 3 Megatama rotated slightly. Just a glance at each other, and the 2 guards became dazed and fell into the illusion. Although he is not very good at illusion, compared to Ataki and Shisui, his eye power is already at the Mangekyō level and his hardware configuration is too high, so it is still very easy for him to deal with the 2 Jonin guards. Shenyu took a step forward, brushed past the guards, and quickly walked into the building. He walked quickly in the direction of the secret room, with a layer of light chakra attached to the soles of his feet, absorbing shock and noise, concealing the movement to the greatest extent possible. With his black clothes fluttering, he was like a ghost running through the midnight, and soon he arrived at the door of the secret room. "You!" The ninja guarding the gate was about to exclaim, but he immediately lost consciousness under the red light of the Sharingan. Magic puppet technique. Shenyu quickly ordered, "Open the secret room." There is a sealing technique at the door of this secret room, so breaking in by force is definitely not possible. Shenyu knows nothing about sealing techniques, but he quickly opened the secret room by controlling the Senju clan ninja guarding the door. Shenyu pushed the door open quietly and looked at the dazzling array of books and various scrolls, and couldn't help but frowning. When will this be found? In order to prevent the secrets from being leaked, most of the scrolls were sealed. Apart from densely packed spells, there was not even a signature. If you didn't open it, you would have no idea what was recorded inside. Shenyu turned to the door and whispered to the Thousand Hands ninja, "You, find the history of the Warring States seal for me." The man nodded, and although his expression was dull, he walked into the secret room very obediently and began to look for the scroll. Illusions are so useful. Should I strengthen my practice of illusions in the future? Shenyu put his hands on his hips with a smile on his face. Soon, the man handed a red scroll to Shenyu. Shenyu's eyes moved, and he asked tentatively, "Go and get me the Flying Thunder God technique." There is no record of the Flying Thunder God technique in the secret room. The Thousand Hands ninja said expressionlessly. "Then, what about the sealed book?" "I don't know what that is." Shenyu scratched the back of his head. Could it be that the Book of Seals has not yet been written? The so-called Book of Sealed Techniques is a scroll that records a series of forbidden techniques, compiled and edited by successive Hokage. That being said, most of the forbidden techniques come from the master inventor Tobirama Senju. Come to think of it, Konoha had only been established for 2 years, and Tobirama was busy with intrigue every day, thinking about how to squeeze Uchiha Madara all day long. He definitely didn't have the leisure time to write the Book of Sealing. In that case, Shenyu stroked his chin, "Go find all the S-level ninjutsu or forbidden techniques in this secret room for me." The Thousand Hands ninja nodded mechanically, and after searching for a while, Shenyu found 2 more scrolls in his hand. "Only 2 volumes? But it's enough. If I take too much, I won't be able to explain to Madara-sama." Shenyu was a little excited. Although the level of ninjutsu corresponds to the difficulty of learning, the more difficult the technique is to learn, the more powerful it is. He didn't know what the forbidden technique in the scroll was, but if he got it, he would gain something. With the help of the gambler's mentality, his expectations were already high. Soon, Shenyu ran out of the Hokage building with the spoils. After knocking down 3 patrolling ninjas in succession, he finally approached the main gate of Konoha village. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Shenyu's hair stood on end, and he felt as if a sickle was hanging above his head. In an instant, the threat of death enveloped his whole body, but before he could make any move, an ice-cold kunao was pressed against his throat. The moonlight was cool, and the kunao reflected a cold light, as if it would pierce his throat in the next second. Shenyu swallowed and couldn't help but get goosebumps on the back of his neck. "Kid, where do you want to escape to?" A cold voice came from behind. Shenyu's pupils shrank slightly. This deep and rich voice. Why is he here? Could it be that he has been waiting for me at the door? At the critical moment, his mind raced. No. My perception cannot be wrong. I have clearly avoided all detection, unless... His eyes widened and his gaze dropped to his cuffs. At some point, a body flash technique representing the Flying Thunder God was quietly imprinted there. Chapter 4 Heaven and Number 039, S Eternal Standing. Looking at the Flying Thunder God mark on his sleeve, Shenyu suddenly realized that he had been betrayed. Who are you? Answer my questions obediently. The kunao moved back slightly, cutting Shenyu's skin, and a trace of blood oozed out. Shenyu's face was solemn. He thought of a possibility and a surge of anger rose in his heart. He forced out a frivolous tone and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." "Do you think I'm kidding you?" The voice behind him sounded colder. "I wanted to be quiet and wait for you to leave the building before calling the patrolling ninja to arrest you, but you were very alert and managed to get past all the guards." "Really? You even have to mind other people's going to the toilet. Are you, Jian Shao, born to be nosy?" Shenyu was talking nonsense and suddenly bumped backwards. However, the opponent's reaction was also very quick. A cold light flashed, illuminating Shenyu's blood-red Sharingan. The Sharingan possesses extraordinary insight. Not only can it observe the flow of chakra, but its dynamic vision is also incredible. Shenyu instantly saw through the movement trajectory of the kunao, and while elbowing the opponent's abdomen, he quickly leaned back diagonally. With a hiss, blood spurted out of his left face, but he narrowly avoided the fatal blow and his mask tore off. He took the opportunity to jump back, and in the process, chakra naturally flowed to his legs, strengthening his tendons and instantly creating a large distance, even leaving a faint afterimage on the spot. A clear figure came into view. The man was wearing a grey-blue coat, his silver hair fluttering in the wind, his eyes were sharp, his appearance was dignified, and there were 3 deep red facial lines on his face. He was none other than the younger brother of the current Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Shenyu silently clenched his fists and calmed down in an instant. He now has 2 options. First, use the heaven's constant standing of the right eye kaleidoscope to perform spatial displacement and return to the position at any time within the previous 5 minutes. Now that he has been exposed, if he disappears suddenly like this, with how smart Senju Tobirama is, he will definitely notice his time and space ability in an instant. By then, the whole village will be under martial law, and it will be even more difficult to escape. Moreover, Konoha might send out Hyuga clan ninjas to search back and forth. The Hyuga clan has the blessing of the Byakugan, and each person has a long-range searchlight. Shenyu has no confidence that he can hide from their patrol. Another thing is that there is a great god in the village. If he is alarmed and pinned down in the village, even Uchiha Madara will not be able to come in and rescue him. Then, he can only deal with the person in front of him, and then wait for an opportunity to leave the village. As long as he rushes out of the village, Uchiha Madara will be able to pick him up in the first time. In just 1 second, thoughts flashed through his mind. While accepting his current situation, he immediately decided on an escape plan. Uchiha? He's actually a little thief. Tobirama looked at Shenyu coldly. 3 Megatama Sharingan, excellent instant body movement technique. I remember now, you are the speedster kid from Uchiha? No wonder you are so agile. Master Tobirama, why are you still acting at this hour? Do you really think I'm a fool? Shenyu sneered and pulled off his coat, my plan was perfect. If it weren't for a certain ungrateful person snitching on me, you wouldn't be here at all." As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand burst into flames, and the night robe along with the flying thunder god mark was burned to ashes. Shenyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with a fake smile, "You came to accompany me to the toilet so late, it must be my good brother who told you the news. It seems that he is really worried about me." "Humph, you are sharp-tongued." Tobirama glanced at the blood on the kunao, his eyes flickering. "I have to admit that you are quite capable. You sneaked into the secret room late at night and stole confidential documents. Who is the person behind you?" "It's all thanks to Lord Tobirama's good training. I learned all these skills on the battlefield." Shenyu raised his eyebrows. Tobirama snorted coldly, "Don't you plan to tell me?" "It doesn't matter, I will make you speak obediently. Where is my good brother?" "You'd better take care of yourself first, hand over the secret scroll obediently, and then follow me back to the prison. Then I may be able to spare your life." "Sorry, I'm not interested." Shenyu shook his head gently, "I'm ready to leave Konoha and have nothing to do with it anymore." "Arrogant! What do you think Konoha is? You can come and go as you please." Tobirama sneered, "There are actually people who imitate a guy like Madara. Lord Tobirama, are you going to stop me?" "Humph, I don't even need to take action against you." As soon as he finished speaking, figures rushed around, and in just a few seconds, more than 20,000 hand ninjas surrounded Shenyu. Shenyu was startled when he heard a burst of dense footsteps. He turned his head and looked behind him. At the entrance of Konoha village, a lot of shadowy people appeared. They were dressed in uniform. Under the thin moonlight, pairs of blood-red eyes were staring at him coldly. "Uchiha! Brother!" A young figure squeezed out from the crowd of the Senju clan. "Uchiha Mirror!" He shouted at Shenyu, "Don't be stubborn anymore, you must have been bewitched by Madara-sama, right?" "Me? Obsessed?" Shenyu glared at his brother, his eyes seemed to be burning with fire. "You are a traitor. You were sold and still helped others count the money. Have you forgotten how your parents died? Hatred will never end. If we continue to let hatred spread, the hard-earned peace will collapse." Uchiha Kagami said with tears in his eyes, "Lord Madara has betrayed the village. You can't make the same mistake again." "Ha ha 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 ha." Shenyu laughed in anger, his fists clenched so hard that they made a clattering sound. "Who is betraying who now? I'm sorry, brother. I really want to stop you, but I know I'm no match for you, so..." Jing cried, tears welling up in her eyes, "But don't worry, I've already talked to Master Tobirama. As long as you obey the arrangements, you'll be released soon. Then we can live together in Konoha. Isn't that good? So I should thank you." Shenyu was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and the red light in his eyes became deeper and deeper. "Elder brother! Shut up!" Shenyu took a deep breath and sneered, "Fortunately, I knew you were an ungrateful person a long time ago, so I didn't tell you everything." Tobirama looked at Shenyu expressionlessly, and waved his hand impatiently, "Catch him!" The ninjas were about to take action, but suddenly a powerful aura burst out from Shenyu. The extremely dark and gloomy chakra overflowed from the body, like a burning fire, yet icy cold to the bone. Under Tobirama's shocked gaze, Shenyu slowly raised his head, his black hair fluttering without wind, the megatama on his eyes intertwined and deformed, and gorgeous ink-colored patterns unfolded on his blood-red pupils. "This is the Mangekyō Sharingan." Even Tobirama couldn't help but shiver when being stared at by those eyes. "No, this brat is beyond redemption, he must be killed right here." Tobirama immediately formed a seal without any hesitation, "I can't let him become the next Madara." Water release water breaking wave. Tobirama's attack was decisive and ruthless. A thick stream of water gushed out, like a sharp blade out of its sheath, and with a puff sound, Shenyu's body was cut in half. The blood dyed the water red, like a giant red spider lily blooming in the water. Brother! Uchiha Jing fell to the ground, heartbroken. It's not like this, it shouldn't be like this. Under the clear moonlight, Shenyu's body seemed to be twisted for a moment, blood swirled, and his limbs were connected, but he stood there unharmed. What could it be? Izanagi. Tobirama's eyes were full of disbelief, but Shenyu's eyes were intact, without any abnormality. Without him saying a word, 3 ninjas pounced on Shenyu in an instant. Shenyu's fighting style is very brutal, different from the ninja's style of moves. He is more like a fearless beast, which is completely opposite to his harmless appearance. The knife came towards him, but he didn't dodge or avoid it. Instead, he hit the knife with the side of his palm, letting the long knife chop into his right shoulder. Ignoring the splattering blood, he kneed his enemy in the chin, then took advantage of the moment he lost consciousness to get behind him and break his neck cleanly. Call out! A sharp blade light came slashing from behind. Shenyu raised his eyes as if he had noticed it in advance, and disappeared and reappeared behind the attacker, chopping the opponent's wrist with his palm blade, and the blade light was immediately cut off. The man loosened his fingers unconsciously, and Shenyu took the long sword from his hand, turned around and stabbed it into the man's back. At this moment, a cold dagger emerged from Shenyu's chest, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Go to hell! The last person was from the Uchiha clan. With the powerful insight of the Sharingan, he caught the flaw behind Shenyu. Why? Why did you attack me? Shenyu turned his body tremblingly, ignoring the piercing pain in his chest, as if he wanted to see the other person's face clearly. The Uchiha ninja showed a sneer. Humph, Uchiha is already a member of Konoha, you are a stubborn black sheep, you can't stay. Shenyu stretched out his arm and grabbed the man's shoulder. His cold eyes like a wild beast made the other party feel terrified. It is not a pity to die for the enemy. Shenyu raised his eyes, and his Mangekyō Sharingan glowed red, magic Jagang Jutsu. He took the opportunity to turn the long knife and stabbed it directly into the other party's throat in front of his horrified eyes. With a puff sound, blood gushed out. Shenyu drew his sword, the gear pattern on his right eye rotated slightly, and his body strangely returned to its original state. The dagger that had previously pierced his chest fell to the ground with a clang, and even his clothes were smooth as new. This scene, which was extremely subversive to reality, made the ninja's hair stand on end. Impossible! This guy is unkillable! Damn it, what kind of self-healing ability is this? Tobirama narrowed his eyes slightly and raised the kunai that had previously scratched Shenyu. He was surprised to find that the bloodstains on it had disappeared. It's not a simple self-healing. He clasped his hands together, and the water molecules in the air increased rapidly, making the surroundings visibly moist. In the blink of an eye, a huge stream of water gushed out of nowhere. Water release, water crush wave. The water flow was spinning like a tornado. Shenyu was caught off guard and one of his arms was wrapped around it, and then his whole body was pulled in. Although it was only a moment, Tobirama keenly noticed that the moment Shenyu was sucked into the water, the kaleidoscope in his left pupil rotated slightly, like a timing clock. With a roar from the leading 1,000-armed ninja, countless kunai and shurikens swarmed in, splashing water everywhere. With a puff, pop, pop sound, the water tornado sipped blood and quickly turned red in front of everyone's eyes. After about 3 or 5 breaths, the water dissipated, and Shenyu slowly stood up from the ground. Under the cold moonlight, a pair of blood-red eyes were dancing with a faint light. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. The boy was still unharmed and the blood disappeared without a trace, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Chapter 5, Demonic Luo. Shenyu formed seals quickly and started counter-attacking the moment he stood up. Art fire escape ho fireball. Flames exploded, and he spit out a fireball as big as a pub. Thousands of degrees of heat flowed in the air, and the red flames lit up the night sky. This brat, how can he have this level of chakra? The fireball came crashing down, advancing with billowing flames, and the ground cracked inch by inch, as if thousands of troops could not stop it. Tobirama narrowed his eyes, immediately threw the dazed Uchiha Kagami behind him, and clasped his palms together. Water escape water formation wall. A waterfall-like amount of water appeared out of nowhere, forming a circular wall of water that blocked the fireball's path and spun wildly around Tobirama. When water and fire mixed, a large amount of steam immediately appeared in the air. Shenyu spread out the scroll, took out a new long sword, held both swords horizontally, and as the fire chakra was infused into the handles, bright flames immediately ignited on the blades, like two red torches. Uchiha style, sword leaping flame. His figure disappeared on the spot. Everyone's vision was obstructed, and in a trance they only saw a shadow rushing towards the village entrance, where the Uchiha ninja was, followed by a series of muffled groans. "You are the ones who dragged me into the battlefield." The knife flashed and blood spurted out. "You are the ones who made me work so hard." The deadly blade flame flickered. Shenyu was like the god of death in the mist, and lava-like light flowed in his red pupils. "Now it's you who are trying to kill me." He was too fast, releasing instant body movements one after another. With the natural suppressing power of the Mangekyō Sharingan, no one could be his match. Screams and pleas for mercy disappeared in an instant. "Damn it, this guy actually! How can it be? Help, help! Those thousand hands guys, are they just watching? Shenyu, Shenyu! We are from the same clan." "No. Ugh." Shenyu's eyes were cold, and at this moment he was like an emotionless killing machine. He held two swords in his hands and spun at high speed with his body as the axis, like a burning whirlwind. Every time he flashed, a ninja would be chopped to pieces, and bright red blood splattered in the wind. By the time everyone reacted, most of the Uchiha people in the field had been slaughtered. Wind escape big breakthrough. The wind was howling wildly, and finally someone used wind escape to blow away the fog. At this time, bubbles came out of the water array wall, hot air filled the air, and the fireball was successfully extinguished. Water release water dragon bite explosion. Tobirama's hand seals changed, and the remaining water expanded rapidly, spreading to Shenyu's feet in an instant. Shenyu jumped up immediately. He felt a strong suction force coming from the water surface under his feet, and a huge whirlpool swallowed him up. It was like a flood backflow, with the water gathering at the highest point to form a huge water dragon, suddenly falling down. Boom! The surging waves poured in all directions, the ground collapsed, and even the surrounding houses were washed away by the waves. Tobirama's eyes narrowed slightly, and Shenyu's figure appeared in his field of vision again. This time, he was soaked all over, and there was not a single wound on his body. Only his right arm was twisted at an irregular angle. In the blink of an eye, he was back to being unharmed again, with dry clothes and bright eyes. Tobirama's expression froze. He saw Shenyu's left eye move again. Although the movement was very slight, he still noticed it. Somehow, a creepy feeling flashed through his heart, making him stunned. What's going on? Is this an illusion? Why am I suddenly nervous around this kid? Thunder escape pseudo-darkness. Shenyu threw away the broken hilt and raised one hand high. Lightning swirled in his palm. The overwhelming thunder stretched across the 8 directions. People 1,000 meters away could hear the dull thunder, and the night sky was lit up again. In the humid air, the conductivity of lightning was optimized, and the electric arcs crackled and were about to drown everyone. Several quick-reacting jonin immediately formed hand seals. Wind escape. The air currents are dancing. Wind style, great wind cutting technique. Wind release vacuum wave. The lightning flashed and dissipated, and it took 3 wind-style ninjas to barely resist this lightning move. It's obviously Uchiha. Where does such an exaggerated amount of chakra come from? Tobirama frowned and fell into thought. He is an excellent sensory ninja and is very sensitive to a person's chakra amount and chakra strength. This kid clearly doesn't have much chakra, but he released 2 large-scale ninjutsu in succession without blushing or panting, and he still seems to have some strength left. Fire Release, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Shenyu took the initiative to attack, and a large amount of flames shot out, faintly covering everyone. The thousand-hand ninjas used their skills one after another, either releasing water escape techniques or dodging, but the flames flew in all directions like impatient seeds that flew out at the touch of a finger. Moreover, under Shenyu's control, the flames seemed to have a tracking function. It was not so easy to avoid them all. 2 unlucky guys were entangled by the red flames and let out miserable screams. The encirclement formation began to become chaotic, and taking advantage of the fog, Shenyu immediately retreated to the village entrance. Heaven's constant standing grants him a special invincible time. Whenever his body is damaged, falls into an abnormal state, consumes too much chakra, or is in an unfavorable situation, he will rewind his time state to before the damage. At that time, both his health and chakra amount will be refreshed, and his physical state will always be full and full. From the moment he activated the pupil technique, a 5-minute timeline started. After retracing, as long as he does not receive damage again within the next 1 second, the 5-minute timeline will be refreshed directly. If this condition is met, he will remain invincible. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking air behind him. Shenyu tilted his head with foresight, and a kunai flew past his right cheek. Shenyu's pupils shrank slightly, and his powerful dynamic vision allowed him to capture the flying thunder god mark printed on the bottom side of the kunai. The next moment, the figure of Senju Tobirama appeared beside him without warning. As he appeared, he held a kunai in reverse, aimed it at Shenyu's neck, and stabbed it fiercely without saying a word. Flying Thunder God Slash! At this moment, Shenyu's mouth curled up, and a hand attacked from a strange angle, and with a snap sound, it grabbed Tobirama's wrist. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Tobirama-sama. Tobirama was surprised that Shenyu's reaction was so fast that he could keep up with his speed in the first time. The wrist seemed to be tightly clamped by an iron clamp, and the kunai and arm seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, unable to move forward an inch. But Tobirama responded quickly. He formed a seal with one hand, and a huge stream of water spread along Shenyu's arm, instantly wrapping him up and turning him into a huge water ball. Water Escape Water Prison Technique. This is not over yet, he puffed up his cheeks again, water style, sky cry. 3 water needles as thin as ox hairs pierced the air, like raindrops falling from the sky, instantly sinking into the water ball, creating ripples. The water needle shot at an extremely fast speed, almost invisible in the water ball, and went straight to Shenyu's eyes and eyebrows in a subtle and swift manner. At this moment, Shenyu raised his right hand, and the chakra condensed-like substance wrapped around his entire palm. As he swung it violently, an ice blue light flashed by. The 3 water needles collapsed at the same time, and the water ball was split into 2 halves in the middle like a watermelon being cut by a knife, and scattered all over the ground. The blade light was unstoppable. Under Tobirama's astonished eyes, his body was torn into 2 pieces, blood splattered. As early as when he suffered the first wave of water-style attacks, Konyu activated the magic hollow in his left eye and began to adapt to Tobirama's water-style ninjutsu. After repeated attacks, the adaptation process was gradually completed, and the counterattack analyzed was this stunning chakra blade. His chakra blade can not only adjust the density by output intensity, it can even simulate the flow of water, penetrating every hole while giving powerful cutting ability. Judging from the effect, it seems to be similar to the A-level medical ninjutsu chakra scalpel, but the difference is that Shenyu's move can control the length and sharpness of the chakra blade at will, truly achieving the meaning of cutting off water with a sword. No matter how fierce the water flow is, no matter how sharp the water needle is, it will be cut off by the blade light and become completely ineffective. It is worth mentioning that his immunity is limited to Tobirama's water-style ninjutsu, but the countermeasures he has learned through adaptation are skills that he will always have at his disposal. This is the kaleidoscope pupil technique of his left eye, Mo Su Luo. Tobirama's body fell to the ground and turned into white smoke with a bang. Shadow clone. Shenyu frowned slightly. Not far away, Tobirama stared at the young man in the mist with some fear. Fortunately, he used his shadow clone to test it first, otherwise it would be really troublesome. He actually broke through the water prison from the inside. Moreover, the effect of my water escape is getting weaker each time. Could this be the ability of his left eye? As he analyzed, his eyebrows twisted together. From the 3 Megatama at the beginning to the instant body technique, and then to such a tricky Mangekyō pupil technique. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. He had already made up his mind that he must not let this kid leave here alive. Although the battle lasted only a few minutes, the release of several large-scale ninjutsu in succession had caused quite a stir, and more ninjas rushed to the scene. Shenyu lowered his head slightly to avoid the attack, and at the same time, he put his palms together to form a knife. The blue chakra blade cut through the air and cut into the opponent's abdomen without any hindrance. With a puff sound, blood foam splattered and the scene was very bloody. This terrifying power made Shenyu, the owner, secretly frightened, and he couldn't help but take a look at the chakra blade in his hand. It was as if real chakra emerged from the palm of his hand, forming a stable and tough blade of light. The chakra inside was as turbulent as water, flowing at a speed invisible to the naked eye, faintly forming a closed loop. I've learned something good. Since I learned it here, I'll call you. Shenyu raised the corner of his mouth, autumn dew on leaves. But he looked at the increasing number of ninjas, there is not much time left. We must break through with all our strength. On the other side, Tobirama also completed the preliminary analysis of Shenyu's abilities. My water-style ninjutsu is ineffective, but that doesn't mean other ninjutsu are ineffective. At the same time, he should only be immune to one attribute, so. His expression was stern and his deep voice spread throughout the venue. Everyone, don't get close to him, use long-range ninjutsu together to attack. The ninjas took orders and distanced themselves from each other. In an instant, countless hand seals were reflected in Shenyu's pupils. Thunder escape Earth Walk. Earth release Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Wind escape Vacuum Jade. For a moment, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning raged across the sky, countless ninjutsu poured down like raindrops, and Shenyu's eyes were also lit up by the light. There's only 1 minute left. I can't let them waste my time like this. His eyes remained calm. There's no other way. We can only. The third power, Susanoo. A thick black gas projected out from his body, as if a black flame was burning, accompanied by a strong gale, and a pitch-black skeleton took shape instantly, with a heavy aura and an obsidian-like texture. 2 huge bone hands stretched out from the black air, and with just a slight wave, they knocked away most of the ninjutsu. There was only a deafening roar, and the sound waves set off a shock wave, and all the ninjutsu dissipated and collapsed. Everyone's eyes widened, shocked by the scene before them. Some even froze in place, with only their hearts beating wildly. The huge black skeleton completely covered Shenyu, like an undead ghost crawling out of the abyss. Although only the upper body was visible, it still exuded an unparalleled domineering aura, as if it could destroy everything with just a wave of its hand. Anyone who stops me will die. Shenyu spat out cold words, and blood slowly flowed down his handsome face. The black gas rolled like a battle flag. At this moment, he was like an invulnerable god of war, wearing black armor and standing firm. Chapter 6 When the moon is at its fullest. The entrance to Konoha village. Shenyu was bathed in black mist, and his 2 Mangekyō Sharingan glowed with a strange red light. As the thought came to his mind, Susanoo waved his hand and caught the ninja who had no time to retreat. Die! The bone hand was as huge and powerful as a machine. With just a slight clench, a blood mist burst out from between the fingers, leaving only bone fragments and broken flesh falling down. Hateful! Kill him! Evil little Uchiha! Die! Everyone was furious, and the second wave of ninjutsu came one after another, mixed with countless explosive kunai. Boom boom boom! Shenyu ignored the overwhelming attack and retreated step by step. Susanoo also moved outward with him. The huge skeleton seemed to be made of divine iron, indestructible, and remained motionless under the heavy bombardment. When the smoke cleared, the black skeleton was found to be completely intact, even the black energy had not weakened at all, not to mention the divine feathers inside. In contrast, the attacks of the Konoha ninjas were soft, like a gentle drizzle, unable to stir up the slightest waves. Shenyu controlled Susanoo and punched out. With a boom, the gate of Konoha village fell apart in an instant, and broken wood and stones scattered all over the ground. Try this! He made a hand gesture in Susanoo, fire style, great fireball double pill. The black skeleton opened its bony hands, scorching air rose, and two huge fireballs condensed in its palms, covering the entire place with high temperature. Susanoo used a fireball as a weapon, waving and pressing it forward. Red flames filled the sky and the screams from the crowd merged into one. No one could withstand such an attack. Tobirama tried to put out the fire with the Great Waterfall technique, but his water escape technique collapsed before it even touched Susanoo, leaving only splashing water droplets, as if it had encountered some invulnerable existence. Are you completely immune to my water escape technique? He spat. What a troublesome ability! With the help of Susanoo, Kamiya defeated all the enemies and quickly rushed out of Konoha village, but the ninjas behind him were still chasing him. He made up his mind, and a hint of cruelty flashed in his bloodshot pupils. The giant skeleton twisted its body and gathered strength, like a mad giant ape, and threw the fireball in his hand. Hoo! Hoo! Two fireballs came one after the other, dragging a scorching trail, heading straight for Konoha village. With the tremendous power of Susanoo, no one could withstand the impact of the fireball, and the ground was plowed into two long straight lines. Cunning little brat! Tobirama was angry. He clasped his hands together and was about to make a seal for earth escape. At this time, a deep and powerful voice was heard from the village. Psychic technique, 5-level Rashomon. Boom! 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 5 huge doors of different colors emerged from the ground one after another. Lifelike faces of ghosts and gods were carved on the doors, symbolizing death and hell, stirring up dust all over the sky. The fireball slammed into the first door, and the impact spread in all directions along with the flames. The second fireball followed. Boom! Rashomon shattered and collapsed. After smashing the fourth door, the fireball finally lost its kinetic energy and slowly dissipated in the air. In the rising white smoke, a handsome figure in white clothes fell from the sky and created a big hole in front of Konoha village. He was awe-inspiring and majestic. Lord Hokage! Lord Hashirama! Master Patriarch, you are finally here! The crowd cheered, and the moment they saw this figure, everyone felt relieved. Even Tobirama was no exception. Brother, you are here. Ah! Hashirama nodded and looked at Kamiya and Susanoo, his eyes suddenly sharp. It's time to end this farce. Shenyu let out a light laugh. Master Hashirama, don't you even ask who I am. I only know that you are a saboteur. Hashirama said coldly, I will never forgive anyone who is an enemy of the village. I wasn't the one who tried to kill him at first. Tisk. Shenyu paused because Hashirama had already started to form hand seals. Wood release wood dragon technique. The earth and rocks cracked, and a huge wooden dragon came winding out. Its size was no less than that of the first form of Susanoo. The ground shook violently. Seeing the wooden dragon's big mouth biting towards him, Shenyu shook his head and smiled, and actually took the initiative to cancel Susanoo. Half of the skeleton turned into black gas and dissipated. He closed his eyes, as if accepting his fate and waiting for death to come. At this moment, a thicker blue arm attacked from the side and grabbed the wooden dragon's neck. No matter how it twisted its body, it could not move forward. The wind was whistling, and another big hand gently grabbed Shenyu's body and pulled him back behind someone. Hashirama stared blankly at the man's figure and silently lowered his hands that were in seals. The wooden dragon immediately stopped struggling and fell to the ground with a thud. The blue skeleton dissipated bit by bit, and a man appeared in the wind with his hands on his shoulders and black hair fluttering. Uchiha Madara. Seeing that Madara was able to save the situation in time, Konoha finally breathed a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to activate the pupil technique of his right eye, silently reverting himself to his heyday. At this point, there are only 15 seconds left to the limit of the timeline. If this time is exceeded, it will have to go back to the damaged state. However, he was careful here. The object of the traceback was limited to his own physical condition, and did not include clothes and chakra amount. Therefore, he still looked very embarrassed, as if he had just been in a fierce battle. In fact, he was full of energy and safe. After all, Madara-sama was present, so he needed to cover up his lie. While he and Hashirama were gradually confronting each other, Konoha quickly closed his Sharingan, and his eyeballs turned as black as ink. I just activated Susanoo, and the speed at which my pupil power is consumed is truly alarming. All the cells in my body are aching. No wonder the second assistant in the original time and space went blind after a short period of use. Fortunately, Tianji Chongli can avoid this problem to the greatest extent, but this means that he cannot fight with others for a long time, and the battle must be decided within 5 minutes, otherwise he will not be able to pass the level without any damage. Madara, what are you going to do? Hashirama said solemnly. Obviously, he had tied Shenyu's behavior to Madara. I'll come and pick up my disciple. Ban flicked his sleeves and protected Shenyu behind him. What? He is your disciple? Hashirama frowned, turned his gaze to Shenyu, and said with displeasure, do you know that he just killed many companions? He's your companion, just kill him. Ban showed a disdainful expression. Hashirama took a step forward, his expression complicated and conflicted. Madara, what do you want to do? I have clearly promised you the position of the second Hokage. He paused. He couldn't say anything too soft in front of everyone, especially with his brother with a sharp gaze behind him. Come back. After holding it in for a long time, he finally squeezed out these 3 words. Madara maintained his coldness and arrogance. I should have told you that I have doubted your will. I left Konoha to verify whether your path is correct. Do you want me to say it again? Madara, hey, you're still the same as before. No matter how much I persuade you. Hashirama sighed helplessly, at least, leave the child here. Madara raised his chin, impossible, Shenyu is my tribesman, the only successor I recognize, and also my best friend. Put away those unrealistic fantasies. He killed a lot of people. Hashirama's eyes became sharp. Your clansmen are all in Konoha, why bother to excuse the murderer? Ha 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 ha, murderer? It's ridiculous that these 3 words can come out of your mouth. Madara laughed loudly, am I not a murderer? You, and Tobirama behind you. Aren't you murderers? Those guys in the village are no longer worthy of being called Uchiha. I won't acknowledge that there are such ignorant and foolish members of the clan. Madara looked behind Hashirama and glanced coldly at the Uchiha clan who had suffered heavy casualties. Ban, stop being so willful, you know I won't let that child go. You have already taken away my best friend, and now you want to take away another one. Madara's face was a little distorted. Hashirama was stunned, and the murderous intent in his body froze. What? I'm going to take him away today. Anyone who wants to stop me can try." After saying that, Madara turned around and left with Shenyu. Hashirama remained where he was, Madara's words echoing in his mind. Everyone looked at each other. The Hokage didn't take any action, and the remaining minions didn't dare to say a word. Tobirama caught up to Hashirama in one step, his face anxious. "Brother." Hashirama ignored him and shouted from a distance, "Madara! Are you still unable to let go of what happened to Izuna?" Madara paused and smiled sadly, "Hashirama, the best friend I was talking about is you." The cool night breeze blew away the smoke, but Hashirama's heart could not calm down for a long time. "Brother!" Uchiha Jing lay weakly on the ground, his little face dirty with tears. He looked at his brother's back which was getting farther and farther away, his young face full of bitterness. Tobirama took a casual glance and was surprised to find that Uchiha Kagami's eyes had turned blood red at some point, and two Megatama were clearly visible. At this moment, the moon is at its fullest. Chapter 7 Then leave it to you. In a dense forest, Shenyu and Madara were rushing towards the northwest of the Fire Country. Their purpose was very clear, and they had obviously already known the location where Uchiha Hikari was originally sealed. Madara was holding a red scroll, which was the history of the Warring States seals that Shenyu had gone to great lengths to obtain. It seems that in addition to Wuming, Senju and Uzumaki really sealed a lot of things. He browsed through the scrolls while he was on his way. Shenyu chatted with him, the breeze blowing his black hair back. "I wonder what Master Madara thinks? I think the Box of Bliss is very good. According to records, it is the ninja tool of the legendary Six-Path Sage. But little Doyle, only when you are strong yourself can you be truly strong." Madara put away the scroll and snorted, "Let alone a mere ninja tool, even the power of the Six-Path Sage may be obtained." "The power of the Six-Path Sage?" Shenyu murmured, thoughtfully. Of course he knew what Madara was talking about. The Senju plus the Uchiha, when combined into one, was the power of their ancestor, the Otsutsuki. There is an ancient stone tablet in the basement of Nanga Shrine. It is a token passed down from generation to generation in my clan. It records the method of obtaining the power of the Six-Path Sage, but the inscription has been processed by secret methods. The higher the level of the Sharingan, the more content can be interpreted. Madara glanced at him, "You knew about this, right?" Shenyu nodded. "After opening the Mangekyō Sharingan, I had the honor of observing the inscription. It seems that you already know how to open the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. I want to remind you that although your eye technique has special effects, it is not an eternal eye after all. There is still a risk of blindness when using it, as well as a series of side effects." Madara said meaningfully. "I understand, Master Madara." Shenyu said softly, "When the time is right, I will take action." "Forget it. I don't need to say more." Madara smiled and asked casually, "How long have you opened the Mangekyō?" Calculating the time, it should be more than 3 years. Shenyu responded, his eyes filled with reminiscence. Because he witnessed the death of his childhood playmate, he accidentally opened his eyes at the age of 4. During the war, he was soon conscripted by his tribe. They were given a sword and armor, and then forced to the battlefield. What kind of fighting power can a 4-year-old child have? Because of the Sharingan, at best, he is a little more agile, and it is already difficult to ensure that he will not die. He still remembers what happened when he first arrived on the battlefield. That was his second contact with death, but the experience was completely different from the first time. It was the disease that took the life of his playmate, but on the battlefield, it was the sword that took the life. The ground was smeared with corpses and blood, the wind was filled with a stench, and the shouts and screams mixed together, each sound was heartbreaking. A fellow tribesman who was traveling with him even gave him a thumbs up, praising him for being so calm despite his young age in the face of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Only Shenyu himself knew that he was frightened silly. However, that tribe member would never know the truth, because the next day, he also turned into a corpse. If you want to survive, you have to become stronger. War is a meat grinder. Surrounded by killing and death, his eyes quickly evolved into the three Magatama form. His parents were kind-hearted. Although they did not have the talent to be ninjas, they had some knowledge of medicine. In order to pray for their son, they opened a clinic and treated the injured tribesmen unconditionally. As time went by, their home became a temporary healing place for the Uchiha ninjas. Such actions aroused Shenyu's high vigilance, and he warned them more than once that doing so would easily lead to them being implicated in the war. But on the one hand, they were very persistent, and on the other hand, the reputation of this healing center had already spread, and faced with an endless stream of injured people, it was difficult for them to refuse. A year later, Shenyu, who was fighting on the battlefield, suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart, as if something big was happening. He immediately burst out with all his strength and quickly ended the battle, but when he rushed home, he saw his parents who had died and his brother lying in a pool of blood. At this moment, negative emotions reached their peak, endless anger and regret burst out. He howled to the sky, shrill and sad, and felt like his chest was about to explode. His pupils were bloodshot, and his whole body exuded a deep chill. His Mangekyō Sharingan was activated at this moment. The Sharingan is known as the eye that reflects the soul. The moment the Mangekyō opens, the eye technique will be awakened according to the owner's strong wishes and demands. Mako Luo and Tianji Chongli, corresponding to his hatred and regret respectively, were born. He desperately used his eye power in an attempt to turn back time, but his parents had passed away long ago. However, his younger brother Uchiha Kagami was stuck at the limit of 5 minutes. Under the effect of time and space reversal, he miraculously woke up and all the wounds on his body healed. Pulling his thoughts back to reality, Shenyu shook his head, trying to get rid of the complicated thoughts. Soon, the two stopped beside a low rock where two ninjas were guarding. The emblem of the Senju clan was engraved on the stone wall behind them. It looks like this is it. Madara walked straight over without any intention of hiding, so Shenyu could only follow him. Stop! Seal the important place, outsiders, please leave immediately. Shenyu narrowed his eyes slightly. The two men had fierce looks in their eyes, and there was a faint murderous aura lingering around their bodies, as if they had experienced many bloody baptisms. Senju and Sarutobi. He noticed the emblems of the two and sneered slightly, so the ninjas who participated in the battle were sent here. He is Uchiha Madara. The two Konoha ninjas recognized Madara's identity and felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Master Madara, these two people slaughtered many of our tribesmen. Shenyu said in a deep voice, we can't let them go. Really? Then I'll leave it to you. Madara said, seemingly not intending to take action. He found a rock and sat on it calmly. Without any nonsense, Shenyu stepped on the ground and shot out like a sharp arrow. Damn little devil, how dare you look down on us? The Thousand Hands ninja in the front shouted angrily and drew out his long sword with a swish. However, Kamaya instantly revealed his Sharingan, and the three Magatama turned into flowing whirlpools that seemed to have an alluring attraction. The ninja only took a look and was deeply attracted to it, unable to extricate himself. Autumn dew on leaves. The chakra in Shenyu's right hand gathered and quickly turned into an ice-blue blade of light, leaving a brilliant trail in the air. Don't look him in the eyes, you fool! At the critical moment, the companion of the Sarutobi clan suddenly pulled him behind him, and the light blade flashed swish, and the man's clothes were instantly torn apart, and a straight blood mark was cut on the skin. After missing the first attack, Shenyu immediately rushed towards another person and stabbed the person's face with the light blade as thin as a cicada's wing. The Sarutobi ninja obviously had rich combat experience. Facing the Uchiha's Sharingan, he skillfully avoided his gaze. Even without looking at Konoha's face, he could calmly deal with the attack. But the Sharingan has more than just the ability to perform illusions, it also has abilities in physical techniques. After only 2 rounds of fighting, his movements were predicted by Shenyu, and his kunai was cut off by the chakra blade. Shenyu turned around and gave Sarutobi Ninja a tricky kick in the abdomen. Boom! Sarutobi Ninja took the kick head-on, but also took the opportunity to create some distance. While his body was flying backwards, he completed the hand seal. Fire escape, the art of fierce flames. The red flames rushed towards him, illuminating his vision red, and Shenyu was engulfed by the flames before he even had time to swing out the chakra blade. We got it! Sarutobi Ninja's eyes flashed with excitement. He was just about to break his companion's illusion when suddenly, a figure emerged from the flames at a speed so fast that it was jaw-dropping. Oh no! He wants to die with me! Sarutobi Ninja was horrified and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Shenyu was bathed in flames, his black clothes and black hair were swirling with flames and thick smoke, his cheeks were also burned, revealing red tender flesh, but his eyes were bright and his pupils had turned into a kaleidoscope with exquisite patterns. He seemed to not take these injuries seriously at all, and with the combination of the instant body movement technique and the blue light spray of autumn dew on leaves, even the air was torn apart, and the horrified Sarutobi Ninja was instantly cut in half. The ninja let out a horrified scream, and the last thing he saw was Shenyu's unharmed body. How is it possible? He didn't understand and died with a strong sense of reluctance. Shenyu walked to the side of the Thousand Hands Ninja, swung the light blade, and cut off his head neatly, and a splash of hot blood floated in the wind. From the moment he was frozen in the illusion, he was doomed to fail. Chapter 8 Uchiha Light. The battle ended very quickly. Shenyu skillfully put the bodies of the Konoha ninjas together and burned them to ashes with a fireball. Ninja battles are also intelligence battles. Destroying the body and eliminating all traces can conceal one's own intelligence to the greatest extent. Even if it is a corpse, ninjas still have ways to extract information. At this time, Ban came over. I watched your fights yesterday and today. Humph, I can only say that you rely too much on your pupil technique. He commented, seeming a little dissatisfied. I'd like to hear the details. Shenyu suddenly became reserved. Both your ninjutsu and taijutsu are too crude. Not only do you lack grace in fighting, but you can't become a strong man if you fight based on poor intelligence. Madara shook his head. If you can't kill the enemy on first sight with your fighting style, you will definitely suffer a great loss in the next battle. Shenyu felt a little embarrassed, as Madara's comments were very insightful. His foundation was indeed very poor, and he was pushed into the battlefield with almost no training. His fierce and brutal skills were honed on the battlefield. After opening the Mangekyō Sharingan, he developed this self-sacrificing fighting style to the extreme. In short, although the Mangekyō Sharingan gave him divine abilities and made him quickly powerful, it also led him down a wrong path, one-sidedly pursuing efficiency in killing the enemy while neglecting basic training. You know, truly powerful techniques are accumulated bit by bit through details and hard work. Take the original Might Guy as an example. Was the amazing kick that almost resulted in the finale based on the 8 gates? No, the 8 gates only magnified his basic physical strength infinitely. The truly powerful one was still himself. If he hadn't practiced hard for decades and polished his body bit by bit, how could he have gained power far beyond the 5 cage after opening the 8th gate? How could Yekai have the power to kick and blast a 6 paths level warrior? Without the accumulation of small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles, without the accumulation of small streams, one cannot form a river or sea. This principle is of great benefit no matter where you apply it. In taijutsu, you can't win by just being brave and ruthless. The key lies in the control of details. Ninjutsu can't increase its power by simply releasing chakra. Madara's comments continued, and at the end, he shook his head and said, "Forget it, since you are still young and haven't completely gone astray, I will give you some pointers." Shenyu was surprised and delighted when he heard this, and it seemed as if stars were blooming in his eyes. From your fighting style, you are a brave and careful person, and that chakra blade also proves that you have the talent to control chakra finely. You can be called a good embryo. Madara raised his chin, then, are you willing to bear my temper? I do. Shenyu nodded immediately, like a chick pecking at rice. After clearing the battlefield, Shenyu looked at the stone wall in front of him. What caught his eyes was a complicated and difficult to understand sealing technique. He tactfully moved aside to make room for Madara. Madara placed his fingers on the stone wall and muttered to himself, blocking time and space. I see. Shenyu was a little excited. He didn't expect that Madara's attainment in sealing techniques was so strong. Just as he was looking forward to how Madara would release the seal, a sea blue light suddenly flashed across his eyes. Boom! Madara activated the initial form of Susanoo, and as he swung his huge blue fist, the stone wall instantly shattered, and the sealing technique was destroyed in the smoke and dust that rose into the sky. Shenyu's eyes were dull. What are you looking at? Madara glanced at Shenyu and crossed his arms. As long as the carrier is destroyed, even the strongest sealing technique will lose its effectiveness. Earth and rocks fell down, and when the smoke and dust cleared, a pitch-black cave appeared in front of the two men. Fire style, burning fire. Shenyu snapped his fingers crisply, and the air above his fingertips twisted slightly. A wisp of flame ignited out of thin air and quickly expanded into a palm-sized fireball. In the light of the fire, the situation inside the cave was clearly visible. Oh? Are you this proficient in fire style? Madara stared at Shenyu's operation, slightly surprised. Generally speaking, ninjas can control the flow of chakra by making hand seals, so that it can act inside or outside the body, which is called jutsu. Uchiha's ancestor Indra once created 12 basic hand seals, which were circulated in the world and benefited the entire ninja world. However, for ninjas who are proficient in certain ninjutsu or transformations of certain natures, because their bodies are already familiar with the operation of chakra, the hand seal process can be simplified. Those with extraordinary talents do not even need to form hand seals and can perform ninjutsu instantly. Shenyu walked in front holding the fireball. At the innermost part of the cave was a spacious open space. On the ground, ink-colored magic spells in the shape of a magic circle were dissipating in circles. It's underground. Madara's voice came from behind. Yet. Shenyu nodded. Seeing that Ban didn't move, he tactfully began to make seals and pressed one hand on the ground. Earth escape, earth wave. A strange wave spread outwards, with Shenyu's palm as the center. The ground turned outwards inch by inch, and the soil and rocks flowed like a flowing stream. Shenyu's chakra has 6 attributes: wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, and yin. Although he is not proficient in many ninjutsu, all of them are mainly practical. For example, the fire and lightning escape techniques that focus on achievement, and the earth escape technique that focuses on defensive assistance. They are basically for combat and survival. Soon, a pit of moderate depth appeared on the ground, and a black-haired girl was curled up in it, hugging her knees. She was thin and petite, wearing a tattered black dress, with her long silky hair hanging on the ground like a solitary lily. Sensing the circulation of air and the faint heat of the fire, she shivered slightly and slowly raised her head. Uchiha Wuming, from today on, you are free. A white hand stretched out and placed in front of her. She looked up, and her dark eyes reflected a handsome and gentle face. Who are you? Why? Why are you letting me out? She tilted her head in confusion, her voice soft and melodious, like the swaying of wind chimes. Like you, I am an abandoned person. As for the reason why I let you go, you can just think of it as a way of keeping each other warm. Shenyu smiled. In the warm firelight, his pupils were as soft as jade, and his faint smile seemed to bring out sunshine. In short, you don't have to stay in this dark place anymore. Unconditionally. She hesitated, but why would you save someone like me for no reason? Why, have you accepted your fate? Shenyu stared into her eyes, recalling Boruto's lines from the original time and space, his voice full of determination, don't lose to the fate that others have decided for you, decide it for yourself, create it for yourself, this is your destiny. For a moment, her eyes were filled with ripples, as if a stone fell into the clear lake, causing gentle ripples. She stared blankly at the young man in front of her. In the dark seal, she couldn't even feel the passage of time. The long emptiness almost wiped out her emotions, leaving only endless hatred and layers of solid ice in her heart. But now, the ice is melting layer by layer. As if by magic, Wu Ming, or Uchiha Guang, grabbed Shenyu's hand and let him pull him up. Shenyu couldn't help but measure her height with his eyes, and found that she was half a head taller than him. She looked to be around 12 years old, probably frozen at the age when she was sealed. She had picturesque eyebrows, clear eyes, a small and soft oval face, and perfect facial features. Although she looked a little dirty, she was still pretty. Her black tribal clothes were tattered, and her slender white feet were exposed. She had no shoes, but her ankles were wrapped in rough bandages. The moment she stepped out of the cave, the dazzling sunlight shone on her pale cheeks. She felt uncomfortable and couldn't help squinting her eyes. She raised her hand to cover her forehead and slowly moved out of the cave. It seemed that the last time she walked in the sun was a long, long time ago. Is this Wu Ming? Madara was also looking at her. After a long while, she finally adapted to the light a little, her vision slowly focused, and Shenyu's back became clearer and clearer, until a familiar round fan family emblem came into view. Chapter 9, Rising Up and Taking Action. Uchiha. This symbol awakened her dormant memories, and scenes from the past flashed before her eyes, scenes of her fighting on the battlefield. The cold commands of the tribesmen and the miserable howls of the enemies seemed to linger in my ears again. You are Uchiha's people. As if some chain reaction had been triggered, her eyes widened in response, and her pupils instantly turned into a sad and gorgeous kaleidoscope. Amaterasu. Her right eye was filled with bloodshot. A ball of dark flame ignited Shenyu's back and spread throughout his body in the blink of an eye. Oh my god! Shenyu screamed and shook off Wu Ming's hand. He subconsciously activated the instant body technique and rushed out more than 10 meters away in an instant, like a monkey with its butt on fire. Wu Ming rolled his eyes, and with a tang sound, Uchiha Madara beside him was immediately bathed in black fire. Blood oozed out of his eyes and flowed down Wu Ming's face. His originally delicate and gentle face now looked hideous and cruel. I'm going to burn! Shenyu screamed in an ungraceful manner. Amaterasu, the black flame that is said to be able to burn everything, will never go out unless the target is burned out. Its temperature was extremely terrifying, and Shenyu's clothes melted instantly as if they came into contact with water. In less than a second, the skin on his back began to carbonize rapidly, and the piercing pain continued to stimulate his nerves. He never expected that the seemingly docile Uchiha Wu Ming would actually stab him in the back and attack him suddenly. But his mind no longer had time to think about that. Years of combat experience had trained his reflexes to be extremely sensitive. The moment he was injured, his eyes flashed red and the kaleidoscopes of his two pupils spun together. Finally, he mustered up the last bit of his sanity and traced his overall state back to 2 seconds ago. The black flames instantly went out, as if they had never appeared, and his body returned to normal. Uchiha Madara also easily dissolved Amaterasu. A blue skeleton appeared around his body, and all the flames were blocked outside his body and disappeared along with the skeleton. Wu Ming took the opportunity to rush forward, his left eye kaleidoscope spinning quietly, and his gaze met with Ban's cold eyes. Tsukuyomi. Madara looked around and the scenery changed drastically. The sky and the earth were blood red. The original forest was no longer there, and instead there was a battlefield full of corpses. One huge torii after another broke out of the ground and surrounded Madara. Countless thousand armed ninjas emerged from the torii. They stared coldly at the figures in the field, moving forward in blood, their swords flashing cold light. The fear of death flows in every inch of the air. If it were an ordinary person, he would be scared to death just by standing there. But, the person in the field is Uchiha Madara. Is this what you understand as despair? Madara did not show any discomfort, but showed a look of disdain. Little girl, the real battlefield is 10 times more tragic than this. Your illusion can't even inspire my fighting spirit. Seeing the thousand-hand ninja rushing towards him, he shook his head and smiled deeply. Forget it, let me teach you a lesson. He slightly opened his eyes, and a darker, deeper, hellish power invaded in all directions like a cold wave. This was the power of the eyes that belonged only to the eternal kaleidoscope. Under these eyes, the illusion shattered like ice in an instant, the blood-red world ceased to exist in an instant, and only a thin figure flew backwards. Yuming crashed into the stone wall, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and almost fainted. Never cast a genjutsu on someone with stronger eyes than you. Even if it's Tsukuyomi, it will backfire. Ban Yu spoke, with a nonchalant expression from beginning to end, and he didn't even move a step. Shenyu instantly appeared beside Yuming, and with a swish, a piece of chakra blade was placed in front of her white neck. Do not move. But he underestimated Yuming's determination. She looked up and stared at him coldly, blood gushing out of her right eye socket again. Amaterasu. The temperature rose suddenly, and Shenyu, who had already sensed it, activated the teleportation technique and moved behind Yuming, making the black flame miss. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. But despite this, he was hit on the finger by a flame, and the black fire soon ignited his entire palm. This time he was much calmer and his expression wasn't as painful. He just frowned slightly and used the power of retrospection to extinguish the flames. Yuming wanted to turn around, but a hand suddenly held her head. Shenyu moved forward and pressed his knee against Yuming's back, using his weight to press her so that she couldn't get up. Is this how you treat your savior? He demanded. Savior? Haha, you just want me to continue to be a weapon of the Uchiha. I won't accept this puppet-like fate. Yuming's eyes were filled with hatred. I will kill both of you, and then escape to a place where no one can find you. Shenyu was slightly stunned. Did you misunderstand something? Tap, tap, tap. A pair of feet appeared in Yuming's vision. Uchiha Hikari. Yuming was stunned. The moment she heard the name, all the expressions on her face froze and it was as if an electric current passed through her mind. Uchiha Hikaru. She raised her head, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, a little confused, a little surprised, reflecting the figure of Uchiha Madara Angzo. The man in front of her was too strong. She had just experienced his strength firsthand. The oppressive feeling as if she was on the edge of an abyss, and the terrifying pupil power as deep as the sea, were simply not something she could contend with. Well, this is your real name given to you by your parents. Madara responded. My name. She stopped struggling and asked softly, who are you? We, like you, were abandoned by the Uchiha. Shenyu was a little helpless. No, we abandoned them. Madara corrected. Yuming's expression was a little confused. From the moment she recognized that the 2 men were of the same race, she subconsciously thought that these 2 people were here to make her re-enter the war. After all, to the entire Uchiha clan, she is just a useful weapon. Although those seals imprisoned time and space, her consciousness was clear. She didn't know how many days and nights she had been imprisoned, she only knew that what was longer than her life was endless emptiness and torment. During the difficult years, she gradually realized that if she wanted freedom and wanted to survive as a human being again, she had to fight. Fight for yourself. She didn't know when it started, but she secretly made up her mind that if she could get out of this predicament one day, the first thing she would want to get rid of would be the shackles of the Uchiha clan. This is also the reason why she suddenly attacked. Didn't you release me just for the war? She asked stupidly. Shenyu curled his lips, the war you mentioned is over. Except for me and Lord Madara, all the Uchiha clan have been turned against the government and integrated into an iron pot called Konoha, waiting for a slow death. Uchiha Hikari, Madara stood in front of the two and said condescendingly, I declare in the name of the clan leader that from today on, you are no longer a weapon. Live as a human being. Chapter 10 You are quite good at picking up. Shenyu looked at Uchiha Guang with a resentful look in his eyes. After being warmly embraced by Amaterasu, he was really unhappy. If it weren't for his special eye technique, he would have turned into ashes by now. The temperature of the flame was so terrifying that he was still a little frightened. Although time and space can be reversed, the pain is real. Madara waved his hand and said, Shenyu, let her go. But she might suddenly attack us again. Shenyu was still a little scared. Don't worry, she can't do it. Madara's tone was calm, revealing the absolute confidence of a super shadow-level strong man. Yes, Madara-sama. Shenyu moved his body as he was told and let Uchiha Guang stand up. Madara looked down at Uchiha Hikari, a gentle voice floating into her ears. What Shenyu said just now is all true, but there is only one thing. Whether the war is really over remains to be considered. For the ninja world, peace is only temporary. It is still a long way from the ideal world in my mind. An ideal world, hey. Guang murmured. Liberating you means we recognize your strength. On this road to pursuing our ideals, you can move forward with us as a companion, not a weapon. Madara changed the subject, of course, you can also leave and live the life you want. Ah! Shenyu was stunned and looked at Ban with some confusion. But let's face the reality. Before we succeed, this is still a false world, still full of unsatisfactory things. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. Shenyu's feathers were a little messy, and the light he released at the cost of his life was actually ignored by Madara. There was no choice but to follow after him. Leaving her alone, he glanced at Uchiha Hikari hesitantly. Does Lord Madara really not care about Uchiha Hikari? Or does he want to win her over with his personal charm? Shenyu frowned, and couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Uchiha Guang stood there blankly. She didn't know how long it had been. She came to her senses, looked at the two figures gradually moving away, and suddenly took a step forward. She really caught up. Shenyu came close to Madara and whispered. What should we do? Should we wait for her for a while? No need. Madara still looked calm and composed. Since she has chosen to follow, she will definitely follow through to the end. If she can't even do this, she is not an Uchiha. Maybe she just wants to catch up and ask for directions. Shenyu thought secretly. The two ran along the tree-lined path and soon entered a small town. Shenyu chose an izakaya. Master Madara, let's take a break here for a while. Spot nodded, and the two walked into the izakaya and chose a seat near the inner hall. Shenyu took the menu from the waiter and ordered several dishes with great enthusiasm, including ramen, sushi, stewed sea bream, chikuzanenai, and a pot of hot sukiyaki. He hasn't eaten anything since last night. While waiting for the meal, Shenyu hesitated for a long time, took out 2 scrolls from his arms and handed them to Madara. Madara-sama, I picked this up yesterday in the secret room of the Hokage building. I don't know what it is, but the seal on it is a bit difficult to deal with. Madara took the scroll, his fingertips glowing blue as he easily undid the seal. Spiritual transformation technique. Madara scanned it for a few seconds and opened another scroll. Is this, the 8 gates of ninjutsu? He glanced at Shenyu with a slightly scrutinizing look. They are all S-level forbidden techniques. You are quite good at picking them up, right? Madara-sama, you know me. Shenyu straightened his back and said confidently, if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. Fortunately, Madara didn't say much, but threw the scroll back to Shenyu. Now that I have it, there is no reason not to learn it. Lord Madara, don't you want to practice for a while? Shenyu asked tentatively. He thought Madara would be interested in these forbidden techniques. I don't need it. Ban said calmly, the book Spiritual Transformation Technique is very helpful for improving mental power. You can study it carefully. The strength of pupil power is directly linked to mental power, and the relationship between mental power and Yin Dan is inseparable. Shenyu nodded, not quite understanding. He was born a rough man and had never received any professional guidance or training. All his fighting skills were based on instinct. Even the ninjutsu he mastered were learned from his comrades. In his vague understanding, he only knew that pupil power was the power released by the caster through the eyes, which was closely related to Yin Dan. For some pupil technique bloodstains, pupil power was the standard to measure whether a person's pupil technique was powerful or not. The strength of Yin Dan is directly proportional to the mental strength. Madara looked at his half-understanding, pondered for a moment, and asked, do you know what the nature of chakra is? I know this question. Shenyu responded, chakra is the product of the perfect fusion of a person's spiritual energy and physical energy. Spiritual energy represents the yin attribute, and physical energy represents the yang attribute. The different ratios of yin and yang derive the 7 changes in the nature of chakra, which also corresponds to the fusion of yin and yang to derive the heaven and earth and all things. Not bad. Madara nodded with satisfaction. Shenyu smiled. These were all told to him by an old man who was cold on the battlefield but warm on the inside. However, this old man later died in the encirclement and suppression by the Senju clan. Thinking of this, his smile dimmed again. Madara didn't seem to notice this, and continued, among the changes in the properties of chakra, wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning are the 5 basic attributes, while yin escape and yang escape are special properties. Shenyu was pulled back to his senses and asked, could it be that spiritual energy is yin escape? And physical energy is yang escape? Beginners are prone to fall into such misunderstandings. Ban shook his head and smiled. As the warm tea went down his stomach, he also became interested in chatting. Yin escape is a special chakra extracted from spiritual energy by fusing a part of the yang attribute. The same is true for yang escape. Their special feature is that the ratio of yin and yang is innate, and it cannot be learned like the 5 elements escape. He looked out the window, his voice drifting away. If a person born with Yin Dan wants to gain the power of Yang Dan, he can only go against the will of heaven and change his fate. Shenyu seemed to be deep in thought. Ban's words made him suddenly enlightened, as if the clouds had cleared away and the sky was revealed. The external manifestations of the 5 elements of ninjutsu are easy to distinguish, but the techniques based on yin and yang ninjutsu seem to be, mostly secret ninjutsu. For example, medical ninjutsu, the Akimichi clan's multiplication technique, the Senju clan's extraordinary strength, etc., these are related to the body and are mostly external manifestations of yang escape. Most of the things related to spirit belong to Yin Dan. For example, the secret technique of the Nara clan is to use Yin Dan to deform the shadow, the Yamanaka clan's mind transformation technique, the Byakugan and the Sharingan, etc., are all external manifestations of Yin Dan. It can be said that spiritual energy is an important component of Yin Dan, and Yin Dan is even more a symbol of the strength of the pupil power. Shenyu's eyes brightened slightly, and the obscurity of the past was gradually being cleared up. Chapter 11, New Uchiha. At this time, Madara knocked on the table. The power source of Taijutsu is physical energy, and the power source of Genjutsu is spiritual energy. However, both Taijutsu and Genjutsu cannot be separated from chakra. You should have a deep understanding of this, right? Shenyu understood that ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu were different systems of power and should not be confused. This is why, in the original time and space, Kisame's Great Samadan technique, which was specifically used to absorb chakra, lost to Might Guy's 7th gate, Daytime Tiger. Madara took a sip of tea and said, as for the 8 gates of ninjutsu, it is a very powerful physical technique. The stronger the physical fitness, the stronger the power, but it requires years of practice. Shenyu nodded, he naturally understood this. The prerequisite for practicing the 8 gates ninjutsu is to build up strength, strengthen muscles and bones, and carry out extraordinary, overloaded and beyond limit long-term training. Only in this way can various parts of the body be exercised, allowing the bones, blood, flesh and organs to adapt to the load they will bear after activation, and minimize the damage to the body caused by the huge energy after activation. The food was served and the two began to eat. Just as the tea began to cool, a stumbling figure emerged from the end of the field of vision. Uchiha Guang actually followed him all the way. Her breathing was slightly rapid, and her pale face had an abnormal flush, making her look like someone who had just recovered from a serious illness. She was obviously reaching her limit. She walked into the store holding onto the door frame and walked over weakly. Where did this beggar come from? When the clerk saw her, he immediately looked impatient. With her tattered clothes, messy long hair, and especially her bare feet, anyone would associate her with the word beggar. Go away. There's no food here for you. This is really unlucky. If the boss sees you, he'll deduct my salary again. He drove me away unceremoniously. Madara raised his eyes and was about to stand up, but Shenyu, who had been observing his expressions for a long time, stood up first. She is with us. Shenyu held the shop assistant's shoulder and gave a harmless smile. Just like that, Uchiha Hikari also sat at the dining table, staring straight at Madara, his almond-shaped eyes shining with anticipation, and occasionally glancing at the food on the table. Gurgle. Her stomach protested. Eat. Ban said lightly. She immediately began to eat voraciously, grabbing the sushi with her left hand and the chicken leg with her right hand, stuffing them into her mouth in no time, making the clinking of the bowl and chopsticks. This way of eating made the diners around frown slightly, and they all picked up their stools and moved away. Poor child, how long have you been hungry? Shenyu sighed and pushed the tea in front of her. Uchiha Guang did not hesitate and picked up the teapot and poured it into his mouth. Gurgling. Have you decided to go on the journey with us? Ban asked softly, picking up the teacup. Uchiha Hikari paused, his mouth bulging with food, nodded heavily, and then continued to eat voraciously. Is it conquered already? Shenyu showed an admiring look, with some weird thoughts in his mind. Sure enough, a handsome and cold uncle is always the ultimate weapon to impress little girls. After having a good meal and tea, Uchiha Madara stood up and looked straight at Shenyu. Shenyu felt a little frightened by his stare. Do you have money? Madara's deep voice came over. Shenyu's throat rolled as he suddenly realized something. Master Madara has no money. You were the one who dragged me in here. I didn't even want to come here to eat and drink. The eyes of the diners around him all drifted over. Shenyu felt embarrassed, raised his head, and asked in a low voice, do we need to pay for our meals? Do I look like a gangster? Ban tilted his head and looked at him strangely. Uchiha Guang wiped his mouth, looked over curiously, blinked his bright big eyes, and tilted his head. This, Shenyu looked at these two people with extremely similar appearances and hairstyles, and several black lines appeared on his forehead. Master Madara, I have something to ask you. Speak. You two, are you related by blood? Of course not, why do you ask? Madara frowned. It's because you two look so much alike. Shenyu stretched out his hand and gestured in the air, the hairstyle, the expression, and the outfit. Even the style of clothing is similar. Is that so? As soon as these words came out, the two, one big and one small, looked at him eagerly, with a hint of doubt in their eyes. That's right. Shenyu nodded vigorously. It's just a coincidence. Ban said nonchalantly, oh, by the way, you should find some time to change her clothes. She's too conspicuous now. One more thing, remember to settle the bill. From today on, the three of us are the new Uchiha clan, Madara announced, looking at the two children in front of him. Where are we going next? Uchiha Guang asked softly. Madara looked up at the sky, his expression unfathomable, the world is the end of the world. Shenyu clutched his empty wallet, looked up at the sky, and looked melancholy. 2 days later, in the territory of Taki country. Boom! The two huge arms collided violently, causing gusts of wind. One is as deep blue as the sea, the other is as black as ink. The deep and violent power is released without any concealment, and it is about to destroy everything. Madara and Kamiya were facing each other from a distance, and the two huge Susanos stood opposite each other, and they all started the first stage. The surroundings were scattered with broken wood, and the ground was full of gullies and it was a mess. Yes, you are really fast. Madara folded his hands and controlled Susanoo to punch out. When I was your age, I couldn't do this. Boom! The black Susanoo raised its arms to block the powerful fist. The wind howled and black gas spread, quickly turning into a second pair of arms that wrapped around Madara's Susanoo and fixed it firmly. In the face of praise, Shenyu's expression became solemn. The confrontation with Madara made him unable to distract himself, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Thank you for your praise. I still have a lot to learn, Master Madara. In the dense forest, there is a giant waterfall hanging. The rushing river water rushes down from the cliff and flows into the downstream of the river. The water curtain spreads out, stirring up thousands of splashes. Under the waterfall, a small figure was soaking naked in the pool. A set of brand new clothes was neatly piled on the shore. The river water was cool, flowing inch by inch over her snow-white body. Under the mottled shadows of the trees, her skin was smooth and delicate, with a luster like warm jade. Uchiha Guang raised his white wrist, scooped up a handful of water and poured it on his head, feeling the refreshing feeling seeping into his scalp, and let out a long sigh of satisfaction. After being sealed for so many years, the strong earthy smell was so strong that even she hated it. Today it was finally washed away. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the pool, dull thumping sounds were heard from time to time, and Guang felt that his heart was trembling along with them. She didn't care too much about it. After 2 days of getting along, she had already adapted to the way of getting along with her new companions. These two men fight almost every day. It's more like a confrontational training than a fight. The man controls the extent of his attacks and trains the young man to improve continuously. The name of that jutsu is Susanoo. She tilted her head, her beautiful eyes bright, with a hint of curiosity and a hint of eagerness to try. Wow! She scooped up the clear pool water and watched it flow through the gaps between her palms. The cool touch crawled over her skin. Under the mottled sunlight, her arms were slender and as crystal clear as jade. A new life has begun. Chapter 12. The road is long and long. A week later. SHHHHHH. 3 shurikens flew out in the shape of a Chinese character, colliding with each other in the air, and the flying sparks scattered in different directions. Bang! 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 The shurikens were nailed to different tree trunks, but each one accurately hit a fallen leaf. Shenyu slowly withdrew his hand, glanced at Uchiha Guang beside him, and said softly, Shuriken Jutsu is something that is very easy for us Uchiha to master. I believe you will be able to reach this level soon. Guangxiu frowned slightly, can you be more specific? I don't understand. Shenyu blinked, as if he was choked. After Uchiha Hikari joined the team, he was surprised to find that his foundation was not the worst in the team. In comparison, Guang's fighting style is more barbaric. Maybe it's because she has been sealed for too long or her basics are poor, but she can only release eye techniques and doesn't even know the simplest physical techniques. As for chakra control and shuriken techniques, they are even more crude. In this respect, he is similar to Kawaki in the original time and space. He can only control the power of the wedge, but his basic training is extremely poor. Even Madara shook his head after seeing this, and just said, "This is a simple thing, so let Shenyu teach her." Thinking of this, he cleared his throat and said, "Practicing shuriken requires sufficient observation and body coordination. You have the Mangekyō Sharingan, so your observation ability is naturally excellent. What you need to do now is to try your best to keep up with your thoughts. As for the method of throwing shuriken..." He thought for a moment, held up a finger, and said with a smile, "Do it the way you like best, whatever is comfortable for you." Uchiha Hikari was speechless after hearing this and said, "Is this how Madara-sama taught you? You may have misunderstood something. I was not taught by Madara-sama." Shenyu spread his hands. "To be honest, my basics are also very poor. I am just a little bit better than you." "You're lying." She frowned and said calmly, "You can accurately control the direction and landing point of hundreds of shurikens. Teach me." Well, the accumulated practice over time, plus some sudden realizations at life or death moments, and of course the experience and guidance of my companions are also very important. Guang tilted his head, a look of confusion in his eyes. Life and death moment. Alas, in the Warring States period, not everyone was like you, a winning soldier who only appeared at the critical moment of the finale. Shenyu shook his head, as a soldier who charges into battle on the battlefield, if your ability to kill the enemy is not strong, you can only be cannon fodder. In many cases, people's potential is forced out. He picked up a shuriken from the ground. In the chaos of the battlefield, if you don't throw it accurately, you and your companions will be in danger. Similarly, if you can't move freely on the water, you will be pinned down and killed by the enemy. With a swoosh sound, the shuriken broke through the air, drew a graceful arc around the two of them, and finally fell back in front of Shenyu like a young swallow returning to its nest, stopping at his fingertips and spinning. This is great, teach me quickly." Guang widened her beautiful eyes slightly, like a child who has found his favorite toy. A simple trajectory calculation, taking into account wind direction, air humidity, etc., and then a whoosh, a hey. In short, it's a whoosh hey. Shenyu gestured twice, looking very professional. Guang clenched his fist, veins popping out on his smooth forehead. "If you continue to give me perfunctory treatment, I will kill you." Should you not be so irritable?" Shenyu recalled the fear of being dominated by Amaterasu, and his face looked a little ugly. "This is the task Madara-sama gave you." She looked into Shenyu's eyes and stretched out her little hand, "Teach me quickly." "Be more careful," she added. Shenyu let out a long sigh. It seemed that Madara was destined to be a hands-off boss. "It seems that you want to become stronger more urgently than I do." Shenyu said, "Do you also think the Moon Eye project is feasible?" Not long ago, Madara formally introduced his Eye of the Moon plan to the two of them, including the Rin-Egan, the Outer Path Demon Statue, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, and the Infinite Tsukuyomi, a world-destroying eye technique. According to Madara, these are all recorded on the stone tablet in the basement of Nanga Shrine. They are the ultimate secrets left by Indra, the ancestor of Uchiha. Only the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan can reveal the whole picture. It was these things that strengthened his beliefs and guided him on the path to take next. But before that, Madara decided to examine the world situation first and judge whether Hashirama's method really brought peace. If this peace was only superficial and as hypocritical as Konoha's acceptance of Uchiha, then he would carry out his beliefs and immediately implement the Moon Eye plan. "If Master Madara thinks it's okay, then it's okay," Guang said calmly. "He is so confident that he doesn't care." Shenyu secretly complained. He knew very well that the so-called Infinite Tsukuyomi plan was nothing more than a conspiracy set up by Black Zetsu to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki. The contents on the clan monument had long been tampered with by Black Zetsu, and even Madara had become a pawn used by him. What ideal world and true peace! All of this is a complete scam. The ultimate goal of Black Zetsu, or Kagaya, is actually to consolidate the defense line after resurrection in order to deal with the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan. If Kagaya is successfully resurrected, all humans in the world will be transformed into white Zetsu by the sacred tree. If the invasion of the Otsutsuki from outer space is successful, then all humans will become nutrients for the sacred tree and be devoured by the Otsutsuki clan. No matter which side succeeds, it will be devastating for the world. The ninja world today seems peaceful and harmonious under the suppression of the two great gods, Hashirama and Madara, but in fact it hides countless dangers. The evil god of unknown origin. The Black Zetsu who was secretly manipulating the situation. The descendants of Hamura on the moon. The 6 immortals who are in the Pure Land but spy on the world. And there is also the Otsutsuki Hikari who took over the body of the monk Jijin and lived for thousands of years, with far-reaching ambitions. There are too many uncertainties in the ninja world. But even though Shenyu knew all this in advance, he couldn't say it out loud, because no one would believe it, and it might put himself in danger. The only thing he could do now was to follow Madara and become stronger silently, waiting for the right opportunity to become the chess player and completely control his own destiny. The so-called insignificant development, Ba. A gentleman hides his talents and waits for the right time to act, that's the truth. These are not things I should be thinking about right now. Guang suddenly said, a melancholy light flashing in his eyes. I only know that if I can't become stronger, I will just be a burden and will definitely be abandoned. In the afternoon, Uchiha Hikari stretched out one foot and stepped on the tree trunk. After gathering chakra on the sole of her foot, she took a deep breath and stepped on it with her other foot, with her body at a 90-degree vertical position with the trunk. She was training in chakra manipulation and balance. From above, Shenyu's voice came. For ninjas, walking on trees or on water is just a way of operating chakra. The principle is to use chakra to change the physical properties of the fiber molecules in contact with the solace of the feet, affecting the way hydrogen bonds work, thereby increasing the adsorption force of the tree trunk on the solace of the feet. The difficulty lies in the need to constantly switch the condensed state of chakra when walking. Guang had a tense face and after trying his best to take 2 steps, he still fell down. She rubbed her butt and stood up, looking up at the figure on the tree, her eyes filled with either speechlessness or envy. On the tree, Shenyu was standing upside down with his feet firmly attached to the branches and his black hair standing on end. His natural posture made him look like a calm and composed bat. Holding a scroll in his hand, he replied nonchalantly, "You are concentrating too much. My suggestion is that you should try to control your chakra in the most comfortable way for you. Imagine yourself walking on flat land and gradually turn it into an instinct." Uchiha Guang took a deep breath, looked serious, and continued to try. Shenyu ignored her and never took his eyes off the scroll in front of him. Spiritualization technique, a ninjutsu that separates one's spiritual energy from physical energy and materializes the spiritual energy to form a stable spiritual body and uses it to fight. Its effect is beyond the concept of ordinary ninjutsu. The spirit itself has the consciousness of the caster, can fly at high speeds, travel through terrain without regard to terrain, and ignore all physical attacks. It can possess the enemy, causing the enemy's spirit to collapse from the inside and die, and it can also enter the spiritual world of others and forcibly control their bodies. Once this technique is mastered, the soul will become specialized, developing an extremely wide-range perception ability, and can sense the souls of other people. No matter how far away they are or whether or not the other person's location is known in advance, after transforming into a spirit, one can reach the other person's body in the first place. Depending on the situation and the user's intention, many things can be done, such as transmitting information or confirming the other party's life or death, and it can also be used to provide chakra to the other party. But there is a fatal weakness: when the spirit leaves the body is extremely vulnerable to attack. Without the body, the spirit will quickly dissipate and die. This is exactly the legendary out of the yin spirit. Shenyu nodded repeatedly as he watched, becoming more determined to practice this technique. The reason why it is an S-level ninjutsu is because the threshold for practicing the spiritualization technique is extremely high. The practitioner must possess high-quality yin-tun chakra. Besides, the soul leaving the body is an extremely dangerous thing. If you don't have great willpower, you don't even have the courage to practice. Just then, a figure landed on the branch, causing both of them to look up at the same time. He was wearing fluttering black clothes, with long hair down to his waist, and carrying a round fan and a sickle on his back. He was none other than Uchiha Madara. "How's your training going?" "Not so good." Guang raised his palm-sized face, pointed at Shenyu, and reported very frankly, "He can't teach me well." "Nanny? Oh my god, sister, you look so cute and silly, but you actually reported me, in front of me." Shenyu was shocked. He hooked one foot on the branch and swung himself to stand on it. "That Madara-sama, her shuriken technique has improved a lot. If we only consider one shuriken, she has already achieved 100% accuracy. It's just that her chakra control level needs to be improved." "He is a liar. I can never learn his methods." Guang continued to speak, not stopping until his words were shocking. Shenyu broke out in a cold sweat. "Teach me carefully." Ban glanced at him calmly. Of course, of course." Shenyu nodded guiltily. Compared to this, he quickly changed the subject. "What did you gain from this trip, Madara-sama?" "It's just a simple visit to an old friend." Ban sneered, "Investigating the people's livelihood is bound to be a long process. We still have a long way to go." Chapter 13 Eye of the Moon Plan. 5 years later. In the Land of Thunder, on a platform high on the mountain. Be careful not to look them in the eyes. The 3 cloud ninjas were fleeing frantically, with continuous sounds of breaking through the air. Dense shurikens were fired at them like bullets, forcing them into a corner. Directly opposite them, a handsome man and a beautiful woman in high-necked black clothes stood on the sandstone, with 2 pairs of scarlet 3 Mangekyō Sharingan flowing with a captivating glow. At their feet, the bodies of more than a dozen cloud ninjas were lying in a mess, with charred remains scattered all over the ground and blood flowing like a river. The air was filled with a strong mixture of burnt and bloody smells. "Tell us the whereabouts of the 9-tailed fox and we'll spare your life." The girl's voice was clear and cold, revealing a hint of impatience. "Otherwise, don't blame us for doing it ourselves." Her skin was whiter than snow, and looked even whiter against her long black hair. Her eyebrows were long and slender like a crescent moon. Her beautiful and refined face was covered with frost, and her bright eyes were like a pool of autumn water, but filled with undisguised murderous intent. "This is too much!" A cloud ninja shouted angrily, "The information about the 9 tails is a secret of our cloud village. How could I possibly tell you? So, you choose to die." The girl raised her eyes slightly, and her pupils instantly turned into a kaleidoscope, with inky patterns swirling, like 3 swifts circling freely in the sky. The cold chakra aura spread, causing the 3 of them to shiver. "Damn Uchiha, do you want to start a war between Kumigakure and Konoha?" The captain-like Kumigakure ninja stood up with gritted teeth, "Entering our territory and wantonly slaughtering the Kumigakure ninjas, is this all tacitly approved by Lord Hashirama?" "Watch your mouth, we have nothing to do with Konoha." The speaker was the young man on the left. He had a handsome face, delicate eyebrows, and fine eyes, with short black hair that was naturally scattered. Although there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, his pair of cold, arrogant, and lonely eyes were somewhat overbearing. "And don't mention that person's name in front of us." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure faded without warning and instantly appeared in the center of the three people. Laugh! A flash of light appeared, and it was an ice-blue chakra blade. Along with splattering blood, a head with a dazed expression was thrown into the sky. What? Team leader! The remaining two men were shocked, but as veterans who had experienced many battles, they responded immediately after their panic. They stabbed with their knives and attacked the boy's back and sides at the same time. With a swish sound, dazzling electric current flashed on the blade. This was the secret technique of the hidden cloud village, the supersonic thunder blade. At this moment, the boy's cheeks puffed up slightly, fire style, dust hide jutsu. A huge amount of dust completely submerged the few people. The dust was filled with unimaginable high temperature. The two cloud ninjas subconsciously closed their eyes, but their respiratory tracts were still burned and they stood there coughing. A cloud ninja suppressed his discomfort and immediately retreated in the opposite direction, but he was hit hard head-on and a hand like an iron clamp gripped his throat. The wind whistled in his ears and the air became cool again, as if someone was taking him away from the dust. He opened his eyes subconsciously, and was immediately met with a pair of strangely bright Sharingan. Magic puppet technique. The three Megatama spun slightly, and his expression became dull, completely lost in the illusion. On the other side, bursts of explosions were heard in the swirling dust, and flames spread like ripples. A scream was heard, and the dust scattered, revealing a charred corpse. Your teleportation skills are becoming more and more elusive, Shenyu. The girl leaped down, her black clothes fluttering like butterflies. You're not bad either. Both your taijutsu and shurikenjutsu are above the level of average jonin. The young man smiled and gave her a thumbs up. This pair of young boy and girl are naturally the accomplished practitioners Kamiya and Uchiha Hikari. The purpose of their appearance here. Tell us the whereabouts of the nine-tailed fox. Shenyu ordered. The Kumonin looked confused, his mouth opening and closing. I don't know. How is that possible? Didn't you, Kumagakuer, capture the nine tails 3 months ago? That operation ended in failure and many of our men died. The Cloud Ninja responded. Shenyu's eyes turned slightly. Who knows the whereabouts of the nine-tailed fox? Lords Kinkaku and Ginkaku may know this because they were swallowed by the nine tails when they captured it, but 2 weeks later, they came back safely and obtained the nine tails chakra. I see. Shenyu touched his chin, looked at Guang beside him, and said, it seems that we need to make a choice. What choice? Go back obediently and leave the matter to Lord Madara to decide, or, take advantage of the victory and torture Kinkaku and Ginkaku to get the information before going back. Shenyu stretched out his hand to Uchiha Guang, as if he was ready to choose. How about it, a nobody or a famous person? I'll listen to you. Guang looked thoughtful. Golden Horn and Silver Horn, are these two strong? Shenyu spread his hands. From what I know, these two are descendants of the Six Paths Sage. They are able to manipulate the Six Paths Sage's 5 great ninja tools with ease. They have chakras at the level of tailed beasts, and now they have obtained the Nine Tails chakra. It is for sure that they are difficult to deal with. But I'm more worried about the hidden cloud village. He changed the subject. These two have extremely high status in the hidden cloud village, and they are high-level figures. If we barge in carelessly, it may cause a lot of trouble for Lord Madara. Isn't it okay as long as we don't get discovered? Guang looked at him with a raised eyebrow and a hint of doubt in his eyes. Somehow, this expression seemed full of provocation to Shenyu. I'm just stating the facts. If we are exposed, this matter is bound to cause an uproar in the ninja world. If Konoha finds out and delays Lord Madara's plan, that would be bad. Shenyu raised his eyes and glared back. He was a little depressed. He was already 13 years old, but still half a head shorter than Uchiha Hikari. Guang thought about it seriously and said, I choose to be famous all over the world. Okay, then I'll risk my life to accompany you. Shenyu clapped his hands quite gracefully. Wait, why was it me who made the final decision on this matter? Come to think of it, it was the same on the previous missions. She finally came to her senses. Why do you mention that? In the land of fire, on a wasteland. Uchiha rebound. The hurricane hit, and dozens of Konoha ninjas had their formation broken. They fell to the ground like dumplings, and the area hundreds of meters ahead was flattened by the strong wind. Uchiha Madara put away his fan, looked into the distance in the direction of Konoha village, his cold eyes gradually turned calm. Now, Hashirama will have to take action. After 5 years of traveling, he had visited almost all of the ninja world. No matter whether it was a big country or a small country, any country with a little strength was imitating the ninja village system of Hashirama Senju and establishing one ninja village after another. But he also gradually realized that this kind of peace was like duckweed on the calm water. Whenever someone stirred up the water, it would inevitably stir up countless chaotic bubbles. The ninja world seems stable, but almost every ninja village is actively building up its power. Some countries even apply for funding from the daimyo and secretly stockpile troops. Their booming ambitions are obvious. The so-called peace is nothing more than the military deterrence of the Hashirama. Once the restraint of the strongest power is lost, the false peace will soon be broken. As time went on, Ban gradually came to this view. In particular, when the former Mizukage learned that he had left Konoha village and secretly invited him to join the Hidden Mist village, this view became extremely firm. Hashirama, you are wrong. As long as there are people, there will be disputes in this world. He was completely disappointed with Hashirama's behavior. The Moon Eye plan begins now. The first step of the plan is to awaken the power of the Rinnegan. According to the stone tablet, he must first obtain Hashirama's cells and combine the power of Indra and Ashura into one, so that he can awaken Yin-Yang release and open the legendary eyes. This inevitably leads to a battle with Hashirama. Thinking of the last disastrous defeat, Madara decided to capture the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts before the final battle to make up for his own lack of ability to fight a protracted battle. At the same time, it is also to increase the chances of winning a little bit, to guard against Tobirama, the sixth guy. This is also the reason why Shenyu and Guang appeared in the Land of Thunder. The second step is to use the Rinnegan to summon the Gaiden demon statue, which is the body of the 10 tails. The third step is to gather the 9-tailed beasts, revive the 10 tails, and perform the 6 paths 10 tails coffin seal to become the 10 tails Jinkraki. He calculated that awakening the Rinnegan would be a long process, and he also expected that after the battle with Hashirama, he might lose his ability to fight, so Kamiya and Uchiha Hikari were particularly important now. To this end, he will spare no effort to train the two and let them inherit his ideas. In the future, the two will walk in the outside world in his name, and capture the 9-tailed beasts before they awaken the Rinnegan. The last step is to use the power of the 6 paths to approach the moon, awaken the Rinnegan, and release the infinite Tsukuyomi to control everyone in the world, unify the world, and create permanent peace in the illusion. After releasing the infinite Tsukuyomi, the sacred tree descended to the world and sealed the people in the world into tree cocoons. Their bodies would receive nutrients from the sacred tree, so they would not die. Their souls will be forever immersed in the illusion of infinite moon reading, and everyone will live in the ideal world of their own dreams. It doesn't matter what is true or false, the sun is shining on the earth, the world is silent at this moment, and there will be no more war and smoke. And Madara himself will become a guardian and bear this eternal loneliness alone. Chapter 14. Please enter the urn. In the Land of Thunder, the two men who had already decided to take action against Goldhorn and Silverhorn were also ready. Please make sure to keep me safe. After my soul leaves my body is very fragile. It will be gone if you touch it. In a hidden cave, Shenyu stared at Uchiha Guang and gave a serious instruction. First, I'm not deaf. Second, I'm not stupid. Third, this is the 4th time you've said it. Guang said impatiently. The light in the cave was very dim, and the Cloud Ninja was standing beside the two of them with a wooden expression. Actually, I'm not worried about other people. Are you going to do anything or not? Okay, I'll be right there. Shenyu raised his hand to show surrender. The plan of the two was very simple. Since they wanted to attack Kinkaku and Ginkaku, they certainly couldn't do it openly. The hidden cloud village was a big and powerful place, and it would be completely reckless to attack these two high-ranking officials directly in the village. Then the best strategy is to set up an ambush in advance and then lure the enemy into the trap. This also avoids the risk of being discovered when sneaking into the hidden cloud village. As for how to draw them out. The art of spiritual transformation. Shenyu took a deep breath, formed the Mao seal with his hands, and as his eyes closed, a very light and clear humanoid spirit leaped out from the top of his head. He looked at his translucent hands. After transforming into a spirit, his vision became extremely broad, and he felt relaxed deep in his soul, emitting a sense of comfort from the inside out. Every time I perform the art of spiritualization, an urge surges in my heart, and that is to roam freely between heaven and earth and look down on all the mountains. His physical body stood there obediently, breathing evenly, his face peaceful, as if he was in a deep sleep. Without hesitation, he swooped down with his spirit, instantly sinking into the center of the Cloud Ninja's eyebrows. He came to a colorful space, surrounded by fantastic colors. This was the spiritual world of the Cloud Ninja. Or rather, state of mind. He took a quick look and saw that the spirit body representing the Cloud Ninja was sleeping with its eyes closed in the center of the space, apparently still immersed in Shenyu's illusion. He is clearly the master of this place, but now he is like a lamb to be slaughtered, waiting to be killed. He came in front of the Cloud Ninja's spirit body, used the distorted light in his palm, and gently pressed it on the other's forehead. It is worth mentioning that when Shenyu's soul left his body, the spirit also possessed the properties of his own Mangekyō Sharingan. Therefore, he could release illusions based on mental energy at will. This means that as long as he enters the enemy's spiritual world, his illusion will be 100% successful, and the enemy's state of mind will become his domain. Moreover, as long as he lightly touches the other person's spiritual body, he can obtain all the information he wants to know. This method, which can be called soul-searching, even saves the step of torture. The miraculous reaction between Uchiha and the spiritual transformation technique actually achieved an effect where 1 + 1 was far greater than 2. Of course, the premise of all this is that the enemy's soul is weaker than yours, or is already in a dormant state. Otherwise, even with the spiritualization technique, there would be a risk of backlash. Soon, Shenyu completed the search for intelligence and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Outside the spiritual world, under Uchiha Guang's wary gaze, the Cloud Ninja's fingers slightly hooked, and then slowly opened his eyes. Long live Madara-sama, the Kumonin spoke, in a lively tone. Uchiha Guang finally relaxed. This was the secret signal they had agreed upon in advance. In case Shenyu failed to take over the body, she could respond immediately. Although, the possibility of this happening is extremely small. Shenyu moved his body a few times. As far as I know, Jinjiao is a maniacal brother protector. Once Jinjiao gets into trouble, he will go berserk. So I will sneak attack Jinjiao, and then you can use pupil technique to control Jinjiao, then this plan will be accomplished. The two went through the planning process one last time. Be sure to remember my code. Those brothers are not fools. If you fail, you will have no chance. Shenyu warned. Got it, you should also be careful. Oh? What should I pay attention to? Shenyu blinked. Be careful not to get discovered and ruin Lord Madara's plan. Guang turned his head away without looking at him. The person in front of me has clearly changed even in appearance and voice, but that playful and slightly frivolous look is still as annoying as ever. Shenyu pointed to his head and said, Don't worry, I know this guy's usual conversation, small movements and personal habits by heart. I shouldn't be discovered. And seeing Guang hesitant to speak, he smiled slightly, I will be careful. I'm not worried about you. Guang's pretty face flushed slightly, and just as she was about to get angry, Shenyu directly used the teleportation technique and disappeared in a flash. The Hidden Cloud Village, which belongs to the Land of Lightning, is a fighting ninja village founded by the first Raikage. It is one of the best ninja villages even among the 5 major ninja villages. The village was built on a towering mountain, shrouded in clouds and mist, and echoed with deafening thunder all day long. But what outsiders praise most is that the Hidden Cloud Village has a very high internal centripetal force, and everyone from top to bottom is united, which precisely determines their extremely xenophobic style. In the original time and space, the Hidden Cloud Village was the only one of the 5 major ninja villages that had never produced a traitor from the Akatsuki organization. Shenyu borrowed the body of the cloud ninja named Amui and blended in effortlessly. Relying on the information in his mind, he circled around the village, seemingly aimlessly, but in fact he was quietly approaching a place. That is the residence of Jinjiao and Yinjiao. After confirming again and again that no one was paying attention to him, Shenyu finally stepped into the gate. As soon as he entered the mansion, he put on a panicked expression and stumbled straight to the inner courtyard. My lords! I have something important to report. Where is Lord Jinjiao? Where is Lord Yinjiao? I have something important to report. With a bang, the main door was roughly pushed open, and a burly figure walked out slowly. It's so noisy in the middle of the day. Yinjiao yawned sleepily. After seeing Shenyu's face clearly, he immediately looked impatient. Amui? It's you, kid. If you wake me up for something unimportant, I'll kill you. He shook his head, and under his yak-like horns, his silver hair gleamed in the sun. Shenyu took a quick look and saw 3 symmetrical whiskers on Yinjiao's cheeks, and frowned secretly. It seems that the rumors are true, the brothers really got the 9 tails chakra. Lord Ginkaku, we found traces of the 9-tailed fox. What? Yinjiao's eyes widened, and he rushed in front of Shenyu. Say it again. We encountered the 9-tailed fox while on a mission. It attacked us directly as if it wanted to take revenge on us, Kumagakur. Shenyu showed a horrified look and said in a trembling voice, except for me, everyone is dead. Yinjiao grabbed Shenyu by the collar, picked him up like a chicken, and carried him straight to break open the door of another room. Jinjiao, wake up! That beast has come back for revenge. However, Kinkaku was not taking a nap. He seemed to be practicing refining chakra. When he saw Ginkaku breaking in, he immediately opened his eyes and his violent chakra gradually subsided. He slowly stood up, and Shenyu was surprised to find that this guy was even stronger than Yinjiao. His long dark golden hair was loose, and his knotted muscles were filled with surging vitality. Combined with his 2 ferocious upright horns, he was simply a human-shaped beast. Can you believe it? That beast actually came back to seek revenge on us. Yinjiao laughed excitedly. At this time, Jinjiao's majestic gaze turned over. Amui, are you sure that's the Kuobai? Shenyu nodded his head, speaking in a tone of someone who had just survived a disaster. It was the 9 tails. He just waved his claws, and all his companions died. I have already looked for Lord Raikage, but he didn't seem to want to continue investing manpower and resources in this matter. He only ordered to comfort the families of the fallen companions, saying that it was for the long-term development of the village. Humph! That guy is really slow. Yinjiao spat. Ginkaku, after all, he is our Raikage, and sometimes he is right. Kinkaku reminded. But, Yayukang, Bumo, and Sulyui are all dead. Shenyu said in despair, my 2 lords, don't you even want to avenge them? The expression on his face seemed exciting, but he was actually very calm in his heart. According to Amui's information, Kinkaku, Ginkaku, and the first Raikage were somewhat at odds with each other. Although they were not as hostile as water and fire, they always had different attitudes towards certain issues. If the first Raikage was a dove who had a broad perspective and advocated peaceful development, then these two brothers were hawks who admired the use of force and advocated radicalism. Moreover, in the list of casualties he just mentioned, the ninja from the Yayu clan was one of Kinkaku and Ginkaku's confidants. At this time, Yinjiao patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we will definitely help our brother get revenge. Golden Horn, let's set off now. Just a piece of flesh and blood can give us such great power. If..." He showed a slightly cunning smile, "the power of the nine-tailed fox, aren't you curious?" But the Raikage, Kinkaku was silent for a moment, looked at Ginkaku's eager eyes, and finally nodded, "Forget it, with just the two of us brothers, we can capture the nine tails alive this time. After the matter is done, the Raikage won't be able to say anything. I lead the way." Chapter 15, the picture shows the dagger. In a barren mountain in the land of thunder, Shenyu was traveling with the brothers Jinjiao and Yinjiao. The wind was howling and the scenery on both sides was rapidly receding. Along the way, the two brothers chatted casually. "That beast is quite talkative, isn't he? Well, I didn't have time to use the ninja tools last time, but I can use them this time. Kinkaku, I'm not very proficient in my tailed beast transformation yet. Then, let me take the lead. The half-tailed beast will lose consciousness, so you will be in charge of the ninja tools." As he spoke, Jinjiao spat out a mini banana fan and 7-star sword from his mouth and handed them to Yinjiao. After just a few simple exchanges, they established a battle plan against the nine-tailed fox, which shows the level of tacit understanding between the two brothers. There were a few times when Shenyu almost wanted to activate his spirit to leave his body and directly break into the spiritual world of someone in Jinjiao or Yinjiao to complete the interrogation for intelligence. But after thinking it over again and again, he resisted the urge. After all, these two people are descendants of the Six Paths Sage. They were swallowed by the nine-tailed fox without being digested, and even gnawed on the nine-tailed fox's flesh and blood. If their souls also have some special properties, he would have nowhere to cry. In the original time and space, they even had an impressive record of killing the second-generation Raikage and the second-generation Hokage. If you attack rashly, there is a high probability that you will fail. To be on the safe side, he decided to stick with the original plan. Soon, the three of them climbed over several mountains and arrived at a canyon shrouded in clouds and mist. "My lords, this is the place where we encountered the nine-tailed fox," Shenyu shouted back. Kinkaku and Ginkaku stopped immediately. When they saw the corpses of cloud ninjas in large numbers, their brows furrowed and they all went forward to check. These ninjas died in a very tragic way, their bodies were chopped into pieces, as if they were torn by sharp claws. Ginkaku couldn't help but wrinkle his nose. The smell of blood in the air was so strong that it couldn't be dispelled. "Yayukung, so you died here?" Yinjiao discovered a pale head. Jinjiao frowned slightly. "Strange, I don't sense the breath of the nine-tailed fox." When was the last time you saw the nine-tailed fox? At this distance, we should be able to sense it." Pfft! Yinjiao lowered his head subconsciously, and in his hazy vision, a blue blade of light pierced from his chest, and hot blood flowed down. "Ah, I want to ask you this question too." Shenyu leaned against his back and whispered in his ear. You." Yinjiao was a little stunned and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His heart had been pierced. Shenyu pulled his hand out very quickly, as if he was taking something out of a bag. The next moment, the furious Golden Horn came and killed him. His roar sounded like thunder. "How dare you hurt Silver Horn? No matter if you are Mui or not, die!" His hair and beard were standing tall, and his two strong arms grabbed Shenyu's left and right hands respectively. With the sudden burst of huge force, Shenyu, or Mui, was torn into two halves, and the broken organs flew all over the sky, turning into a bloody rain and splashing down. Bang! 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 There was a series of explosions at the feet, and white smoke filled the valley in an instant. It turned out that Shenyu threw out all the smoke bombs at the last moment. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill everyone! Jinjiao gasped violently like a wild beast, the air around his body rose, and the crimson-tailed beast chakra tore through his skin, emerging from his body through the cracks and wrapping his entire body. Anyone who touches the dragon's reverse scale will die, and the silver horn is his reverse scale. Now that he saw his brother being killed with his own eyes, he could no longer suppress the hatred in his heart. The desire to kill is strong and rising. The chakra of the tailed beasts is inherently violent and difficult to control. Even the descendants of the Six-Path Sage are no exception. At this moment, he is completely enraged, and his only remaining sanity has been swallowed up by the will of the tailed beasts. Chakra exploded, and the surging strong wind immediately blew away most of the smoke. Even the ground beneath the feet could not withstand this heavy force and cracked inch by inch. Roar! Jinjiao let out a long roar towards the sky. He was already in a half-tailed beast state, with 6 long red tails dancing ferociously. He swung his claws and the smoke split into 2 halves, but the moment he rushed out of the smoke, he was met with a pair of blood-red Mangekyō Sharingan. A bug-level illusion that had been waiting for a long time was ready to be unleashed. Tsukuyomi! The unexpected move made Kinkaku, who was in a state of madness, fall directly into his trap. His eyesight instantly became dull and he fell powerlessly, sliding to the feet of Uchiha Hikari like a puppet with its strings cut. Guang staggered and her pretty face turned pale in an instant. Subduing Jinjiao took up too much of her energy and blood flowed down her cheeks. Kinkaku's consciousness had already fallen into the illusion space of Tsukuyomi and could not extricate himself. It went surprisingly smoothly. Shenyu's voice came from the side, and he patted Uchiha Guang's shoulder, "Are you okay?" When Jinjiao killed Imui with his bare hands, his spirit had already been pulled out and returned to his body a moment ago. "Well, I didn't expect this guy would make me consume so much chakra." Uchiha Guang covered his left eye and breathed slightly. "There is no time to lose. Let's torture him for information now." Suddenly, a white light flashed in the thin smoke, Shenyu's pupils shrank slightly, and he pulled Uchiha Guang's body over, and at the same time opened the Mangekyō in an instant, and an inky black skeleton covered his entire body. Ding! A sharp sound of metal clashing rang in my ears. Shenyu, wearing Susanoo, stood still as a mountain. A silver weapon shaped like a door flew into the air and flew back into the hands of a man. Silver horn. At this moment, wine-red-tailed beast chakra appeared on the surface of his body, and his 6 long tails swung freely. Unlike Kinkaku, his chakra was translucent. His eyes were smart and cunning, and he didn't look like he had lost his mind at all. The tailed beast chakra coat. Shenyu narrowed his eyes and sneered, "It turns out that among the 2 of you brothers, you are the one who is truly proficient in controlling the 9 tails chakra." The tailed beast chakra coat borrows the chakra of the tailed beasts but does not perform the delicate operation of tailing them. At this time, the ninja still retains personal consciousness, and all abilities will be improved. The tailed beast chakra will heal the ninja's wounds, leaving almost no scars, and has very powerful combat capabilities. In the original time and space, this was the usual move of Killer Bee, who was known as the perfect Jinkraki. "That's why I saved my life, right?" Yinjiao tilted his head in a wicked way and pointed at his chest. "Ah, it turned out that you, the bastard, attacked me. This knife hurts a lot." The ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked, and he turned into a red shadow and pounced towards him. Because his speed was too fast, the 7-star sword turned into a blurry silver light. But Shenyu kept up with his speed. A huge bony hand appeared out of nowhere and hammered the silver horn into the stone wall on the side with one punch. Boom! Black air was surging and entwined, and another bone hand grew out of the inky ribs outside Shenyu's body. He smashed with both fists, and the stone wall exploded, stirring up dust and smoke all over the sky. This is the initial form of Susanoo, which can be used for attack, defense, protection, control, and other purposes. In addition to its acclaimed defensive power, the power of Susanoo using only its arms is also quite great. Shenyu only punched a few times and dug out a small cave on the spot. Guang was stunned. She envied this power very much, but for some reason, even though she opened her eyes earlier than Shenyu, she was unable to awaken Susanoo. Chapter 16 6 Ninja Tools. Shenyu controlled Susanoo to retract his fist, but found that a piece of golden hemp rope was wrapped around the wrist of the bony hand at some point. What is this? Shenyu looked surprised. Immediately afterwards, Silverhorn flew out of the dusty cave, grabbed the other end of the golden rope, and swung to the rock like a gibbon. His robes and soft armor were torn and there were a few bruises on his forehead and arms, but other than that he had no other injuries. The fist that was powerful enough to split mountains and rocks only made him look a little embarrassed. If it were an ordinary ninja, he would have been smashed into a pulp long ago. Being tethered by the golden rope, Shenyu felt something was wrong, so he immediately removed the bone arm of Susanoo and regenerated a new one. Sharingan, Uchiha? Are you from Konoha? Ginkaku carried the 7-star sword on his shoulder and looked down at them condescendingly. The thick golden rope automatically wrapped around his arm. Guang, is there a chance? Shenyu asked in a low voice without turning his head. Uchiha Hikari shook his head and said, "No, this guy has been avoiding my gaze." Shenyu also frowned slightly. Yanjiao was very cunning. He never looked at them whether in battle or confrontation, and did not give them any chance to cast illusions. Be careful, there's something strange about that rope. It should be the golden rope I told you about. It's best not to touch it. He warned cautiously. Light nodded cautiously. The golden rope, when touched, will cause the person to utter the words they often say. The so-called word spirit is the words they have said the most since birth. The 7-star sword was not created for slashing. Its real purpose was to cut off the opponent's words and cast a curse. The red gourd can record and seal the words. When the person says a keyword, or remains silent for a long time, or says words with pronunciations similar to the keyword, they will be sucked into the gourd and sealed completely. These 3 pieces together form a true causal weapon. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. As for the other 2 6 Paths ninja tools, the amber purifier is an oversized jar. As long as the holder's words are responded to, the things will be collected in the bottle. Even the runaway 8 tails can be suppressed and sealed. The Bazana fan is a powerful weapon that ignores its own chakra attributes and can release the 5 major nature-changing ninjutsu of fire, water, thunder, wind, and earth at one time. If you think about it carefully, this pair of brothers are both powerful enough to have reached the level of Cage in terms of both physical strength and weapons. At this time, Yanjiao grinned and said, "Not answering means you agree." His expression gradually became crazy, and under the blessing of the tailed beast's chakra, he looked a little ferocious. "How dare you attack 2 of us brothers? This is unforgivable. No matter who you are, just come into my red gourd." A 3-inch gourd was thrown into the air, growing against the wind. In the blink of an eye, it became more than half a person's height and was held at the waist by Silverhorn. Fire release how fireball. Guang launched the first attack. After 5 years of training, she was already familiar with the fire ninjutsu. A huge fireball flew away, but was split in half by Ginkaku's sword. What a joke, how can this level of magic hurt me? Silverhorn dropped from the sky, the 7-star sword pointed directly at Uchiha Hikari's head, and a beam of silver light tore through the air. Guang dodged immediately, but Yanjiao made a feint to the east and attacked in the west, and rushed to another place, which was where Jinjiao was. He wants to remove the golden horn's illusion. Shenyu's eyes were cold, and he instantly appeared in front of Jinjiao, controlling the initial stage of Susanoo to punch him. The black bone fist was as powerful as thunder, bringing up a heavy sound of wind. "Draw it, golden rope!" Yanjiao suddenly spoke. There was no expected strong collision. Shenyu's eyes suddenly widened and his stomach churned like waves. As his body was temporarily out of control, his Susanoo skeleton suddenly became weak, and his ribs and arms collapsed into black gas. He opened his mouth uncontrollably, spitting out a milky blue halo. "Is this, my word spirit?" His eyes were filled with disbelief. "How is this possible? I wasn't touched by the golden rope at all. Curse the 7-star sword!" Yanjiao whispered, a smile of success flashed across his lips, and he swung the sword vertically. "Shenyu!" Uchiha Guang shouted hurriedly. At the critical moment, Shenyu calmed down instead, leaned back slightly, and avoided the fatal edge, but the halo he exhaled was still cut off by the 7-star sword. Shenyu's face was slightly stern. He thought he knew enough about the 6-Path Sage's treasures, but he didn't expect to fall into their trap. Yanjiao spun his body suddenly, and the 7-star sword slashed across a semicircle, forcing the two men back. "You think you'll be fine if your body isn't touched? If your chakra is touched by the golden rope, your words will be absorbed, little brat." Ginkaku laughed wildly and raised the red gourd. "Collect it, red gourd." With a pop sound, the blue halo floating in the air was immediately sucked into the gourd mouth. Yanjiao raised the 7-star sword, and the words of Shenyu appeared on the mirror-like sword. "Master Spot." "Oh." Yanjiao raised his eyebrows and looked interested. "Did you see my word spirit?" Shenyu raised his eyes, and two blood-red kaleidoscopes spun quietly. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be Madara-sama, right?" At this moment, Ginkaku and Uchiha Hikari both opened their eyes wide. The former was surprised and immediately raised the red gourd, while the latter was shocked. Long before, Shenyu had introduced the 6 Paths ninja tools of Kinkaku and Ginkaku to Uchiha Hikari one by one. What she didn't expect was that Shenyu actually took the risk on his own initiative, as if he had forgotten about it. As expected, a look of panic appeared on Shenyu's face, and his body seemed to lose control and suddenly shot towards Yanjiao. However, just as he approached the gourd mouth, a sharp blue light suddenly emerged from his left hand and slashed towards Yanjiao's neck. "Autumn dew on leaves." "What?" Yanjiao couldn't believe his eyes and hurriedly blocked with his sword. With a swish, Chu Lu rubbed out a series of sparks on the 7-star sword. Shenyu took advantage of the situation to grab the sword spine and somersaulted behind Yanjiao. A blue halo gathered in his palm, and the airflow surged. Along with a buzzing sound, a high-speed rotating chakra ball appeared in his hand. "Raise Nan." Shenyu held the Raise Nan alone and pressed it hard on Ginkaku's back in front of his panicked gaze. The wind swirled and expanded, and Yanjiao's body was blown away by a huge torque and smashed into the stone wall behind him. "It's quite interesting, and the destructive power is quite good." Shenyu nodded with satisfaction. Magic Hollow gave him a strong learning ability. Moreover, Raise Nan, an A-level ninjutsu, was not difficult to practice as long as one knew the principles and methods of practice. In the original time and space, Jiraiya only took 3 days to master the skill. The difficulty lies in performing extreme manipulation of the chakra's form, causing the chakra to flow continuously in different directions and be compressed to form a chakra ball with high rotation density. As for the degree of research on the changes in chakra forms, Konoha is much more advanced than Jiraiya. The autumn dew on leaves that even Tobirama was frightened by said it all. Therefore, it only took him 1 day to fully master the protagonist's signature ninjutsu in the original time and space. "Why? I clearly cut off your spirit of words." Yanjiao was a little crazy and crawled up from the pile of rocks in a panic. "Really? Why don't I remember this?" Shenyu smiled contemptuously. After the word spirit was put into the red gourd, he activated his pupil technique, opening Mo Su Luo and Tianji Chongli at the same time. While adapting to the golden rope, he retraced his own state to the time before he was touched by the golden rope. Judging from the perspective of the entire space and time, he was complete at that moment, without being affected by any external force. Therefore, this operation was equivalent to covering up the fact that his spirit of words was cut off. His choice was very wise. The prerequisite for the activation of the three major causal ninja tools, the golden rope, the seven-star sword, and the red gourd, was that the spirit of words was absorbed by the golden rope. Therefore, he only needed to remove the influence of the golden rope, and the latter two would collapse on their own. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Yinjiao was still going crazy, but no one would explain to him. This is the world of Naruto, where information is very important. There is no such setting as public disclosure of techniques, and Konyu is not interested in explaining his own eye techniques abilities. Amaterasu. Guang took the opportunity to attack, and a ball of dark flame hit Yinjiao's chest. Not good. Feeling the strange temperature, Ginkaku's pupils suddenly shrank, and the crimson-tailed beast coat squirmed wildly, gathering towards his chest. Under Guang's astonished gaze, this guy actually took the initiative to strip off the tailed beast's chakra from his body, letting it fall to the ground along with Amaterasu's black fire and burn into nothingness. Actually, this method is used to stop the burning of Amaterasu. Shenyu was also surprised. After all, this was the method that Naruto used to resolve Amaterasu in the original time and space. Is this the flame that is said to never go out? It is indeed dangerous. Yinjiao smiled deeply and turned his fierce eyes to Uchiha Guang. It seems that you are the enemy who should be killed first. Chapter 17 Fierce Fighting. In the valley, Ginkaku once again opened the tailed beast chakra coat. After tasting the Amaterasu, he immediately changed his target and launched an attack on Uchiha Hikari. Watch out! The light from releasing two pupil techniques in succession had already covered her face with blood, and her vision was a little blurry. She only heard the sharp sound of wind coming, and she quickly clasped her hands together. Fire style? Great Dragon Fire! She raised her head and spit out the flame, which turned into a realistic dragon head, carrying heat and high temperature to attack. With a crack, the fire dragon split into two from the center, accompanied by Silverhorn's rampant laughter. The sword light was unstoppable. Facing the increasingly approaching seven-star sword, Uchiha Hikaru's eyes lit up. Just then, her eyes blurred and a slightly thin figure appeared in front of her. A dark bony hand stretched out, and with lightning speed, it caught the blow with a clang sound and held the seven-star sword in the palm of its hand. In the rolling black air, Shenyu stared coldly at Yinjiao, and two kaleidoscopes were floating with cold and dim light. Damn little devil, you're quite quick. Yinjiao said with a sinister grin. The seven-star sword seemed to be embedded in a huge mountain and could not be pulled out for a while. Seeing another bony arm raised high, he immediately dropped the sword and retreated. It's really troublesome. Yinjiao recited the incantation silently, put away the red gourd, and freed up his other hand. I'll make a feint attack, and you find a chance to use your eye technique to finish him off. Shenyu spoke quickly, his hands surrounded by blue light, an ice-blue chakra surged like a blade. Before Uchiha Guang could respond, the black bone arm suddenly raised up and threw the seven-star sword high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared, and Shenyu's figure also disappeared on the spot. Ginkaku's heart skipped a beat. Part of his attention was attracted by the seven-star sword in the air. The deadly chakra blade came towards him, but he had already lost the opportunity to counterattack. He almost used all his strength to deflect his body. The blade flashed by, and with a swish sound, half of his silver hair flew away like snow. My hair! Silverhorn roared and pounced towards Shenyu, his burly body blocking the sunlight, like a tiger waiting to devour its prey. The two exchanged several moves, and Shenyu could no longer hold on. Faced with Yinjiao's fierce attack, he was clumsy and could hardly keep up with his speed. Bang! 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 After several rounds, he had been hit several times by Yinjiao. If it weren't for Susanoo, he would have been seriously injured. The terrifying force was so strong that even his bones were cracking. Haha, it seems this is the limit of my normal state. Shenyu's face became solemn, and he began to secretly accumulate strength. 8 gates of ninjutsu, open the gate, open. There were faint blue veins bulging on his forehead. Close the door, open. His hair was flying, his black clothes moved without wind, his body became red like a shrimp due to congestion, and even began to emit a faint heat. Shenman, open! With a loud boom and accompanied by a surge of airflow, Shenyu spread out his arms, and the wind surrounded his body, burning with materialized blue energy. At this moment, his physical fitness has exceeded his normal state by 10 times. Yinjiao only felt a flash before his eyes, and a red, ferocious, handsome face instantly appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, countless punches and kicks came like a torrential rain. Yinjiao tried to block them hastily, but was kicked in the heart and flew straight into the ground, plowing a deep human-shaped ditch. With a flash of green light, Shenyu came to Yinjiao again. The violent energy left a straight light mark in the air. His hands were wrapped in flowing wind, and the sharp chakra blade condensed like ice. Little brat! Don't underestimate me! Silverhorn roared, shot out from the flying rebel, and headed towards Shenyu. It's not over yet. Open the 4th wound gate. Shenyu's speed suddenly increased to a higher level, and the whole person seemed to blend into a ghost in the air. He used autumn dew on leaves with the help of the instant body technique to disappear on the spot. The next moment, a fatal blow appeared on the back of Yinjiao's neck. Laugh! All the hairs on Yinjiao's body stood up. He twisted his body desperately, only to feel a numbness on his neck, followed by a burning pain. Asshole! You almost chopped off my head! Yinjiao covered his neck, hot blood oozing out from between his fingers, his pupils throbbing with panic, and the cold sweat on his forehead was evaporated by the high temperature. Almost. Just a little bit off. He almost had his artery severed. Ah! I'm going to kill you! As if in response to his rage, the 9 tails chakra burned fiercely and the whole person shot towards Shenyu like a cannonball. 2 beams of light, one red and one green, fought madly, raging across the valley. Fists and palms were as fast as the wind, swords flashed, and rubble flew all over the sky. Their figures were blurred and invisible. But there were after-images everywhere, mixed together and unable to be separated. One could only rely on the suddenly exploding stone walls and the rising dust to barely make out their tracks. Guang looked around, pursed her red lips, and her mentality changed slightly. Is this his strength? It turns out, there is such a huge gap between him and me. Although Shenyu entrusted her with the important task of delivering the fatal blow, her emotions became complicated. After 5 years of training, the strength of both of them has increased. If we use the word rapid progress to describe her, then Shenyu's growth rate can be described as rapid progress. In terms of forbidden techniques, the spirit transformation technique strengthened his soul. Based on mental strength, his yin escape and pupil power were enhanced, and the 8 gates of ninjutsu further raised his upper limit. With his current strength, he could even open the domain at the highest. In terms of ninjutsu, under Madara's instruction, he not only mastered a large number of fire ninjutsu, but also improved his chakra micromanipulation ability, making even small ninjutsu powerful. In terms of physical skills, he learned the true skills from Madara and changed the thinking of the life-threatening fighting style, making it faster, more efficient, simpler and more deadly. As for illusion techniques, he gradually improved during his sparring with Uchiha Hikari, and was probably not much different from Uchiha Itachi of the original time and space. However, if the opponent used Tsukuyomi, that would be a different matter. After all, he did not have the illusion eye. He is also equally good at developing the Mangekyō Sharingan, not to mention the powerful weapon Susanoo. Guang narrowed his bright eyes, and in his blurry vision, the back of the young man fighting bravely was reflected. Boom! Yanjiao pounded the ground with his fists, causing a surge of air. He looked ferocious, his fangs were clenched, and his body was covered with bloodstains. He has already experienced the uniqueness of the divine feather chakra blade. It is not a simple change of shape. The blade looks ordinary, but the chakra flow inside it is like a flowing river, forming a perfect closed circuit in the entire blade, flowing endlessly. Every seemingly simple touch was like being cut by a chainsaw, and his tailed beast chakra coat was destroyed. A strong wind swept by, and Shenyu leaped up, retracting his limbs in the air. His dark ribs appeared at will, wrapping his body like armor. Silverhorn's eyes flashed with ferocity, the ground beneath his feet exploded, and a fierce attack came as expected in the next second. Boom! The sharp long horns collided fiercely with the Susanoo skeleton. The impact alone caused a loud noise, the earth shook and collapsed, and strong winds expanded. Shenyu's figure was thrown far into the sky. Just as he was about to make a fire escape seal, he discovered that a golden rope was wrapped around his ribs outside his body. Kid! Forget about this trick! Yanjiao laughed wildly, and with a pull, the divine feather shot back at an even faster speed. Draw it, golden rope! Ginkaku pulled his fist back, ready to strike. What he was waiting for was the moment when Kamiya Susanoo would lose control. Shenyu's face was calm, and he actually reached out and grabbed the golden rope himself. I advise you not to use the same trick on me a second time. Shenyu said lightly, his left pupil spinning faintly, and while blood flowed out, it also released a bewitching light. With the help of Magic Hollow, Shenyu has already adapted to the three major ninja tools. He pulled the golden cord and repeated the silver horn spell, draw, golden cord. Ginkaku's eyes opened wide, and the tailed beast's chakra outer shell instantly collapsed. At this moment, he seemed to have lost control of his body, as if he was out of touch with the world. Ugh! He uncontrollably spit out blue light mist, which was his word spirit. How is this possible? How could the golden rope backfire on me? Silverhorn's pupils shrank violently. What did you do? Shenyu would certainly not miss such an opportunity. He rubbed his hands together, and the chakra knife condensed into a solid substance pierced through Yanjiao's chest, and with the huge kinetic energy that fell from the sky, he nailed him to the ground. This is not the end yet. A piece of bone arm grew out of Susanoo's ribs. He raised it slightly, as if he caught something. Shenyu jumped up on the spot, and swung his bony arm downwards with force. A silver light flashed, and Yanjiao's anxious face was reflected on the flowing sword. That is, the 7-star sword. Damn it! Did he calculate the time and landing point long ago? Curse, 7-star sword! With a swish sound, Yanjiao turned his head and one of his ears was cut off. Along with it, the slowly falling word spirit was also cut off. Shenyu stepped on Yanjiao's chest and reached into his pocket, where the red gourd was kept. Damn it! Yanjiao was furious. I will make you pay the price. He clasped his palms together, the air around him surged, and the hot and thick-tailed beast chakra emerged from his body, transforming into a long tail that swept wildly. Shenyu immediately withdrew from his attack range. The dust and gravel floated slightly, huge power was rising, and deep red chakra flowed like purgatory lava, wrapping the silver horn in it. Suddenly, the lava gurgled and expanded in an instant. Under Shenyu's shocked gaze, a burly figure covered in skeleton armor howled to the sky. That is... Chapter 18 I am invincible. Yanjiao stood in the middle of the field, energy flowing through his body like lava, and 2 tufts of hair on his forehead curled up into the shape of fox ears. All his injuries were healed, his whole body was shining with red light, his skin and exoskeleton were vibrating, and he exuded waves of powerful aura. He recited the incantation silently, and Shenyu suddenly felt the golden rope on his left arm getting hot quickly. He let go immediately, and the rope actually wriggled on its own like a long snake and returned to Yinjiao's hand. "You have this trick." Staring at the state of Silverhorn, Shenyu's expression became solemn. Yinjiao opened his mouth, and the golden rope, the seven-star sword, and the word spirit floating in the air shrank one after another and were sucked into his mouth. "I didn't expect that you guys would force me to reveal my cards." Silverhorn's rough voice came from the skull mask. Amaterasu. Uchiha Hikari seized the opportunity and released the Amaterasu that had been brewing for a long time. A ball of black fire appeared on Yinjiao's back in the blink of an eye, but after a flash of red light, Yinjiao disappeared instantly. Amaterasu missed and accidentally fell on Shenyu. Surrounded by black flames, Shenyu frowned immediately, but before he could think more, a strong wind suddenly blew up in front of him, and Yinjiao had already raised his fist and rushed in front of him. What a fast speed! Shenyu's eyes tightened, and chakra naturally flowed to his legs. The red fist smashed down fiercely, as if sucking out the air, and Shenyu's body was torn into pieces, but Yinjiao let out a light exclamation. "This feeling is wrong. It's an afterimage." He looked up suddenly and saw the divine feather had already leaped into the air and landed above his head. A red light flashed from Ginkaku's back, and a long red tail formed entirely of the energy of the tailed beast emerged, whistling towards Kamaya. The Shenyu man was unable to gain any leverage in the air, so he clasped his hands together and the black-clothed figure flashed and turned into two out of thin air, narrowly avoiding the tail. Phantom instant technique. Two divine feathers landed at the same time, and the chakra blades wrapped in dark flames chopped down. Silverhorn roared, and his red fist was as powerful as thunder, colliding with the slash of the divine feathers. There was a loud bang, and the impact force created a strong wind, and visible light waves spread in all directions. After entering this mode, Ginkaku's attack methods became unpredictable. It was no longer a simple physical attack. The powerful attack was mixed with pure nine tails chakra. With 6 tails, he could appear and disappear at will. Simply using the injury gate state and Uchiha swordsmanship to fight him was obviously far from enough. Fifth Domain, open! Shenyu let out a low shout, and the green energy on his body became stronger and stronger. The airflow surged like the wind, shaking the ground and causing it to shatter and float. He had already reached the limit of his current performance. At this moment, he could run 100 meters in an instant with just a step, and break stones and gold with the snap of his fingers. Relying on the Domain state, he forcibly entangled Ginkaku who was in the Nine Tails chakra mode, and the two figures continued to split, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. After a few rounds of fighting, 16 identical figures surrounded Ginkaku. Shenyu was not in a hurry to use the backtracking technique to extinguish Amaterasu. He had been practicing against Uchiha Hikari for 5 years, during which he was burned by Amaterasu more than 10 times. With the adaptation of Magic Hollow, he had already developed extremely high resistance. The chakra blade is sharp, but it is inevitably stretched when facing a monster like Ginkaku whose recovery ability is abnormally strong. Suzanu's movements are a little slow and consume too much eye power. If you really want to hurt Ginkaku, you still have to rely on Amaterasu. Just because he couldn't hit Silverhorn doesn't mean he can't do it. Many clones attacked in all directions, and the green energy burned wildly with black flames. In just a moment, black flames ignited on Yinjiao's body. Ginkaku was furious and kept peeling off the tailed beast's outer coat to block Amaterasu's burning. The two fought all the way and bone fragments fell along the way. This way of surviving by cutting off the tail made him feel humiliated. Being surrounded by so many clones, even Yinjiao felt a headache. Although he used the long tail to sweep across, those clones would not disappear even if they were hit. Their figures would fade for a moment and then they would attack again. This isn't a solution. This damn fire consumes too much chakra. Yinjiao crossed his arms and blocked in front of him. Try this trick of mine. He jumped up, his whole body emitting red light, like a burning little sun, and his 6-colored long tails beat the ground at the same time. Boom! The ground exploded instantly, and surging air waves rushed in all directions. The red energy was like a surging river, overturning everything and submerging all of Shenyu's clones in the blink of an eye. When the dust settled, Yinjiao was stunned. 16 figures were standing there unharmed, like bamboos breaking through rocks, without moving at all. In the surging green energy, 16 pairs of blood-red eyes were staring at him coldly. This? How is it possible? Are they all massless afterimages? Why are each attack so heavy? My instant body technique has no entity. Shenyu's clones spoke in unison, holding up their chakra blades in unison, but at the same time, it can be said that all the clones are entities. I guess you're tired of this boring way of attack. Shenyu smiled slightly, and his energy surged, as if he was wearing an ink blue cloak. Now let's try something new. Let me ask you, do these clones use Susanoo? What? Yinjiao opened his mouth wide, as if this question was difficult to answer. Okay, I'll answer for you. Shenyu raised the corner of his mouth. The answer is, use. The black gas rolled like waves, and 16 huge skeletons appeared on the ground. Unlike the ribs and arms just now, Shenyu activated the first form of Susanoo. The 16 half-skeletons seemed to crawl out of the abyss, forming a huge encirclement. The black skeletons roared together. Each skeleton had 4 arms covered with black flames. Yinjiao's scalp tingled and he didn't dare to take it head-on. He turned into a beam of golden light and moved around. Shenyu stood inside Susanoo with his hands on his shoulders. Under the cover of black air, Yinjiao could not see his face at all, nor the strands of shiny sweat hanging on his forehead. The so-called phantom teleportation technique is a technique that creates an afterimage by continuously moving at high speed, and then uses illusion to cover up the traces left by the displacement. The visual effect is like being surrounded by clones. In fact, the true body's location will only appear at the moment of attack. At a fixed moment, Yinjiao actually suffered only one attack, but when he took the opportunity to counterattack, Shenyu used the instant body technique or heaven's constant standing to move back to a certain afterimage, which created the illusion that the clone could not be destroyed. Although the effect of this move is significant, the consumption is very alarming. It would be fine if it only left its afterimage, but now he has to take care of Susanoo and maintain Duman. The consumption brought about by this is simply incomparable. You must know that once the 8 gates of ninjutsu are opened to the injury gate, the body will begin to be damaged and enter the danger zone of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, truly entering the 8 gates of ninjutsu state. Now, not only is his chakra being consumed rapidly, but he also has to endure the pain of muscle tearing all the time. All the cells in his body are aching. This is the side effect of Susanoo. If it weren't for the eye technique of Tianji Chongli, he wouldn't dare to play like this. Boom boom boom. Countless fists poured down like a storm. Amid a series of roars, the ground continued to explode, and Silverhorn finally revealed a flaw. Although he moved extremely fast, he was still unable to escape from the attack that had almost no blind spots. With a loud bang, he was slapped into the ground like a red thumbtack. In order to avoid continued contact with Amaterasu, Ginkaku immediately hid underground. While avoiding attacks, he was also quickly searching for Shenyu's true body. Damn it, why is this brat so scary? Where is his real body? Silverhorn turned into a loach, and black fists kept smashing into the ground and attacking him. Oh, right, I can use that trick to concentrate. Shenyu, who was immersed in the attack, suddenly had his eyelids twitch. A beam of red light broke through the ground and went straight towards himself in Susanoo. The speed was so fast that he had no time to react. He was instantly met with a pair of eyes full of violence. Found you! Yinjiao appeared in front of him, with an exaggerated grin on his face. With a puff, Shenyu's heart was pierced by the bone claws, blood spilled into the sky, his body was thrown far away, and 16 tall half-skeletons disappeared in an instant. Little boy, my speed is unmatched. Is that so? Never mind, do as you please. Shenyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the kaleidoscope in his right pupil turned quietly. An amazing scene appeared. His condition was instantly restored to full, the blood disappeared, and his red body turned white again. The black flames and blue energy on his body were completely extinguished, and the 8 gates of ninjutsu were also released. The breath is deep and steady as a mountain. The blood and chi are vigorous, but contained without being released. Yinjiao stared blankly at Shenyu, who had recovered to his peak condition in seconds, and was dumbfounded. Shenyu now looked awe-inspiring and calm, just like when he just started the battle. He looked seriously injured and on the verge of death just a second ago. What the hell is this body? Ginkaku lost his composure and became furious. Do you also possess the power of the tailed beast? I'm so sorry. Shenyu moved his wrist calmly, his calm eyes revealing a hint of indifference. I forgot to tell you that I am invincible. Chapter 19, Bazana Fan vs. Susanoo. The clouds in the valley were thin and the breeze was blowing gently, slightly dispersing the smoke everywhere. Thunder escaped pseudo-darkness. Shenyu raised one hand high, and with a sizzling sound, dazzling thunder suddenly sounded, and 2 thunder spears condensed and shot out. The silver horn turned into a beam of red light and leaped onto the cliff. The rocks behind him were immediately pierced through by the lightning spear and shattered into powder. It never ends. He was a little crazy. This kid's body was very strange. His heart was damaged, but he was still alive and kicking. If that's the case. His eyes rolled slightly, and he opened his mouth and spit out a red feather fan. Shenyu's eyes narrowed slightly, that is. Little boy, you like playing with thunder, right? Yinjiao leaped into the air and swung it fiercely, thunder. Boom. Thunder and lightning rushed out like a flood that burst open, instantly submerging Shenyu, and countless arcs of electricity crackled. Fire. Yinjiao gripped the handle of the fan tightly and fanned again. The blinding light of fire lit up the sky, and billowing flames poured down, licking the earth, as if a ray of light fell from the setting sun in the sky and rushed into the lightning. Susana! There was a deafening roar, and a huge black skull broke through the flames. Black gas surged like waves, extinguishing all the lightning. Shenyu's body became blurred and invisible, only his 2 Sharingans burst into a bloodthirsty red light. Little devil, do you think this is the end? I don't believe I can't break your turtle shell. Silverhorn roared, wind. A hurricane surged out of the palm leaf fan, and there seemed to be invisible sickle weasels hidden in the wind. Even the rocks along the way were scratched with large and small marks. The wind was violent and instantly merged into the sea of fire. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire took advantage of the wind. Thousands of degrees of high temperature flowed in the air, seemingly able to evaporate everything. Yinjiao narrowed his eyes and stared forward with anticipation. At this moment, he was extremely expecting to see a charred corpse. Suddenly, the air in the burnt smoke twisted slightly, and a dark lightning broke through the air and struck in front of Yinjiao in the blink of an eye. Ginkaku's pupils shrank and he turned his body almost to the limit. That was not lightning at all, but a huge spinning megatama. Boom! Boom! The megatama flew out of the gun like a cannonball, and 2 rocks were shattered in succession. The rolling rocks sounded like wailing. A huge black hand extinguished the flames, and with a low roar, Susanoo showed its huge body. However, at this moment, Susanoo is no longer the skeleton it once was. The black gas swirled and grew along the spine, condensing into materialized meridians and flesh throughout the body. Then, the muscles all over the body bulged high, the black chakra like a coat was condensed and heavy, and 4 thick arms were clearly visible, as if he had turned into a real half-giant. You had a lot of fun just now. Shenyu stared coldly at the red figure lying on the stone wall. The black giant put his four palms together and slowly opened them. As the black light flowed, a series of huge megatama-like rosary beads condensed. This is the second-level Susanoo. In addition to a more diverse body shape, it can use its own exclusive weapons and ninjutsu, such as the universal long-range attack ninjutsu, Yasaka no Megatama. Tong! 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 One after another, the pitch-black Megatama shot towards him like giant, rotating shurikens. Ginkaku's scalp went numb and he didn't even think about fighting. For him who was in Nine Tails Chakra mode, being hit by the shuriken was no big deal, but if he was hit by this thing, he would be half dead. A beam of red light jumped back and forth in the valley, avoiding the attack of Yasaka Megatama. Rocks collapsed, dust filled the sky, and the sound of explosions was continuous like thunder. Shenyu was as steady as a rock under the cover of Susanoo, his right pupil spinning like a clock wheel, and he was constantly reviewing his own state. The firing speed of the Megatama was very fast. In Uchiha Hikaru's eyes, blurry beams of black light swept across like anti-aircraft guns, blasting everything in their path and sending up clouds of dust. The valley was being razed to the ground. Suddenly, Uchiha Guang shuddered and felt a scorching heat behind her. She turned around quickly and saw a huge amount of flames rushing towards her like a wave. Behind the distorted air was Yinjiao's ferocious and cunning face. "Don't underestimate me." She closed her left eye, and bright red blood flowed out of her wide-open right eye. Amaterasu. A spot of black flame appeared in the red sea of fire, like ink dripping onto rice paper, spreading out in an instant, and the entire sea of fire turned as black as the abyss. The wind is coming. Ginkaku seemed to have anticipated this move. He waved his palm leaf fan, and a strong wind blew. The surging airflow immediately merged into the sea of fire. Under the influence of this thrust, the black sea of fire immediately advanced towards Uchiha Hikaru. "Am I going to die?" Guang panted slightly and knelt on one knee. Amaterasu consumes a lot of energy, and for her now, it is a skill comparable to her ultimate move. What's more, she just used Tsukuyomi to control the violent Ginkaku. It seemed easy to others, but only she knew that it almost consumed more than half of her chakra. The black flames enveloped her like a dark cloud, blocking all her escape routes. Guang only felt her vision darken, and when she reacted, Shenyu had already covered her with Susanoo. The rolling black flames spread over, and Shenyu's Susanoo turned into a barrier, blocking the high temperature and heat flow outside. At first glance, Amaterasu's flames seemed to merge into one with the inky black giant, indistinguishable from each other. But Shenyu's expression was not relaxed. The black gas was curling up as if it was evaporating, and a teeth-grinding hissing sound echoed in his ears. His Susanoo was melting. "Come on, fire! Thunder comes! The wind is coming!" Yinjiao started a crazy attack. He was chased and beaten by Shenyu before and was in such a miserable state. Now of course he would not miss the opportunity to beat the downed dog. It seems that my guess was right. That woman is indeed his weakness. His attack was extremely fierce, and the banana fan left an afterimage. In order to avoid being locked by Shenyu, he kept moving and changing his position at high speed, releasing 5 types of ninjutsu at once. "Damn it, if this continues, he will really kill me." Shenyu's expression was solemn, the kaleidoscope in his eyes spun like a windmill, hot blood covered his face, and then disappeared repeatedly in the continuous reversal of time. At the same time, his magic hollow could only adapt to one thing, and he chose Amaterasu. Jinkaku's 5 elements Dalian bullet seemed fierce, but what actually caused him harm was the black flame that was like a leech attached to his bones and seemed to devour everything in the world. "I can only try that trick, but with such a huge target, I don't know if my right eye can hold up." In the past, he would stretch the timeline as much as possible and reverse the initial burning of Amaterasu to before it ignited, but now Ginkaku's attacks are constantly providing fuel for Amaterasu. Such a huge amount will probably cause an immeasurable burden to his right eye. What is the secret of this move? Uchiha Hikaru's voice suddenly came from behind, his voice was very light and ethereal, like an outsider. Susanoo. Shenyu looked back at her, thought for a moment, and said, it's different from the feeling of using other eye techniques. If I have to describe it, the feeling of using it is not to protect, but, to destroy everything in front of you, it's a similar feeling. Are you almost at your full strength? She asked softly. Shenyu let out a long sigh, yes, but don't worry, when that moment comes, I won't let myself die. So you're in such a mess just to protect me? Guang was silent. Lightning and thunder flashed outside Susanoo, and the sudden light made her pretty face flicker. Tisk, forget it. It seems that it's really unrealistic to comprehend it here. She pursed her thin lips, a trace of annoyance flashed in her eyes. She stretched out her hand and lightly placed it on the back of Shenyu's shoulder. Just live well first, and then you can teach me slowly later. In an instant, Shenyu shuddered all over, and a huge amount of chakra was injected into his body. This power was deep and violent, like boiling magma. Is this, the tailed beast chakra? Shenyu found that he was also covered with a translucent tailed beast chakra coat, like a wriggling strawberry jelly. Chapter 20 The High-Level Bet. From the 23rd year to the 25th year of Konoha, the position of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan changed constantly, and every year, countless talented people fell. Unexpectedly, the village has remained on the sidelines regarding this matter. The third Hokage once stated that the upper echelons should not interfere in the affairs of the Uchiha clan. If they intervene rashly, it is very likely to backfire and cause the isolation and alienation of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, this problem can only be left to the Uchiha themselves to solve. At this moment, in the Uchiha clan, the newly appointed clan leader stared at Uchiha's Hilly sinisterly. His heterochromatic eyes, one red and one white, contained deep darkness, as if they wanted to devour the person in his eyes. He has just taken office. If we were to ask who in the tribe is qualified to challenge him, this 16-year-old girl is the most likely candidate. She has shown great talent since she was a child, and she already had the strength of a Jonin right after graduation. It is said that her Sharingan has been developed to the 3 Magatama stage, and with her 4 years of work experience in the guard team, she has both strength and prestige. And because of her outstanding abilities, she was promoted to the position of captain of the guard by Konoha this month, and even he, the clan leader, began to covet her. This Hell Valley mission was a trap set up to target her. If they could take the opportunity to weaken her power and exclude her from the competition, that would be great. At the very least, they could get her away and buy time to consolidate their power. Therefore, in the face of Zhili's reasonable argument, he showed a completely arbitrary and autocratic attitude and was absolutely unwilling to take back his order. Zhili looked into the patriarch's eyes for a long time, and a deep disappointment flashed in his eyes. Soon, the scene that the clan leader had been looking forward to most appeared. In order to prevent Kirito from being killed, Chiri decisively resigned from the position of captain of the Konoha Guard and accompanied Kirito to Hell Valley. Sisters Hilly, is this really okay? Kirito asked hesitantly. He felt frustrated because he was the one who got his sister into trouble. You are my only brother. Compared to you, it doesn't matter what I lose. Zhili rubbed his brother's head, his beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a doting smile. Orochimaru and Uchihanan looked at each other, confirmed each other's eyes, and stood up together. Let's go too. Ah? Are you kidding me? Kirito raised his eyebrows and immediately refused. I feel guilty for getting my sister into trouble. If I get you into trouble again, what kind of friends are we? By the same token, if I watched you fall into the quagmire and did nothing, I would not be considered a friend. Orochimaru spread his hands. Uchihanan put his hands behind his back, looking like a little adult. That makes sense. Besides, if you don't believe in our strength, don't you believe in Sisters Hilly's strength? This. Orochimaru patted Kirito's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, it's just an exploratory mission. More people means more care. Sister, please help me persuade them," Kirito said anxiously. Zhili looked at Orochimaru silently, thought for a moment, and said softly, "Since this is the decision of your close friends, in order to respond to their awareness, you should not refuse. But don't worry, sister will protect you all." Zhili smiled gently. With the insistence of several people, Kirito finally succumbed to them, and the four of them finally formed a team. In order to avoid intervention from the clan leader, Zhili submitted the mission application to the Hokage building in advance and successfully passed the Hokage's certification. On the day of departure, the matter took an unexpected turn. "Jiraiya? Tsunade?" Orochimaru frowned slightly, "What do you mean?" The four of them looked at Jiraiya and Tsunade who had been waiting at the village entrance, and they were all confused. "The teacher is very concerned about the Blood Pond clan in Hell Valley, and he is worried that you can't do it alone, so he sent the two of us to assist." Jiraiya held a transfer order between his fingertips and waved it coolly. "The coordination among the three of us in Team 7 needs to be improved. We need some practical experience. This is a good opportunity. Besides, Zhili is a very trustworthy ninja. I feel relieved to have her as the team leader." Tsunade shook her hair. "The above are Sarutobi-sensei's original words." Zhili took the transfer order, read it carefully, and then raised a slightly charming smile at the corner of his lips. As smart as she has already figured out the reasons for the right and wrong. What is Orochimaru's identity? Putting aside the fact that he is Kirito's best friend, he is the direct disciple of the third Hokage. Not only did the Hokage reject her resignation letter, he even approved her proposal to leave the village and sent 2 other disciples to accompany her. This shows that the village is not completely ignoring the current situation of the Uchiha. The existence of the 3 ninjas in Team 7 is like an insurance policy for Zhili, which is already a subtle intervention. The incident happened suddenly. The Uchiha clan leader suddenly issued an overseas mission. His intention was known to everyone. It was clearly a trap targeting Uchiha's Zhili. Even so, the third Hokage still sent his own disciples out to accompany Chiri and others, just to prevent the Uchiha from killing them. No matter how crazy they were, they dared not rashly attack the Hokage's lineage. This move is to warn the other party not to go too far. No matter how you fight in the village, do not involve people outside the village. Zhili could even think that, to some extent, the Hokage had chosen to bet on it. Thinking of this, she smiled slightly and nodded, "Welcome, both of you. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Chizuri, and I am still the captain of the Konoha Guard. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation." Jiraiya smoothed his hair, grinned, and extended his hand to Zhili, "Nice to meet you. My name is Jiraiya. Give me the love letter later." Before Yuri could shake his hand, Orochimaru silently grabbed Jiraiya by the collar and pulled him towards him. Tisk! Jiraiya was a little dissatisfied. He turned his head and saw a row of warning eyes, coming from Orochimaru, Kirito, and Uchihanan on the far right. The gaze was icy cold, as if it wanted to cut him into pieces. He shrank his neck in dismay, thinking of some bad memories. "Nice to meet you. My name is Tsunade. My favorite food is tender chicken and shaku. I hate sweets. Don't underestimate me because I'm a girl. I'm a medical ninja. Hello, little Tsunade, I've heard of you for a long time." Zhili held Tsunade and smiled gently. "Well, this sister didn't call me princess like the others." Tsunade was a little surprised and hugged Zhili's slender waist enthusiastically. "I like this sister." Zhili touched Tsunade's head and buried her little face in her chest. "Ah, sister likes you too. You know, you and Kirito actually have the same birthday." At this point, a reconnaissance team led by the Jonin Uchiha Chisato, the Genin Uchiha Kirito, the young Sunin, and an Uchihanin of unknown strength, set out on the road to Hell Valley. Chapter 21 Hell Valley. The sky was dim, and dark red clouds covered the sky, turning the sunlight into blood red. The earth was a bare gobi desert. From a distance, it looked like a huge piece of flesh and blood lying across the canyon. This is Hell Valley. The canyon is dozens of miles in radius and is blocked in a huge barrier. This is the Uchiha's unique illusion barrier, which cannot be broken from the inside. Those who approach the barrier will be shrouded in fog and lose consciousness. The mildest ones will become confused and the worst ones will become demented. Relying on this barrier, the Uchiha clan suppressed the Blood Pond clan steadily for decades. According to intelligence, the Uchiha team that was originally responsible for guarding the barrier inexplicably lost contact 3 months ago, and the team responsible for handing over the task has also been missing. In other words, for 3 full months, no one knew what happened here. When Uchiha's Hilly and his group arrived at the canyon, they were so shocked by the scene before them that their scalps tingled. The 4-ceiling barrier that had been maintained for decades disappeared. This means that the Blood Pool clan has escaped. But what was strange was that several people also explored the Uchiha camp outside the barrier and found no signs of being destroyed. Except for the Uchiha people who disappeared, everything was normal. Logically speaking, we have locked them up for so long, the first thing we should do after we escape is to kill all the guards. Uchiha Kirito frowned. How could you resist and not do it? It's also possible that only people were killed and no objects were damaged. Jiraiya said coolly with his hands folded. Orochimaru shook his head. That's impossible. Although I don't understand the methods of the Blood Pond clan, it's normal for enemies to lose their minds when they meet. Who would want to kill people without destroying things? I've looked up the information. The Blood Pond clan possesses a blood limit called Blood Dragon Eye. They are good at manipulating blood and using illusions to create human bombs. It's hard not to leave traces with this explosive fighting method. Tsunade touched her smooth chin. Uchiha Nian remained silent. He was the youngest and the least experienced here, but he put his hands behind his back and pretended to be mature. I think the best thing to do now is to return to the village as soon as possible and report to the teacher that the Blood Pond clan has escaped. Tsunade gave a very rational suggestion. Well, Kirito hesitated. I think we should confirm the specific situation first, and then go back to report. What if, the situation is not what we imagined? Are you kidding? The barrier is gone, do we still need to investigate? Jiraiya was the first to object, winking at Kirito. Are you afraid that the Uchiha clan will be held accountable and want to delay time? Orochimaru put his hand on his shoulder. Jiraiya, no one here will shirk responsibility, so don't be so harsh. At this time, Nian looked at Zhili and said, Sisters Zhili, we will listen to you on what to do. Zhili frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then exhaled lightly. Everyone, follow me into the valley, and make sure not to leave my sight. Ah? No way. What if there are still some remnants in the valley? Wouldn't we be trapped in a jar? Jiraiya suspected that he had heard it wrong. You also said that they are remnants of the army. We are not unable to deal with them. Nian said softly, besides, I believe Sisters Zhili will protect us. That makes sense. Maybe it would be more dangerous if we stayed outside. Tsunade touched her hair and walked over to Chiri. Well, if there's no one in the valley, then the escape from the blood pool is a done deal. If there is someone, we can just get some intelligence. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Of course I'll listen to my sister, Kirito said. Thus, everyone's attention was focused on Jiraiya. Ah! Jiraiya covered his face, and said helplessly, there's really nothing I can do. In this way, a group of people, led by Uchiha's Hilly, stepped into the scope of the former barrier and walked into the canyon. The air in the valley was heavy, with a faint smell of blood filling every corner. Just a slight whiff would make one feel physically uncomfortable. It was hard to imagine that the Blood Pool clan had lived here for decades. There is a blood-red maple forest behind the mountain. Although the environmental conditions there are average, there are still some wild game. Therefore, in addition to the self-sufficient grain fields, they also go hunting in the mountains for food. After such a long time, they had already built small settlements here. The houses were neatly arranged in rows, conforming to the terrain of the valley and forming simple streets. However, the streets were empty at this moment and looked very desolate. I say, let's go back. Have you confirmed that there is no one here? This place looks so eerie. Jiraiya followed behind on tiptoe. A gust of cold wind blew and he shrank his neck. Now that we're here, let's search around before leaving. Nian said. Hey, a little kid is braver than you, Jiraiya. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya with a slightly contemptuous tone. He just doesn't know the seriousness of the situation. Jiraiya argued, I checked before coming here. The Blood Pond's methods are quite cruel. Even a ninja can fall into their trap easily. Compared to our understanding of the Blood Pond clan, we Uchiha should know more about it than anyone else. Nian choked back lightly. I smell something. Orochimaru said suddenly. What nonsense! It smells like rust. That's the smell of blood. Jiraiya said dissatisfiedly. No, it smells like a conspiracy. Orochimaru frowned. The clan members disappeared, the barrier disappeared, the timing is too weird. What do you mean? If they had lost control of Hell Valley 3 months ago, the Blood Pond clan should have gone to the village to seek revenge. At the very least, they should have heard about their presence in the ninja world. Given the extreme nature of this clan, they would never be willing to swallow their anger. Orochimaru touched his chin and said, I have a bad guess. The barrier may disappear today. Damn, don't scare me. Why do I feel like it's coming for us? Jiraiya was startled. Zhili, who was walking in front, sighed softly. She had naturally thought of what Orochimaru had thought of before entering the valley. She thought that the patriarch would dig a hole for herself, but she didn't know how deep the hole was or how crazy the trap was. If he really would rather release the Blood Pool clan than consolidate his own position, then this approach would be too stupid. What was going on? Wasn't he worried about being punished by the village? Or does he have the confidence to face everything? This clan leader used to be a very rational person, but after he won the position of clan leader, he started to become arrogant and conceited, with an attitude that made him look down on everything. In the eyes. Zhili bit his lip, remembering a clue that could not be ignored. Every time the person who won the death fight seemed to have lost an eye, the eye became pale and empty, without any light. Is this some kind of price? Or, some unknown secret technique? Chapter 22 I will bring him back myself. Konoha Village. 5 years ago, after Uchiha Madara left Konoha, Senju Hashirama did not fall into despair. Instead, with the cooperation of his younger brother Tobirama, he managed the village in an orderly and prosperous manner. He continued to improve the ninja village policy, used the official money invested by the Fire Nation as the starting capital, and invested heavily in the construction of Konoha village. Tobirama even founded a ninja school to cultivate high-quality ninjas. Regardless of family blood, status, any child who can condense chakra, even if he is a commoner, can enjoy formal ninja education. At the same time, Konoha village also sent ninjas to accept missions from various parties, thereby obtaining a large amount of commission fees and driving the economic growth of the Fire Country. The Fire Nation has sufficient financial funds and can allocate funds for military expenditures. It has long maintained a large number of ninjas in Konoha village as the country's military force. Coupled with its unique geographical conditions, the Fire Nation has become the country with the strongest comprehensive strength in the world. None of them. At this moment, in a training ground in Konoha forest. Figures were moving around in the forest, and from time to time there were 3 or 2 crisp metal collision sounds, as if someone was fighting. The breathing sounds were rapid and dense, and it seemed that there were more than 2 people. With 2 muffled groans, the 2 young men flew out from the treetops at the same time and fell heavily to the ground. It's not over yet. A thorny-headed boy rushed out from a hidden corner, formed seals with his hands, and shouted, "Wind style, vacuum wave." He spat out a thin, transparent line of wind from his mouth, which pierced straight into the tree canopy. Broken leaves rustled and flew everywhere. A cold voice came from the treetops, "Danzo, have you been hiding until now just for this move?" Danzo tilted his head, and the wind line in his mouth slashed down like a long knife, and the tree crown was instantly split into 2, and the branches and leaves were cut off at a glance. A young boy leaped up from the treetops, the sun blurred his outline, leaving only a shadow. A trace of regret flashed across Danzo's face, he missed his target. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. Then, Danzo's eyes lit up with flames, and dozens of burning fireballs flew out from the shadows. Uchiha Kagami! Don't underestimate me! Danzo shouted, changed his hand seals, and suddenly pushed out his palms, wind style, sky slashing wave. The wind pressure gathered in his palm, spurting out a bullet-like airflow. Under the impact of this force, the fireballs shook and were extinguished one after another in the surging wind. But Danzo did not look relaxed, because he saw that in the extinguished flames, there were flying shurikens. "Oh no!" he screamed. Buzz! Countless hidden threads appeared in the air. The shuriken paused slightly in front of Danzo's face, then shot back into the bushes like birds returning to their nests and fell into the boy's hands. The young man fell to the ground with his body tilted, his black clothes fluttering in the wind. He stood with his back to the crowd and his hands behind his back. The round fan family emblem on his back was very eye-catching. "You lost," Uchiha Jing said lightly. On the ground, a monkey-faced boy with a pineapple-like hairstyle struggled to get up and said unwillingly, I can still fight. Hiruzen, I have shown mercy." Kagami's voice was clear and cold, "The gap between a Jonin and a Chuunin cannot be made up by numbers. Humph, as long as I can still move, I haven't lost." Sarutobi Hiruzen glared angrily and jumped up from the ground. He pulled out a kunai and rushed straight towards the figure. "Well, let me show you what the real power of Uchiha is." The kunai was getting closer, but Uchiha Kagami still stood there without moving. Without any extra movements, he just turned around and glared. In the scarlet pupils, 3 tadpole-like Megatama turned slightly, and Sarutobi Hiruzen fell to the ground with a plop, like a kite with a broken string, and remained motionless. "What?" Mizuto Kato-en and Shimura Danzo on the side exclaimed in disbelief. "This bastard has been playing with us just now." Midaman Yan pushed his glasses with a guilty look, "If he wants, he can end the battle in an instant. Is this, the bloodline limit, the power of the Sharingan?" Danzo stood there in a daze. At this time, Uchiha Kagami walked to Hiruzen, bent down to pick up the kunai, and placed it across the back of Hiruzen's neck. "That's enough, right? If this were a battlefield, you would have died twice," he said. "Whether it's ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu, I can crush you and win easily." Danzo held down his shaking right hand and said with forced calmness, "Even so, you still won't get our approval." Jing frowned slightly, "I have agreed to all your requests. I was promoted to Jonin, and you challenged me, and I accepted it. Whether it was a round-robin battle or a group fight, I accepted it. Is it only possible if I lose to you? That's too arrogant. We're not that weak." Danzo snorted coldly. "I know you don't like me, but we are all members of Konoha, so we should live in harmony. Only by uniting as one can Konoha become stronger." "I really..." Jing sighed softly, "I really want to be friends with everyone." "Become friends? What are you thinking? You Uchiha have such a traitor, and you actually want to integrate into us. What? Jing suddenly fell silent. Danzo seemed to have remembered something, and he spoke more and more excitedly, as if this would help him regain the dignity he had lost in the defeat. Yes. That's right. 5 years ago, your traitorous brother defected from Konoha and killed so many of his companions, including some of our Shimura clan's jonin. You, Uchiha Kagami, will never be able to pay off this debt. Jing's voice became deeper. Can you say that again? Well, I say, your damned traitor brother ugh. The wind rose and fell, and a kunao was pressed against Danzo's throat. Because it was too sudden, Danzo didn't even have time to react. He only felt a flash before his eyes and a pain in his neck, and the tip of the kunao had already pierced into his skin. Warm blood oozed out and instantly covered his neck. When the wind blew, it was freezing cold. Uchiha Jing slowly leaned over, with unspeakable hostility flowing in his scarlet eyes. A cold breath passed along the kunao, and Danzo couldn't help but shiver. I will bring him back to the village myself. This is the only motivation that has supported me in my hard training until now. Jing leaned close to Danzo's ear and said word by word, before that, you are not allowed to gossip about me. Thump. Danzo slumped on the ground, a look of shock in his eyes, breathing heavily. Uchiha Kamiya. Mito Kadokain simply lay down with his arms and legs spread out, letting out a long breath, his voice revealing a hint of fear, that guy was extremely strong. That night, 16 jonin died in his hands. Even Tobira Misama was helpless against him and wanted to take him back. He looked at Uchiha Jing, his voice weakened. I'm afraid that only the strength of a jonin is not enough. Master Tobirama has recognized my determination and has agreed to accept me as his disciple. As long as I can learn that technique. Uchiha Jing looked up at the sky. The red setting sun cast a layer of golden light on his eyes. That was the direction of the entrance of Konoha village. Brother, no matter where in the world I am, no matter what the cost, I will personally bring you back to the village. Chapter 23 Madara and Number 039, S Plan. In the land of fields, in a lush forest. 3 people were walking in the tree-lined path. They all had black hair, cold expressions, and wore high-collared black robes. On their backs were 3 neatly arranged round fan family emblems. Upon closer inspection, it was a man and a young boy and girl. The man was tall and handsome, carrying a round fan and a sickle on his back, and he walked like a dragon or a tiger, with an unparalleled aura. The girl's skin was as white as snow, her face was cold, and there was a kind of classical beauty between her brows. Compared with the man, she was petite and exquisite, but her pair of almond-shaped eyes were very bright, like a pool of autumn water. Combined with her elegant and refined temperament, she seemed to be born with a sense of aloofness and coldness. The young man has a handsome face like jade, delicate facial features, long eyelashes, and especially a pair of eyes with distinct black and white. At first glance, they appear to be as gentle as water, clear and pure, but in fact, they are restrained and seem to be connected to the deep starry sky. Only an expert can detect the extraordinary spirit that he inadvertently reveals. These 3 people are naturally the Uchiha trio who arrived at the land of rice. After the 3 of them reunited, Shenyu used the spirit transformation technique to fly at high speed and searched the entire Tien Kingdom in less than half an hour. The target of this trip was in this forest. God's Feather. Shenyu immediately took small steps forward. Master Madara. I'll be thanking you for the task of capturing the 9 tails later. Madara said indifferently. Okay. Shenyu nodded calmly. He looked calm, as if he had expected this result. Madara glanced sideways at him. You're not surprised. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only a moment to deploy it. Shenyu smiled. I knew this would happen since you asked us to meet up in TNZ country. It takes 1,000 days to train an army, but only a moment to deploy it. Madara repeated thoughtfully, Hey, these 2 sentences are very clever. Of course, you have spared no effort to train us. Even if we are thick-skinned, we can't just eat for free all the time. Shenyu scratched his head and said, in fact, since you formulated the Eye of the Moon plan, I knew that the two of us would definitely come in handy in this plan. Oh! Madara raised his eyebrows in surprise, tell me. Shenyu casually broke off a piece of straw and held it in his mouth. The first step of the Moon Eye project is to obtain the cells of Hashirama Senju, which means that we will definitely have a battle with Konoha in the near future. This time, capturing the Nine Tails will also serve this battle to ensure that the plan is foolproof. However, Hashirama Senju is known as the god of ninjas and is as famous as you, Lord Madara. Even with the Nine Tails, there is no guarantee that something unexpected will happen. This battle. Shenyu secretly glanced at Madara and saw that his brows were slightly knitted, so he immediately changed his words. This will surely be a war that will go down in the annals of ninja history. But Madara-sama has been preparing for so many years, so it must be easy for him to win. Shenyu rubbed his hands with a wry smile. After this is done, Madara-sama will focus on awakening the Samsara Eye, so the next task of capturing the tailed beasts will inevitably fall on the two of us. So that's how it is. Uchiha Hikari blinked and said suddenly, then it is necessary to examine the combat power in advance. The nine-tailed fox is the best test subject. Well, if the two of us can successfully complete this capture mission, Lord Madara will have no worries and can fight Senju Hashirama with all his strength. Shenyu nodded in agreement. You seem to have made a mistake. Madara's voice was low and cold, sending a chill down Kamaya's spine. Madara glanced at Guang at the side, I didn't ask her to help you. This time, you are the only one on the capture mission. The air suddenly became quiet. What? Shenyu opened his mouth, and the whole person seemed to be struck by lightning, and the straw fell to the ground. Madara's eyes fell on Hikari. In this battle, you are not allowed to use the 8,000 spears to assist him, and you are not allowed to provide him with any help. Uchiha Guang opened his mouth slightly, obviously also shocked. Humph, you are very smart. You have guessed my general idea, but this is the only thing. Ban said seriously, she is our trump card. I don't plan to let her debut too early, let alone let her participate in this decisive battle. Shenyu was stunned for a moment, and immediately guessed what Ban meant. Is it because of her eye technique? The spotted head said, yes, her pupil technique is very special. If used in the right place, it can indeed be called a killer weapon, but it is not yet at the level of being the best in the world. She needs time to grow. If Konoha were to become aware of her existence, even if Hashirama didn't take action, Tobirama would definitely kill her. Guang on the side immediately jumped in front of Madara, raised his little pink fist, and said firmly, Master Madara, I can do it. What I need is you when you grow up. Ban reached out and touched her little head. Your weakness is too obvious. You don't have the eternal eye. There will always be side effects when you use it. If you don't have Hashirama's cells, you will end up blind one day. Then can he? Guang's pretty face flushed slightly, and she pointed at Shenyu with her slender finger. Unexpectedly, Madara actually smiled and said, I activated him because of his special eye technique. He patted Shenyu's shoulder and said, this kid can constantly refresh his status by going back in time. Every battle is zero consumption. The negative effects on the body are completely erased by him. There is no need to worry about the side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Shenyu was a little speechless, secretly glad that he had kept a secret. If Ban knew the true ability of Tianji Chongli, he would really have to be used as a tool. But before he could comment, Guang said anxiously, but I can help you. When you have a decisive battle with the patriarch of the Senju family, I can provide you with chakra. We marked the Kinkaku and Yinkaku of the hidden cloud village in Yunli Gorge. They have the 9 tails chakra in their bodies. I can also try to mark the 9 tails, so you don't have to worry about the problem of chakra shortage. No, Madara interrupted her, this decisive battle is between Hashirama and me. Neither of you are allowed to participate in the battle. Even Konoha is only responsible for post-war work. He turned to look at Shenyu. If I succeed, Konoha will definitely not sit idly by and watch me leave. You will be responsible for protecting me when I leave. If I fail, you don't need to take care of my body, but you must retrieve the 9 tails. It is an indispensable part of the Moon Eye plan. Shenyu was startled. So, this capture operation is to verify whether I have the ability to subdue the 9-tailed fox head-on. You are indeed very smart. Madara smiled with relief. Shenyu took a deep breath, but what if I fail? Don't worry, if the time comes, I will take action to save your life. But... Madara changed the subject and said meaningfully, Boy, I have seen your growth over the years. Chapter 24 I and number 039, am here to catch you. The tailed beasts, in the history of the ninja world full of wars, a terrifying existence, along with disasters, is deeply imprinted in people's minds. Their power is so terrifying that not only ordinary people but even ninjas are afraid of them and regard them as evil beasts like natural disasters. Throughout the ages, countless ambitious people have attempted to use them as weapons to dominate the entire ninja world, and gradually, they have also become synonymous with war. In fact, the tailed beasts also have thoughts and emotions, and the hatred they hold for the humans who use them at will is growing stronger and stronger. The 9-tailed beast is the strongest of the 9-tailed beasts in legend. The destructive power that is enough to destroy an entire ninja village, the nearly unlimited chakra, the deep hatred for humans, and the brutal and violent personality, all of these indicate how dangerous it is. Shenyu deeply agreed with this. Because, he was standing in front of the 9-tailed fox right now. In a relatively open flat area in the forest, a huge fox was sleeping soundly. It lay there in a lazy posture. Its exaggerated body shape was like an orange mountain. Its steel needle-like hair rose and fell with its breathing. The mere sound of its gentle breathing could create whirlwinds. Even though he had seen the 9-tails chakra and fought a fierce battle with the 9-tails pseudo-jinkra ki, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he faced the real owner. Just by looking at its mountain-like size and feeling its terrifying chakra volume as vast as the ocean, Shenyu knew that with his current pupil strength, he would not be able to directly control it with the Mangekyō Sharingan. The lack of pupil power is one thing, and his illusion skills are not that strong either. If he glares at someone with an illusion, he might be counterattacked and bleed from all 7 orifices. Who dares to disturb my deep sleep? Jiwei slowly opened his eyelids, and when he saw the person coming, his 2 lantern-like red vertical pupils narrowed slightly. Hello. Shenyu took 2 steps forward, stood in front of Jiwei, and showed a harmless smile. There is a very disgusting aura on you. Kuibai raised his body, and the ground shook, causing the woods not far away to tremble as well. Shenyu's hair was blown back by its breath, but he still smiled and said, 9-tailed fox, I'm here to catch you. Since it is impossible to kill the 9-tailed fox in one glance, his strategy is to attack its mind first. He would severely weaken it first, slowly consume its strength, and then use illusion to defeat it when it loses its mind. The 9-tailed fox glared and asked, when did humans become so arrogant? It would have been bad enough that his flesh and blood were eaten by the descendants of the 2 old men from the 6 paths, but now even a little ghost dared to target him. It suddenly became furious, roared like thunder, and the rolling sound waves caused a series of storms. A few hundred meters away from here, on a towering cliff, Madara was watching the battle with Uchiha Hikari. Is it really okay for him to provoke the 9-tailed fox like this? Guang looked at the audience in fear, his mouth slightly open. That's the 9 tails. It was already earth-shattering for him to defeat Ginkaku who possessed the 9 tails chakra. Now facing the real body, he could actually laugh. Madara crossed his arms and snorted, instead of worrying about him, you should take care of yourself and hide your breath using the method I taught you, otherwise the 9 tails will find you. I'm not worried about him. Guang's face turned red, and he muttered softly, "The nine-tailed fox probably doesn't have time to care about us now." It's completely irritated by Shenyu. At the foot of the mountain, the strong wind surged like a wave, and Shenyu stood upright in the center of the storm, like a bamboo standing out from the rocks, with strong roots. "Kuwabai, I heard that you are the embodiment of anger, but now it seems that you are not so fierce." Faced with the overwhelming aura and the violent beast, most people would have collapsed in fear, but Shenyu did not hide, and even teased Jiwei, "I provoked you like this, and you just roared." The nine-tailed fox was furious and raised its claws. With a loud bang, the ground exploded instantly and gravel and soil splashed high like water. "You asked for this." Kuwabai snorted. Soon, the dust was blown away by the wind, and it focused its eyes and found that Shenyu was standing lightly on its claws, with his hands on his shoulders, looking calm and composed. "You. My name is Uchiha Shenyu." As soon as the words fell, Shenyu moved. His figure flashed, like a black ghost, and moved up along the front legs of the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox didn't have time to raise its claws before it immediately opened its mouth and a crimson chakra cannon gushed out. But Shenyu was agile and slippery like a loach. He did a handstand and easily slipped under the nine-tailed fox's front legs, blocking its field of vision and continued running. The nine-tailed fox exhaled 2 streams of scorching air, and before the second shell was fully charged, Shenyu jumped up and stretched out 3-meter-long chakra blades with both hands. The sharp light pierced its eyes. Successful Shenyu's smug expression froze in an instant, and the sky was shrouded by a huge shadow, followed by the sound of a heavy wind. Boom! He was slammed into the ground by the tail. "It's just a little devil who's a little faster." The nine-tailed fox thought the battle was over, but suddenly a thick black gas emerged from under its tail. Then, it felt its tail tighten, and a pitch-black bony hand grabbed its tail and lifted it up forcefully. In its astonished eyes, a half-giant emerged from under its tail, while the fast little devil was standing inside the giant safely. Shenyu directly activated the second-level form of Susanoo, grabbed one of the nine-tailed fox's tails with his 4 big hands, and swung it hard. A huge force suddenly erupted, and the nine-tailed fox was thrown out. It moved horizontally for dozens of meters on the spot, leaving 4 deep grooves on the ground before it stopped. The nine-tailed fox bared its teeth, its hair standing on end in anger, and its 9 long tails danced like dragons as it smashed at Susanoo, venting its anger. Bang! 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 Shenyu controlled Susanoo to defend, but under this violent attack, even the second-level Susanoo slowly cracked. The crisp sound was like crystal cracking. Shenyu's eyes were solemn. Cracks spread and expanded, and even the internal skeleton showed signs of breaking. Seeing that the black giant in front of him was so strong, Nine-tailed Fox could not bear it any longer and rushed over. Its exaggerated body size made the mountains tremble, the forest shook slightly, and a flock of birds flew around. Sometimes, setting a goal that is too big is not a good thing. Shenyu immediately released Susanoo and at the same time formed a seal of phantom body instant technique. His body split into 8 phantoms and scattered, leaving the nine-tailed fox empty-handed. Go to hell! The nine-tailed fox howled towards the sky and stabbed randomly with its tail, not letting any phantom go. The seemingly furry fox tail actually carried a tremendous force, causing broken wood to fly and the earth to shake. The ground couldn't withstand its flapping and stirred up a cloud of dust. Super Daimara's Nan! The nine-tailed fox was startled and felt a sharp pain under its buttocks. Then it felt an astonishing force. The divine feather had appeared under its body without its knowledge. Ah! He held a huge raised nan in one hand and jumped out. The nine-tailed fox roared, and the fur that came into contact with the raised nan immediately emitted bursts of burnt smoke. Although this attack did not shatter its body, the huge force was enough to knock it away. Its huge body flew high into the sky, and the shadow it cast was enough to cover the entire forest. The nine-tailed fox roared, its lantern-like pupils widened, filled with rage, yet mixed with a hint of human confusion. The chakra required for that move just now was enormous. This kid has an ordinary aura, so how could such chakra appear out of nowhere? Shenyu stared at the nine-tailed fox falling from the sky. He put his palms together, made a bow and arrow gesture, and pointed at the nine-tailed fox in the air from a distance. In fact, it was not easy for him to use that move just now. The seemingly powerful super-large jade rays Nan made him go back 3 times in just a few breaths. Only in this way did he accumulate enough chakra. While the nine-tailed fox was suspended in the air suddenly twisted, and dark flames emerged from Shenyu's hands like dancing elves. The flames expanded instantly, and the terrifying high temperature enveloped the surroundings. With the divine feather as the center, the flowers and plants were evaporated inch by inch, quickly turning into ashes and drifting away. The black flames burned fiercely, but they flowed into his right hand very cleverly, forming a burning bow and arrow. In the distance, Uchiha Hikari covered his mouth in surprise, and even Madara opened his eyes slightly. That is Amaterasu. He actually did it. Guang stared blankly at the back, her beautiful eyes wide open. That's right, after a long period of adaptation, with the help of Uchiha Hikari, Shenyu continued to analyze Amaterasu, trying to understand its origin. After tireless and crazy construction and repeated attempts, he finally completed the secondary optimization. Amaterasu, the legendary immortal black flame, is composed of 3 chakra attributes: wind, fire, and yin. The wind brings agility and grace, while the fire brings high temperature and burning flames. The wind helps the fire, and the fire takes advantage of the wind's power. The combination of the two is enough to push the temperature of the flame to a terrifying level. But on this basis, after endowing the caster with the will, representing the yin attribute of igniting everything and fighting until death, this special bloodline limit was born. Flame escape. The arrow suddenly shrank, and after absorbing enough power, it condensed again in an instant, and then shrank again. This repeated several times, and a pitch-black arrow took shape. It was dark and deep all over, and the high temperature was completely restrained. The air around it was distorted, and it seemed that even the sunlight was swallowed up. Add an arrow of earth and destiny. Shenyu shouted coldly, and a black arrow suddenly shot out at a speed as fast as lightning. The next second after it disappeared, the nine-tailed fox's muffled groan was heard. Chapter 25 Shenyu vs 9 Llamas. The black arrow was as fast as wind and thunder. Nine-tailed fox only felt that he had blinked an eye, and the sharp tip of the arrow shot in front of his eyes. It slapped the black arrow with one claw, but obviously underestimated its strength. With a puff sound, the black arrow pierced through the nine-tailed fox's claws and entered its body from the shoulder, causing a burst of blood mist. Explode! Shenyu snapped his fingers. The black arrow suddenly exploded, and the high-density compressed black flames of Amaterasu were released freely in the body of the nine tails. The overwhelming black flames were like a river flowing back, sweeping across ragingly and madly destroying everything of the nine tails. Flesh, blood, meridians, bones, were melting away at an alarming speed. With a creepy hissing sound, the nine-tailed fox fell to the ground with a bang. It rolled over and roared, and thick black smoke even came out of its mouth and ears. A bloody hole was torn in the claws, and the black fire quickly spread to the chest, but the most painful thing was still the damage inside the body. The nine-tailed fox opened its mouth wide and spewed out crimson chakra cannon mixed with black flames. It wanted to force out the black flames in its body in this way. At the same time, waves of chakra surged out of its body surface, thereby peeling off the black flames outside its body. How could Shenyu let it solve the crisis so easily? He immediately formed seals with his hands, and with a flash of black energy, the second form of Susanoo appeared in an instant. He rode Susanoo and flew forward, his two strong arms tightly gripping the nine-tails' neck, and his other two hands swung fists and punched the nine-tails in the face. For a while, the dull sound continued. The energy spray was immediately interrupted, replaced by the intermittent roar of the nine-tailed fox. Ow! Ow! Seeing such a brutal scene, even Madara couldn't help but hold his forehead with one hand. So, this is how Susanoo is used. Madara was slightly startled and quickly glanced sideways, only to see Uchiha Hikari beside him staring at the battle on the field with shining eyes, his two little hands unconsciously clasped in front of his chest. The nine-tailed fox's ability to withstand blows is beyond imagination. Shenyu's mind moved, and he grasped Susanoo with one hand, condensing into a strangely shaped black sharp blade. He took advantage of the situation and swung his sword. The blade light turned into a crescent black moon and swept out, but nine-tailed fox suddenly ducked and dodged, and the forest behind him was completely flattened. It used a fake move to trick Shenyu, and took the opportunity to turn the muzzle of the gun and fired an affectionate atomic breath at Shenyu. The energy of the tailed beast turned into a thick, straight laser, completely submerging even Susanoo. The earth shook, the grass and trees turned to ashes, and the map in front of him was cleared in an instant. In the eyes of the nine-tailed fox, the black giant was also swallowed by the light, rapidly disintegrating, and could not help but increase its energy output. Although this is not the tailed beast ball, such a huge and violent energy breath can still cause catastrophic damage. How can a mortal being stop it? The nine-tailed fox successfully stripped away the last trace of Amaterasu's fire, but its body had become visibly thinner. Unexpectedly, Shenyu stood upright in the chakra cannon and walked forward step by step against the torrent. How on earth did this little brat do that? Nine-tailed fox was shocked, and its vertical pupils suddenly shrank into needles. This was the first time in his life that he had seen such a monster, other than that man. It was answered by a whisper. The third life gate, open. The fourth wound gate, open. Fifth domain, open. Of course it didn't know that not long ago, Shenyu's magic hollow had adapted to its chakra. Although it failed to complete the analysis, it gained enough resistance. Boom! Shenyu leaped up and hit the nine-tailed fox's chin with a fierce uppercut, causing it to shut up instantly. The powerful impact force knocked it over on the spot. The nine-tailed fox got angry and ran over with red eyes to fight. The man and the beast fought passionately. A primitive and wild battle took place in the chaotic forest. Shenyu's entire body was filled with blood, and green energy lingered with billowing hot air flowing out of his body. The power of every punch and kick was incredible, and was able to knock the nine-tailed fox all over the place. As a tailed beast, the nine-tailed fox demonstrated excellent ability to withstand blows. Although it looked very embarrassed, it actually did not suffer any harm. Instead, it was provoked to become more ferocious and violent. It relied on its long and numerous tails, and with one sudden move, Shenyu was knocked far away. Fortunately, he summoned the Susanoo skeleton the moment the attack came. It's so heavy. Shenyu opened his eyes wide in surprise. This sweeping blow was so powerful that his black ribs were directly shattered. The overwhelming force penetrated into his body, and his internal organs were shaking. With a whoosh, he broke through the air with black air and shot straight into the stone wall in the distance. The nine-tailed fox opened its mouth and pointed it in the direction of Shenyu. A heavy and powerful aura flowed, and the red and blue chakra gathered in front of its mouth, quickly turning into a purple-black liquid sphere. The moment the sphere appeared, the air in the forest stagnated. This is its trump card, the tailed beast ball. It was going to end the battle once and for all. However, before it could finish building up its strength, the sky suddenly darkened, as if covered by a huge shadow. It took a hurried glance and its sight froze. Reflected in the vertical pupil was a mountain-like Crotengu Susanoo. And the little ghost who had just flown out a second ago appeared inside Susanoo without any sign. Damn it! When did he? It had no idea why Shenyu suddenly appeared above its head, let alone that was actually Shenyu's position 5 seconds ago. Susanoo clenched his hands, surrounded by black air, and descended from the sky with a huge spear. With a puff, it pierced through the body of the nine-tailed fox and nailed it to the ground. Divine Weapon, Dojian Huang Ba2. The nine-tailed beast ball was also broken halfway. It supported itself on the ground with all four paws and struggled to stand up. The power of the tailed beast was indeed terrifying. The third form of Susanoo was already a behemoth in the eyes of ordinary people, but it was still shaken by the nine-tailed fox. Shenyu activated the gravity array in Dojian Huang Ba2, and 20 times the gravity suddenly fell, and the nine-tailed fox fell to the ground with a loud boom. Damn it! What is this? Its face was buried deep in the soil, and its huge body seemed to be embedded in the ground. Not to mention raising its head, even its two fox ears were forced to droop. You're a little more honest now. Shenyu revealed an evil smile, and Susanoo's big hand twisted the gun handle slightly, and a cluster of burning black flames immediately passed down along the gun body, and Amaterasu was injected into the body of the nine tails again. Ow! The bone-gnawing and heart-searing pain caused the nine-tailed fox to open its mouth uncontrollably and let out a humiliating and painful howl. Damn, little devil, how dare you look down on me! In order to break free from the constraints of gravity, the nine tails condenses the chakra in its body and outputs it at maximum power. A huge beam of light shot up into the sky, the hurricane roared and expanded, sand and gravel collapsed, and forests were obliterated in this light wave. The beam of light roared and quickly turned into an incomparably huge ball of light, illuminating the daytime sky and earth. The storm destroyed everything, and the shock wave spread far away. Wherever it passed, no grass grew and the rocks were shattered and collapsed. Uchiha Hikari opened her eyes wide in a daze. The dazzling white light occupied her entire field of vision, her hair was flying wildly, and just at the moment she was stunned, Madara stepped in front of her, and the azure Susanoo skeleton enveloped both of them at the same time. Master Madara! Off the field, the light slowly dissipated, revealing the scene inside. The first thing that caught the eye was Shenyu's Susanoo, but at this moment the half-giant had already retreated to the second stage form, with half of its flesh and blood disappearing, and hanging with a floating black aura, with the skeleton inside clearly visible. Shenyu was breathing heavily, standing inside Susanoo, blood oozing from his eyes and slowly flowing down his handsome cheeks. Even so, he still smiled and looked a little crazy. Because opposite him, the nine-tailed fox looked even more miserable. The nine-tailed fox, which was originally full of vitality and had bright fur, is now skinny, shrunken, and dry, as if its body has been hollowed out. But the anger in its eyes reached its peak. At this moment, it glared at Shenyu fiercely, its eyes bloodshot, and it wished it could pounce on him and tear him into pieces. Something called reason is about to be completely obliterated. Shenyu's right pupil moved slightly, and his state recovered quietly. What he was waiting for was the moment when it fell into complete anger. Goo! The heavy chakra slowly gathered, and the nine tails couldn't wait to condense the tailed beast ball. But it shut up immediately because a huge Megatama flew towards it at a faster speed, like a black lightning. If it had not dodged in time, its teeth would have been blown to pieces like the stone behind it. I won't let you use this trick. Shenyu smiled defiantly, and the four palms of Susanoo slowly opened up, condensing into a series of Yasaka Megatama. The nine-tailed fox was enraged, and started to exhale energy at an even faster speed towards Shenyu. Shenyu was not vague either, and he clasped his hands together, and his Susanoo was as still as a mountain, and he directly controlled the Megatama to engage in a passionate exchange of fire with the nine-tailed fox. The man and the beast looked crazy, as if they were really angry. However, the only one who is truly crazy is Kyuubi. Although Shenyu seems to be losing his mind, he is actually as steady as an old dog. The magic array patterns of Mako Luo have been running quietly for a long time. The target he chose to adapt to was the Nine Tails Chakra, and he had already gained a certain degree of endurance. Some inexplicable energy was mixed into his Yasaka Megatama, which could make some effective attacks on the Nine Tails. In the next wave of confrontation, he will adapt faster according to the energy shot in, until he analyzes the winning blow. The burnt smoke was blown by the strong wind, and the ground was in a mess. The battle has turned out to be this serious. Guang looked at the crowd nervously. Even she couldn't help but worry, will Shenyu be in danger? Uchiha Madara looked for a while, as if he saw through something, and snorted with a hint of understanding. Master Madara, how long will they fight? Don't worry, it's almost over. What? Guang looked at the calm Madara, a little confused. How did Lord Madara know? That guy, when has the fight lasted more than 5 minutes? Soon, the light went out, and Guang knew that the battle had been decided. The entire battlefield was filled with nothing but billowing smoke. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was shaking, and it was obvious that a huge monster was approaching them step by step. Guang immediately became nervous. When the sound stopped in front of them, a huge fox face poked out from the smoke and looked down at the two of them condescendingly. It's the Nine Tails. Uchiha Hikari took a small step back and instantly felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Don't be impatient. Madara's voice remained calm. At this moment, Kyuubi slowly lowered his head, and a young man was sitting loosely on top of his head. Only then did Guang realize that the two red vertical pupils of the nine-tailed fox had turned into the shape of a three-Uchiha Sharingan without him knowing when. Shenyu supported his knee with one hand, and one leg hung down from Zhuwei's forehead. His torn black clothes and the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth could not hide his imposing aura and that slightly evil smile. He looked at Madara and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, I did not disgrace my life. Chapter 26, The Valley of the End. The Land of Fire, Kamiyabi Bridge. The shadows of the trees sway, and the moonlight waves are light. Midnight is approaching, and the air is mixed with cool moisture. A few seagulls, bathed in moonlight, are circling along the coast, making desolate and lonely cries. Outside a secret cave on the shore, Uchiha Madara was giving his final instructions. No need to say more. Your mission is to guard the base and not let anyone find this place. Lord Madara. Uchiha Guang stretched out his hand tremblingly, his almond-shaped eyes were misty and he looked pitiful. There was a pleading look in her eyes, and it was unclear whether she wanted to ask him to stay or to go with her, but no matter what it was, she ended up fleeing under Ban's cold gaze. Yet, she said weakly and nodded slightly. Don't try to find us, and don't take any action until we contact you. Ah! Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Ban turned around and faced the sea. The sea was surging with waves, and his expression was neither sad nor happy. At this moment, he was ready to go, with a round fan on his back, a scroll on his waist, a sickle polished to a shine, and dark red armor reflecting the moonlight. The sea breeze blew on his face, and his long hair, like a waterfall, rose and fell in the wind. I know you are very upset, but this is the best arrangement. Madara's tone softened unexpectedly. With the nine tails here, I won't have any shortcomings in chakra, and your eyesight has deteriorated a lot. Ah! Guang opened his eyes wide in surprise. In his blurry vision, Madara's back and the moonlight merged together. She clenched her fists unconsciously and opened her mouth, but nothing came out. Tears slid down silently, splashing in circles on the rocks. Ugh! Not far away, Shenyu sighed. He stood alone on the other side, with his back against an old palm tree. The slender leaves were shaded by the moonlight, casting long, mottled and intertwined shadows on his fair face. Like Madara, he is now fully armed. In addition to his original black tights, he wears a vest of soft armor, shoulder guards on both arms, a long sword on his back, and his medium short hair is neatly tied behind his head. Speaking of which, his current outfit is actually quite similar to the Crimson Moon Weasel on the night of the genocide in the original time and space. Looking at the proud and lonely figure of Madara, his heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. If his guess was correct, the outcome of the final battle between Madara and Hashirama would not be much different from the original time and space. Although people always say that these two are the pinnacle of the ninja world, the only one who truly stands at the top is Hashirama Senju. This point is clear to Madara. Speaking of which, there were only 3 real battles between Madara and Hashirama in the original time and space. Although the reasons for the battles were different, the results were the same. The first time, Madara, who had transplanted his brother Izuna's eyes and awakened the eternal Mangekyō, fought against Hashirama and was ultimately defeated by him, thus ending the Warring States period. The second time, Madara, who had been away from Konoha for many years, returned to Konoha with the 9 tails. Hashirama thought that Madara really wanted to destroy the village they had founded, so he got really angry and killed Madara with a single blow. The third time, the two, both in the impure world body, fought a decisive battle on the battlefield of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Even with the Samsara Eye, Yin-Yang release, Infinite Chakra, and Immortal Body, Madara was still suppressed by Hashirama and trapped in the Myojinman. You never know what other tricks Hashirama has waiting for you. There is only one god of ninja. But Madara's goal this time was not actually to destroy Konoha. His purpose was just to get a piece of Hashirama's flesh and blood. The reason why he acted as if he was falling into the abyss and wanted to destroy everything was just to provoke Hashirama to fight with all his strength in a fair fight. Many times, Shenyu couldn't help but think. What if Madara could put aside his attitude, not use such extreme methods, and instead ask Hashirama in a gentle tone? Would Hashirama simply agree to his request and this battle could be avoided? But this is impossible. Madara has his own pride, which is the self-esteem of being a strong man. Shenyu, let's go. A deep voice came from a distance, and Shenyu responded immediately. It is good. With a whoosh, his figure disappeared, leaving only a leaf slowly falling in its place. In the 7th year of Konoha, on a summer night. For Konoha village, this was destined to be an extraordinary night. Psychic. Accompanied by a burst of smoke rising into the sky, the huge body of the 9-tailed fox appeared outside the Konoha village. In the raging wind, the 9 long tails stretched out freely under the full moon, and the roar that was 100 times more ferocious than that of a wild beast rushed straight into the sky and rolled like thunder. Ding! The round fan and the heavy sword collided fiercely, and the 2 figures fighting each other separated into 2 under the moonlight and fell backwards at the same time. The 9-tailed fox roared, giant vines entangled, and powerful shock waves madly destroyed the land. This was a battle that ordinary ninjas could not intervene in. Madara came with great force, his chakra exploded, he activated his powerful outfit, Susanoo, and with the blessing of Susanoo, the 9-tailed fox was 100 feet tall, much taller than a mountain. Susanoo originally materialized huge chakra to form a burly god of war for fighting. When he used Susanoo, which symbolizes destruction and ruin, as armor on the tailed beasts, the destructive power it caused was nothing short of a natural disaster. Hashirama admired his old friend's trick, but this was not a duel, but a life and death battle. He was more worried that the village would be affected by the battle. So he fought as he walked, silently leading Madara and 9 tails to the seaside. Madara also took advantage of the situation and began the pursuit tacitly. After all, he did not come here to destroy Konoha. His target from the beginning to the end was only Hashirama. Shenyu was quietly lurking in the dark, far behind them, always keeping a distance from the 2 great gods. His mission was to retrieve the 9-tailed fox, and all he had to do was wait quietly for the battle to end. Suddenly, his brows furrowed slightly. Through his mental perception, he discovered that many people were chasing out from the direction of Konoha village and were following behind him stealthily. What on earth are these guys planning? Just as he was thinking, a red beam of light flashed and shot into the distant island. Immediately afterwards, a huge fireball lit up on the island, as if the rising sun, the entire land shook, the dazzling flames illuminated the entire forest, and a huge explosion resounded through the world. Is this the battle between them? Shenyu leaned against a big tree in a daze, feeling a slight chill on his back. At that moment just now, he saw clearly that the red beam of light was clearly a tailed beast ball blessed with the power of Susanoo. He couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. Fortunately, he didn't let the nine-tailed fox use the tailed beast ball at the beginning, otherwise, he would not be able to block it with his current strength. Looking into the distance, under the cover of billowing smoke, a faint blue light and the burly outline of the wood giant could be seen. The sound of trees cracking mixed with the roar of the nine-tailed fox. In the center of the battlefield, Uchiha Madara stood condescendingly in the power suit. Susanoo, Hashirama, it's been a while since I had a serious fight with you. You should know. I'm not the same as before, right? Hashirama's face was solemn. He clapped his hands together, accumulating chakra while trying to give a final consolation. Everything we have done so far, our efforts, do you want them to go to waste? Madara. He raised his head and faced the huge and majestic Susanoo. There is no benefit in fighting between you and me. This battle will only hurt the village and the ninjas, and will only insult our brothers and companions. Madara stared down at him, his expression growing colder. You are lecturing me. I don't want to kill you. Hashirama's eyes were still sincere. You mean you can kill me at any time? No, I mean, we are friends. Ban's face twitched, and some emotion flashed in his eyes. He said viciously, I have already fought to the other side. As if to confirm his attitude, the nine-tailed fox under his feet also roared towards the sky, with waves of sound rolling. Hashirama froze, his thoughts instantly pulled back to decades ago. It was a sunny morning, and two innocent boys were competing with each other, throwing stones at each other. The high-spirited boy gradually overlapped with the figure of the person in front of him, but no matter what he did, they could not reconcile, and finally shattered in a roar. There's no other way. Hashirama closed his eyes in disappointment. When he opened them again, all the reluctance and sincerity in his eyes disappeared, replaced by decisiveness. And the black facial lines that contain rich natural energy. Immortal technique, really thousands of hands. Hashirama shouted loudly, and all the chakra in his body turned into light visible to the naked eye. Amid the sound of huge trees crushing down, a 1,000-armed wooden Buddha that was several hundred feet tall rose from the ground and stood between heaven and earth. Under the moonlight, a huge shadow completely enveloped the land. I'm on it, Madara. Come on, Hashirama. Chapter 27. How dare you, you brat! Shenyu stood quietly in the bushes. A little further away, the previously unrivaled nine-tailed fox was now being held in the palm of the wooden Buddha giant like a kitten. Its eyes were closed, and it looked quiet and well-behaved, as if it was asleep. A breeze blew by, and the orange hair rippled like waves. From this angle, the nine-tailed fox is quite well-behaved. Shenyu had some weird thoughts in his mind. Although the target was right in front of him, he still did not dare to act rashly. It's not that he is afraid of the Konoha ninja lurking behind him, but the battle between Madara and Hashirama has not yet been decided. The battle has lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Shenyu wrinkled his nose. He didn't know when the fresh scent of earth began to fill the forest, and the air became more and more humid. He gently stretched out his palm, and a drop of rain fell into his palm, breaking into cool and crystal clear water droplets. It's raining. This time, it's your turn to throw it. Under the empty waterfall, Madara was breathing heavily, holding a round fan and a sickle in both hands, looking at the equally exhausted figure opposite him, revealing a smile of victory. The chakra of the two men was almost exhausted, their faces were full of vicissitudes and fatigue, and even their armor had been shattered beyond recognition, making them look extremely miserable. Hashirama raised his head slightly and stared at his former best friend. Perhaps it was because of excessive exhaustion or serious injuries, but his eyes were a little dazed. Suddenly, the water waves under his feet suddenly spread out, it was the spots that moved. Hashirama belatedly realized what was happening and raised his long sword, rushing towards the opponent at the same speed. With the flash of the blade, the two figures crossed and separated. With a splash, Hashirama dived into the water, splashing water everywhere, and he was hit in the lower abdomen. Madara still stood upright, turned his head and saw Hashirama's eyes full of unwillingness and complexity. The smile on his face became more and more obvious. This time it's me who's standing, as opposed to that time. Lightning shot directly into the center of the sky and countless raindrops fell from the sky, hitting the two people's faces with a tick-tick-tick sound. The air was filled with mist and their faces became blurred. Hashirama forced himself to stand up, his eyes dropped to the water, staring at his own face expressionlessly, his mouth opening and closing. My dream has just come true. I want to protect it well and I can't let you. Madara chuckled, you look quite depressed, Hashirama. Are you not going to give up on yourself this time? Pfft. A knife broke out of the chest and pierced through the heart from the back. Blood flowed down along with the rain, quickly dyeing the water surface red. Madara was shocked and stared blankly at the knife that pierced him, his vision gradually blurring. He turned his eyes in disbelief, glanced at Hashirama behind him, then looked at the wood release clone in front of him, his pupils shrank slightly. I was actually stabbed in the back. The low and tired voice of Hashirama floated from behind. I want to protect I want to protect my village. No matter what happens, I still firmly believe that protecting the village means protecting people, ninjas, and children. No matter if they are my friends, brothers, or even my children. As long as they dare to be the enemy of the village, I will never let them go. You've changed, Hashirama. Madara's pupils trembled and he knelt down weakly. Hashirama looked down at him indifferently, and in his calm eyes, something called friendship was gradually disappearing. You are putting the cart before the horse. One day, this will become the village's darkness. Madara fell to the ground with a thump, just like Hashirama just now. He closed his eyes and his breath stopped. Uchiha Madara, fallen. Hashirama looked up at the sky, the entire night sky was reflected in his pupils. With the thin moonlight, it seemed as if all the raindrops were falling from a single point in the sky and would fall into his eyes. You can use wood release, so let's call the village Konoha. You can use fire escape technique, so the leader should be named Hokage. He felt inexplicably cold, his vision suddenly blurred, and endless fatigue seemed to flood his body. He could no longer bear it and let the tiredness swallow him up, falling beside Madara's body. Half a minute later, a young man appeared silently on the other side of the waterfall. He has delicate eyebrows and eyes like black jade, and it is Shenyu. He walked towards the two of them step by step, looking deeply at Uchiha Madara's body. The rain was heavy like a curtain, and there was no joy or sadness on his face. After an unknown amount of time, his gaze fell on Hashirama. He stretched out his foot to hook the sickle, aimed it at Hashirama's head, and raised the sickle high. Under the cold moonlight, the blade shone with a dazzling cold light. Farewell, to the god of ninja. The judgment was about to fall, when suddenly a roar of incomparable fury came from the forest. How dare you, Shuzi! The wind sounded sharp, and a wind demon shuriken broke through the air. With a ding sound, sparks flew everywhere, and Shenyu's sickle was shaken aside. Immediately afterwards, a man rushed to Shenyu at lightning speed, and his kunai drew a cold arc of light. You are... Shenyu saw the appearance of the person coming, leaned back slightly, and easily avoided the attack, but was also forced back by the person. My name is Sarutobi Suzuki. The man shouted in a deep voice and gave his name. Shenyu nodded slightly. The current head of the Sarutobi clan, right? I know you too. The man tore off the scroll behind him with a cold look. Uchiha Kamiya, you are a traitor who followed Uchiha Madara out of Konoha 5 years ago. You are responsible for 5 lives, including 22 Jonin, 16 special Jonin, and 2 Chunin. The Senju, Sarutobi, Shimura, and even your Uchiha clan have all suffered casualties. On the night of your defection, you stole the Forbidden Scroll and destroyed countless properties in the village. Your evil deeds are simply too numerous to list. As he was speaking, more than a dozen Konoha ninjas rushed out from the forest one after another and surrounded Shenyu. They had a calm aura and their level was all at the Jonin level. Shenyu looked around calmly, picked his ears, and said frivolously, "If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known how powerful I was back then. How arrogant! As long as I am here today, you can't hurt the village again." Sarutobi Sasuke shouted angrily. On that night, he was not in the village because of a mission. As one of the founders of Konoha, he was entrusted with an important task by Lord Hashirama, but such a thing happened. He always felt it was a shame. The young man in front of him became a thorn in his heart. No matter what, today, we have to end it here. Just as he was thinking about it, the hair on the back of his neck stood up. Relying on years of combat experience and his instinctive sense of danger, he immediately lowered his head. Brush! The knife flashed across the sky, and a tuft of hair fell in the wind and rain. You! He was a little surprised that the person who attacked him was actually his companion. However, this companion's eyes were dazed and his expression was dull, like a puppet being controlled at will. Sarutobi Sasuke immediately understood that he was under an illusion. Damn it! He warned loudly, "Don't look into his eyes." Years of combat experience had conditioned him to fight without looking into the enemy's eyes. Because of this, he did not notice that Shenyu's eyes had quietly turned blood red. However, his reminder was too late. He heard a series of muffled groans and the swish sound of a knife entering flesh. He had just subdued his companion when there were already dead and wounded everywhere around him. This group of ninjas were actually of extremely high quality, and some of them had fought against the Uchiha clan before. They knew they couldn't look directly into their Sharingan, but they were unable to avoid their companions' blades. All in all, there were only 4 ninjas left who could avoid illusions and attacks like Sarutobi Sasuke. Not good. Sarutobi Sasuke suddenly realized something, his face suddenly twisted, he stretched out his hand towards Shenyu, his eyes were bloodshot. "Stop!" Seeing that they could not succeed, the group of ninjas who were controlled by the illusion drew their swords and committed suicide without any hesitation. In an instant, the situation reversed and blood flowed everywhere. The few people who managed to survive immediately leaned towards Sarutobi Sasuke, facing the young man who they could not even look at, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. "I'm sorry, I'm not in a good mood today. I'm not like this usually." Shenyu still stood there calmly, a dark and cold air slowly flowed, and everyone couldn't help but shiver, feeling inexplicably that this rainy night was particularly desolate and cold. Chapter 28, I Am a Psychic. "I will never forgive you." Sarutobi Sasuke spoke out hatefully, his eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent. With a bang, white smoke floated out of the scroll. He picked up a huge wind demon shuriken and threw it towards Shenyu, then formed seals with his hands. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Smoke exploded one after another, and dense swarms of wind demon shurikens surrounded Shenyu, blocking all his escape routes. Shenyu swung the sickle expressionlessly, and cold light flashed, forming an impenetrable defense net. Sparks flew violently, and ding ding dang dang continued. All the invading wind demon shurikens were dismembered and shattered into scrap metal on the ground. This is not over yet. He shook his hand violently, and the sickle went against the torrent and slashed towards Sarutobi Sasuke. Sarutobi Sasuke quickly retreated, and with a light swish sound, the blade actually stabbed out a light blade as thin as a cicada's wing, 1 foot thin. What? His pupils suddenly shrank. He was caught off guard and the kunai he was throwing to defend himself was cut in half. He also got a scratch on his cheek. Shenyu retracted the sickle, swung it lightly, and shook off all the blood on the blade. Tisk, didn't Lord Tobirama share the information with you? He pretended to be puzzled. This move is called Autumn Dew on Leaves, which is really strange. He has clearly seen it before. What answered him was a surging fire dragon. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Shenyu raised the corner of his mouth, and his body shook, leaving a residual image on the spot. He easily dodged the fire dragon, and as the rain curtain fluttered, more than a dozen images appeared outside the encirclement. Each of them looked exactly like Shenyu, each holding a sickle in his hand. A dozen black-haired boys surrounded the Konoha ninjas. More than a dozen sickles danced together, and the ice-blue edges surged in the air. Except for Sasuke Sarutobi, the other four people suddenly became chaotic and hurriedly fought against the dozen or so Shenyu, with swords flashing and ninjutsu bombarding, but when they hit those people, they found that they were just phantoms. They didn't even touch the lapels of the real divine feather. At this moment, something strange happened. The two divine feathers simultaneously chopped their sickles into the chests of the two Konoha ninjas. Blood splattered everywhere and the bodies of the two men were cut in half in mid-air. In the end, all the figures merged into one, and there was still one divine feather in the original place. Water release water fang blade. He formed a seal with one hand and used the sickle as a guide. The water flow was compressed into a thin water knife on the blade and chopped out vertically with a swoosh. The water blade shot at an extremely fast speed and could not be seen clearly in the heavy rain. Sarutobi Sasuke only felt that the rain curtain in front of him was slightly distorted for a moment, and then he suddenly realized it and pulled his companion's shoulder a little bit late. The crescent-shaped water blade flashed in the air and instantly turned into a pink blood line. Sarutobi Sasuke stared blankly at the arm in his hand. His companion was split in half by this move, his internal organs were spilling everywhere, and the water beneath his feet was blood red. Ah! He rushed towards Shenyu like a madman, and threw out countless shurikens with a shake of his hands. However, playing with shuriken in front of Uchiha was like brandishing a sword in front of Guangong. Kanya was too lazy to even watch, and easily shot down all the shurikens by just listening to the sound, but Sarutobi Sasuke also took the opportunity to kill him. The Sarutobi family's physical skills are quite good, and Shenyu was unable to defeat him for a while. He pretended to reveal a flaw, and Sarutobi really hooked him and cut into the center line with a sharp knife. With a puff, Shenyu's right arm was cut off at the shoulder, and the sickle fell to the ground with a clang. Shenyu lightly hooked his fingers, and dozens of transparent threads emerged from the rain, instantly locking Sarutobi Sasuke's body. Kaiolu! Shenyu quickly wiped his left hand, and a thin chakra blade emerged from his palm, cutting the throat with one blow. Oh! When the smoke cleared, Sarutobi Sasuke in front of him turned into a wooden stake. Substitute. Shenyu's reaction was extremely fast. The moment the smoke came out, he used the blood on his right arm to form a seal with one hand and pressed it to the ground. Psychic. The inky ritual spread, accompanied by a surge of chakra, and a giant cat emerged from the billowing smoke. The ground exploded directly, and a man was blown away by the shock wave. Sarutobi Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the big cat that suddenly appeared. His eyes were full of solemnity. Transform into a cat. The transformed cat, Poke, the legendary civet cat, is the only ninja cat in the cat house with an extra-large body. According to the information of the Uchiha clan, Poke has a long lifespan and has long been born with extraordinary consciousness, and even mastered the legendary immortal technique. It is a mythical beast that has not signed a contract with humans for hundreds of years. But now, it was actually summoned by someone and appeared before his eyes. The cat is dark blue all over, with a pair of huge bronze vertical pupils, beautiful dreamy fur with changing patterns all the time, and a misty black fog emanating from its body, which looks weird and hazy. Shenyu stood on top of the cat, looking down at Sarutobi Sasuke from afar, stroking his chin with his only remaining left hand. I was careless. I didn't expect that besides Tobirama, there would be such a troublesome existence in Konoha. Meow, the giant cat Poka spoke in human language. 3 million. Deal. A hint of hidden pain flashed across Shenyu's face, and he raised his hand and pointed at Sarutobi Sasuke. Kill him for me. Poka's eyes rolled around, revealing a human shrewdness. It'll cost extra. How much? 2 million. Forget it, let's trap him and don't let him disturb me. Shenyu chose to give in. 500,000. Okay. Shenyu nodded heavily. He rolled over and landed, and at the same time the big cat took a step forward, rushing towards Sasuke Sarutobi in the distance. Don't underestimate me. Sarutobi Sasuke's eyes widened, his hands flashed, and he pressed them hard on the ground, summoning technique. Show up! The Monkey King, Tomaru. A white line extended along the water surface, and in an instant, white smoke filled the sky. A huge monkey broke through the smoke and fought with Poki. Sarutobi Sasuke looked at Kamiya and made as if to chase him, but the transformed cat Poki in front of him suddenly took a deep breath, floated into the air, and blocked him and Sarutobi Sasuke. Don't even think about escaping. Poki said. Then let me see what magical power the legendary cat has. Sarutobi Sasuke raised his palm from a distance. Sarutobi, King Kong Ruyi stick. Transform. The Inma shouted softly, and in a burst of thick white smoke he transformed into a stick and fell into Sarutobi Sasuke's hands. He swung the stick across, and the Vajra Ruyi stick became thicker out of thin air, and with a puff sound, it smashed Poka's round belly into pieces. What? Sasuke was stunned. The feeling was very strange, just like hitting a balloon. Poka let out a meow and his entire body exploded into dark blue smoke, leaving only the cat's head floating in the air, condensed and not dispersing. It created a dark tornado, trapping the unsuspecting Sarutobi Sasuke in place. Bang! 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 Poka's cat head seemed to be floating in the air weightlessly. The sound of blunt instruments hitting each other kept coming out of the smoke, but it made a comfortable purring sound. Its expression made it look like it really deserved a beating. Shenyu smiled leisurely, the patterns in his pupils changed, and when the kaleidoscope patterns appeared, his right arm returned to normal. Suddenly, his expression froze slightly, and a familiar yet unfamiliar soul appeared in his perception. Chapter 29, Good Brother, don't you want to hug your brother? Let go of my father. Several young men jumped out from behind, and the one in the front took the lead and rushed straight towards Shenyu. This disorganized and reckless action was full of flaws in Shenyu's eyes. He swung his leg at the boy's face, and with a bang he kicked him more than 10 meters away. Here is an monkey! The young men behind him exclaimed. Little Lord! This figure came from the other side. He was the only Jonin left on the field. Now it seems that he is a ninja from the Sarutobi clan. The sound came from far away and got closer. He rushed over with a kunao in his hand. Black air flashed around Shenyu, the outline of his skeleton flickered, and the kunao broke into 2 pieces with a ding. What? The ninja's eyes were filled with shock, and the next second he was grabbed by a giant dark hand and lifted high up. However, Shenyu didn't even look at him. Because, at this moment, there was only one figure left in his eyes. It was a black-haired boy who was quite similar to him in height and appearance. Brother, brother! Uchiha Jing stared at Shenyu blankly, his steps inexplicably unsteady. Shenyu just stared at him for a long time before revealing a wicked smile. You've grown a lot taller, my good brother. Jing stood there in a daze, feeling a little overwhelmed. He had previously imagined thousands of scenarios of the brothers meeting each other, but he had never expected that when he saw his brother again, saw his familiar yet unfamiliar face, and that always playful look in his eyes, he would actually be stunned. He forgot to breathe and only his heart was beating rapidly. That back, those eyes, that kaleidoscope pattern, the last time I saw them was on a full moon night 5 years ago. The two look 70% similar, with soft facial lines and long eyelashes, but the eye contours are slightly different. The mirror has a feminine look, with slightly droopy eyes, and a lazy look when squinting. Shenyu had a pair of phoenix eyes with the tails slightly raised, long and narrow but not narrow. Although a man, he was handsome and lively. Not only did he have an appearance that charmed everyone, he also had a sense of majesty without anger and the noble air of a banished immortal. Are you so happy to see your brother that you are stunned? The voice floating in his ear brought Jing back to his senses instantly. He was shocked to find that Shenyu had come in front of him without him knowing and was speaking softly into his ear. Swish! Like a conditioned reflex, he stabbed out the kunao in his hand. Shenyu just flicked his hand lightly and accurately grabbed Jing's wrist. It was as if he had put his wrist in himself. Why, can't you help but give me a hug? He stared into his brother's eyes, and Susanoo's hand exerted force suddenly, crushing the Sarutobi clan's jonin to pieces right in front of him. Brother! Shenyu! Jing's face immediately twisted. Hey! Jing, what are you doing? In the distance, Shimura Danzo shouted angrily, didn't you threaten to catch him with your own hands? What are you doing now? Jing finally showed his Sharingan, and when Shenyu saw the 3 ink black Megatama, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Jing knelt on the ground uncontrollably, blood dripping out of his 7 orifices. His vision was spinning and his consciousness was hazy, as if he was about to be thrown out of the planet. Good brother, if you use illusions on someone with stronger pupil power than you will be counterattacked. Didn't the elders in your clan teach you that? He kicked Jing in the chest and kicked him away casually like he was kicking trash. The next second, the invisible wind blade instantly enveloped him. Wind escape vacuum continuous waves. Danzo clasped his hands together and spit out a large number of sharp wind blades from his mouth. His sickle weasel-like aura plowed the ground into countless wind marks of varying depths. But Shenyu maintained the initial stage of Susanoo, and those seemingly indestructible wind blades could not leave any trace on the skeleton. A black air surged, and a bony arm shot out, grabbing Danzo from a strange angle. The art of partial doubling. A fat man with blonde hair jumped high, and his huge palms and bony arms slapped together, bursting out an invisible wave of air. Water release water whip. Thunder release grateful wave. In the distance, a man and a woman performed the mind coordination technique. The girl held a whip that flashed with lightning and came whistling through the air. It's really troublesome. If the fly is too restless, you can only swat it to death. Shenyu spoke coldly, black energy roared like a dragon, and the first level Susanoo took shape instantly, like a demon crawling out of hell. Under the gaze of the giant skeleton's empty eyes, everyone broke out in cold sweat. Gaba! The yellow-haired fat man was the first to be attacked. His arm was crushed by Susanoo and he was slammed to the ground. Blood splattered like a waterfall. An eyeball flew out from between his fingers and rolled in front of Uchiha Jing. The next second, the mind link technique hit the skeleton, but it was like a drop in the ocean, without causing any waves. This is not over yet, Shenyu clapped his hands, and a huge amount of black gas wrapped around the weapons. The skeleton grew flesh and blood, becoming abnormally tall. The 4 long arms clenched lightly, and condensed into 4 strangely shaped black sharp blades. Die! The half-giant slashed down fiercely, and a huge crescent-shaped slashing wave plowed the earth. Danzo and Hiruzen's bodies exploded one after another, emitting a large blood mist. Yudin Koharu in the distance was not spared and was caught in the attack. Save me! Mizudomanen grabbed Jing's trouser leg tightly. Jing turned his head tremblingly and saw that the other person was only half of his body. Jing, save me, save! Puff! A flash of blood came into view. Susanoo raised his fist, the smell of blood filled his nose, minced meat fell, and the thick blood splattered all over Jing's face. Feeling the burning temperature on his face and the debris all over the ground, Uchiha Jing could no longer hold back the throbbing in his heart. Ugh! Call! Shenyu controlled Susanoo to capture him, looked at the Megatama in his eyes, and said with a click of the tongue, "Your companion died tragically in front of you, and you don't feel any pain at all." Jing trembled, closed his eyes resignedly, and let the liquid flow down his face. He couldn't tell whether it was rain, blood, or tears. "I didn't expect you to be such a heartless person, my dear brother. Your companions are all dead, and what about you? What are you doing? What are you doing? What the hell are you doing? You! Mirror! Mirror! What the hell are you doing? Move!" Jing suddenly opened his eyes, the pungent smell of blood disappeared, he was not crushed by Susanoo, and he was still standing there. He looked around blankly. His companions who had just died tragically were lying all over the ground, looking at him with unfriendly eyes, but they were all still alive. "Magic mirror, the world turns." Shenyu spoke leisurely in front of him, "It's just an illusion rebound. Didn't your elders teach you that? Oh, you're actually crying out of fear." Jing quickly wiped his face and felt it was wet. "Jing! Ahem, run quickly, this guy." Sarutobi Hiruzen was lying in a deep pit covered in dust and dirt. It seemed that he didn't even have the strength to stand up. "He is too strong. He is not even on the same level as us." "Humph, he said he would capture him, but now he wants to be a deserter." Danzo had a gloomy face and was lying beside Hiruzen muttering, but when he saw that no one was paying attention to him, his voice suddenly became as quiet as a mosquito. "Hurry, go!" Chudao Qufeng was lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, gasping for breath, as if he had just swam out of the water. Yutane Koharu looked desperate, with 2 lines of tears streaming down her pretty face. "Let's go, let Master Tobirama avenge us." Shenyu smiled and said, "While you were immersed in this little illusion, I took the opportunity to teach your companion a lesson. Well, you are much more obedient than before." Chapter 30 Hiruzen, Danzo? What are your strengths? Uchiha Kagami looked at his brother. He didn't even have the courage to draw his kunao for this man who killed all his companions in seconds while chatting and laughing. After experiencing that horrible illusion, his desire to fight had been completely extinguished. Shurikenjutsu, fire escape technique, and even the illusion he was most proud of were nothing in front of others. What if he really unleashes the power in the illusion? If he acts rashly, his companions may die miserably. Do you think that as long as you don't take action, your companions won't die? Jing's heart sank and he looked up in horror. Shenyu was looking at him leisurely, with a half-smile in his eyes, as if he could easily see through all his thoughts. The skeleton reappeared, with the dark bone arm raised high, slowly moving above Hiruzen and the others, like a giant python foraging in an ancient forest, greedily searching for its prey. "Good brother, who of them do you have the best relationship with?" Shenyu asked lightly, in a soft voice, like a gentle brother who is concerned about his younger brother's social life. But to Jing's ears, it sounded like the whisper of the devil. What are you going to do?" He didn't dare to answer. "What? Of course I'm punishing you. If you hadn't betrayed me, I wouldn't have had such a big grudge against Konoha." Shenyu smiled at his brother. Although his words were harsh, his smile was still clear and pure, rippling with warm sunshine. "You don't want to tell me? You're so cunning. Then I'll have to guess it myself." Shenyu rubbed his chin, and his huge bony hand patrolled in the air. The bony hand slowly swept over everyone, from Danzo, Hiruzen, Akimichi Tofu, to Mitamonen and Yutane Koharu beside him. Everyone stared at it, their eyes trembling, cold sweat pouring down their cheeks, the shadow of death looming in everyone's heart. "Is it him?" The contemptuous voice hit the heart like a heavy hammer. Bang! The bone fist smashed down fiercely. With a heart-wrenching scream and a bone-shaking sound of cracking, Chu Dao Qufeng's body was deeply embedded in the fist pit, and his life or death was unknown. The steaming blood quickly dyed the water red. Ah! Jing rushed forward desperately. The double torture of illusion and reality was almost driving him crazy. Determined. Shenyu turned his head slightly and glanced at him. Jing's fingertips had just touched the skeleton when they stopped abruptly. When his sight came into contact with the gorgeous Mangekyō Sharingan, his body seemed to be out of control and all movements stopped abruptly. It's an illusion. His heart stopped suddenly, and an indescribable fear and confusion flashed in his eyes. Don't be impatient, our game isn't over yet. Shenyu said with a smile, it seems I guessed wrong, so, let's continue the game. Danzo stared at the outstretched bony hand in horror, his breathing becoming more and more rapid. He had a hunch that this time it was coming for him. The bony hand stopped above him, and he could even see the bloodstains left on it. Danzo's face turned pale and his heart was pounding. Die! Death! 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 No! I can't die like this! I haven't become Hokage yet, I haven't made a name for myself yet. Move, damn it! He wanted to escape, but he just couldn't muster up the slightest strength. His injuries were the least serious among these people, as he was just kicked by Shenyu. But that kick happened to hit a certain position, which was the key acupuncture point for the circulation of his chakra. The kick, neither light nor heavy, caused the ninjutsu he had been brewing to explode inside his body. Countless tiny wind blades backfired on him and ran around in his body, severely damaging his meridians. He was unable to move. The bony hand was approaching, and the shadow cast in the moonlight was getting bigger and bigger, and goosebumps appeared on his body. Think of a solution quickly. He gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and suddenly shouted. Mr. Shenyu! I usually look down on Uchiha Jing the most. Everyone was stunned, even Hiruzen beside him stared at him blankly. That's right, the person I hate the most is Uchiha Kagami. What is he? He's just a guy who knows how to brag. After all, I'm the one who has the worst relationship with him. Danzo ignored the glances from his companions and spoke to himself. Tisk. Shenyu curled his lips, and with a casual wave of his Susanoo bone hand, he pushed Danzo far away to the side, and rolled and crawled far away, just like sweeping away a troublesome insect. You don't even deserve to die in my hands. Shenyu's indifferent voice floated over from afar. At this moment, a black shadow flashed, and a bony hand appeared beside Hiruzen. It pinched his head with two fingers and lifted him in front of Shenyu like a chicken. You're still okay. Shenyu smiled evilly and drew out the long sword from behind. Under Jing's horrified eyes, a knife stabbed into Hiruzen's heart with a swish. As the knife twisted, hot blood gushed out like a fountain. Hiruzen's eyes bulged out and his body convulsed. The intense pain made him open his mouth, but no sound came out. He kicked his legs and fell silent. Uchiha Jing's pupils shrank into needle points, and that moment was frozen in front of his eyes. A biting chill ran all the way from his spine to the top of his head. Is this the real ninja world? From birth to the end of the Warring States period, he was well protected by Shenyu. From the time he joined Konoha until now, he has been well protected by his teachers. After all, this was the second time he had personally experienced death, apart from the time with his parents. His heart stopped beating at this moment, and his bloodshot pupils flashed with great fear. His face was ashen, and his mouth trembled unconsciously, but no sound came out. This unbearable appearance made Shenyu frown. Strange, isn't it him either? Shenyu glanced at his frightened brother, and the disappointment in his eyes could no longer be concealed. From the very beginning, his crazy killing had only one purpose, which was to stimulate Uchiha Kagami to open his eyes. Uchiha, the most thoughtful clan, no other clan's love is deeper than that of the Uchiha. Once the Uchiha who understand love lose that strong love, the love will be replaced by even stronger hatred, resulting in extreme pain. At this time, their yin-tun chakra will undergo a qualitative change, acting on the optic nerve, and the eyes will change accordingly. This is the eye that reflects the mind, the Sharingan. On this basis, more extreme and stronger emotional stimulation can allow the Sharingan to evolve to its final state, which is the Mangekyō Sharingan. As far as Shenyu knows, when the Sharingan is opened to 3 Megatama, stimulation related to life and death is the key factor to induce the evolution of the Sharingan, such as witnessing the death of an important person. This is how he opened his eyes. In his heart, his brother is a complete traitor. For a guy like him, the truly important people are definitely not in the clan. But after trying for so long, even after watching Sarutobi Hiruzen die in front of him, this guy still didn't show any sign of opening his eyes. Is it possible that the bond we have established is not enough? Shenyu glanced at Hiruzen's body, pondered for a moment, his gorgeous right pupil turned slightly, and an unknown force acted on Hiruzen. From a perspective that no one could see, Hiruzen's broken heart healed miraculously, but his heart veins were still damaged and the external injuries were still there, cleverly maintaining him in a half-dead state. Judging from the current situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen is more useful alive than dead. His affinity is pretty good, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to serve as Hokage for so many years in the original time and space. Therefore, Shenyu decided to spare his life first, and wait until he and Jing had established a deep bond, and then kill him again in front of Jing. As for that Chu Dao Chu Feng, it doesn't matter. Shenyu doesn't care at all about his life or death. It's time to get down to business. Holding the knife in hand, he walked step by step to Hashirama Senju, and slashed with the knife without any hesitation. Ding! A figure appeared silently and blocked the knife. The flying sparks illuminated the cold face and a pair of murderous eyes. He has silver hair and red eyes, a tall stature, and is wearing a black tight combat suit with blue layered armor on the outside. He has a special white down collar on his shoulders. He moves decisively and has a murderous intent. Thousand Hands Tobirama. He still wore the iron forehead guard in the style of a face protector, but the logo on his forehead had been changed from the Senju clan's emblem to the Konoha logo. I have been waiting for you for a long time, Tobirama-sama. Not only was Shenyu not panicked at all, he even looked at him with a little excitement, as if he had expected it. Tobirama didn't dare to look directly into his weird pupils, so he didn't see the deep sarcasm in Shanyu's eyes. Chapter 31 Who is the World and Number 039, S Number 1 Speed Ninja. Tobirama stood in front of Hashirama and confronted Kamiya from a distance. He quickly looked around the battlefield, taking in the distraught Uchiha Kagami, the blood-soaked Hiruzen, the life or death unknown Akimichi Tokase and others. When he saw Poki, his face became more solemn. It seems that you have made great progress in the past few years, he said in a deep voice. Shenyu spread his hands and said, "It's all thanks to you for showing mercy at that time. Are you provoking me?" Tobirama narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze flashing with murderous intent. "Sure enough, I should have insisted on killing you back then, otherwise there wouldn't be such a disaster today. Master Tobirama, are you regretting this?" "Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world." "No." Tobirama reached into his bag and pulled out 8 kunao with both hands. "I'll just get rid of you today." Whoosh whoosh. The kunao pierced through the rain curtain and shot towards him. One by one, the marks of the Flying Thunder God fell clearly into Shenyu's eyes. They were all Flying Thunder God kunao. He turned his eyes slightly and instantly locked the positions and landing points of all the kunao. No matter where Tobirama appears, he will attack and kill him immediately. "Come on, let me see who is the fastest ninja in the world." Shenyu licked his lips, his muscles tensed, and he unconsciously tightened the handle of the knife. Suddenly, his ankle tightened, and a big hand suddenly stretched out from the water and pulled him into the ground. "Your focus is on the kunao. The cold voice was like the wind blowing from a graveyard. Tobirama appeared silently behind Shenyu. He demonstrated the skills of a speed ninja. In just a moment, a bitter spear pierced Shenyu's right eye and went directly into his head. Pfft! Shenyu's stunned expression froze on his face, and the Tobirama in front of him suddenly turned into white smoke and disappeared. This move is called Shadow Clone Technique. It's really strange. You've clearly seen it before. Tobirama's real body appeared behind him and said coldly. Shenyu was startled. This sentence was very familiar. It was clearly what he said just now to mock Sarutobi Suzuki. So, you have been watching. Shenyu spoke intermittently. His face was pale, his handsome features were distorted and hideous, there was a kunao stuck in his eye socket, blood was flowing like a spring, even his left eye was empty, and the white of his eye was completely dyed blood red. Don't think about using that eye technique to recover. I have already damaged your optic nerve. Tobirama squatted down, picked up the long sword with one hand, and grabbed Shenyu's hair with the other hand. Actually, Shenyu's body twitched, his voice became weaker and weaker, and he was still mumbling something, "It's me." Brush. The blade reflected the moonlight and flashed by. Tobirama neatly chopped off Shenyu's head. The blood splattered on the water, as red as fine grape wine. We won. Tobirama frowned, and he understood the lip language of the head at the last moment. Suddenly, Tobirama realized something and raised the head in his hand, only then did he notice the subtle mockery at the corner of Shenyu's mouth. Tobirama's heart was shaken violently. The next second, the head melted along with the raindrops, and the flesh and blood turned transparent, instantly turning into a large pool of clear water, which leaked out from the gaps between the fingers of the door. Tobirama looked down and saw that the headless corpse had liquefied into water and merged into the earth. The previous bloodstains also disappeared without a trace, completely dissolved in the puddle. Water, clone technique. His face turned pale and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. Before he showed up, he had actually been watching for a while, but he couldn't figure out Shenyu's purpose, so he quietly lurked around. Therefore, there was no way Shenyu could perform the water clone technique in front of him. This guy has always been just a water clone. Similar to the shadow clone, it only has 10% of the original body's power and cannot be too far away from the original body. However, the water clone's abilities are enhanced in water. This means that his true self is in. Not good. Tobirama realized something belatedly and was immediately filled with shock and anger. He did not care about his subordinates around him and directly launched the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing on the spot. Another part of the battlefield. This is a ruined land. Even though the heavy rain has washed away all the smoke and charring, the devastation is still there wherever you look. There are huge trees growing in disorder everywhere, and the land is bumpy and full of gullies, as if it was plowed roughly by a giant. There is no intact spot to be found. This is due to the disorderly crushing and destruction of the ground by the tree roots. A huge wooden Buddha, 100 feet tall, stands here, and opposite it, giant trees have intertwined roots and form several empty wooden dragons upwards, as if blocking something. However, the bodies of these wooden dragons had long been broken, the palms of the wooden Buddha had also been shattered, and the blocked objects had long disappeared. Above the wooden man's head, a young man in black stood gracefully with his hands behind his back. The moonlight was as cold as water, outlining his profound facial features. Strands of hair were seeping with water drops, hanging down his fair face. A pair of magnificent kaleidoscope eyes were flowing with faint light, adding a bit of dreaminess and haziness. Since the rain began, the nights have become somewhat chilly, and the thin layer of water vapor has intensified the feeling of cold. Brush. Senju Tobirama's figure appeared on the giant tree. The first thing he saw was the empty wooden dragon cage and the nonchalant young man. Thunderous rage suddenly filled his eyes. The nine-tail was gone. Even the technique he left on the nine tails disappeared. Have you been coming for the nine-tailed fox from the very beginning? He stared at Shenyu's back. If looks could kill, Shenyu would have died thousands of times already. Shenyu turned around leisurely, smiled and asked back, "Didn't you guess it too?" Tobirama's face turned pale and he uttered a cold humph. Shenyu was right. When Hashirama and Madara had their final battle, he, as the second in command of Konoha village, had already arranged a strategic countermeasure. In order to avoid being involved in the battle, he deliberately sent only Sarutobi Sasuke and a few senior ninjas to participate in the work of cleaning up the battlefield. In his heart, his eldest brother is invincible, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is invincible in the world. He led his trusted subordinates to guard the nine-tailed fox, waiting for the target while also wanting to broaden their horizons. This target is naturally Uchiha Shenyu. Tobirama has never forgotten him. Since that night 5 years ago, Tobirama has regarded him as the biggest threat to Konoha village besides Madara. As an old rival who had been playing games for many years, he had long expected that Madara would send out Kamiya to retrieve the nine tails. But he had been lying in ambush at Jiwei for a long time, but Shenyu never showed up. However, this did not make him panic. He decisively ordered his subordinates to rush to another battlefield to gather information. But what he didn't expect was that after seeing his father trapped, Sarutobi Hiruzen became so angry that he rushed out. Danzo, who was always cautious, let Uchiha Kagami take action first, and then he took advantage of the chaos to launch a sneak attack, and finally put his companions into danger. When Tobirama saw that his subordinates had not returned for a long time, he immediately said not good in his heart and teleported over using the Flying Thunder God seal on Hashirama's body. After that, he continued to be misled by Kanazawa, thinking that Kanazawa's target was Hashirama. Coupled with Kanazawa's provocation, his murderous intent had been accumulating for a long time, so he couldn't help but take action until he realized that he had fallen into a trap. There is always a loophole, Lord Tobirama. Shenyu winked at him. What I really didn't expect was that you could break the seal in such a short time and release the nine tails easily, but... The corner of Tobirama's eye twitched, and the future second Hokage took a deep breath and suppressed his anger into a gloomy and cold voice. You will die today. Chapter 32 The Art of Flying Thunder God. You will die today. As soon as the last word was pronounced, Tobirama disappeared. Shenyu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he moved, turned sideways, and tilted his head. All in one go, without the slightest hesitation. Bah! Blood spurted out from the right side of his face, and the burning pain made his face slightly distorted. Tobirama, holding a kunao in his hand, suddenly attacked him from the side without warning. Shenyu's reaction was extremely fast. He swung out his right hand quickly. The shadow of his arm was like a long whip. With a snap, he tightly grasped Tobirama's wrist. The force was so great that his kunao fell out of his hand. He tightly grasped Tobirama's wrist, and blue light spurted out from the palm of his other hand. Autumn dew turned into an ice-blue blade and pierced straight into Tobirama's heart. Brush! Tobirama's body disappeared again. Shenyu felt the air behind him move slightly, and a piercing chill rushed straight to the top of his head, but it was too late to turn back. His blood-red pupils looked back hurriedly in fear. The dim light was blinding. Tobirama grasped the kunao and gouged at his eyes fiercely. I got it! Tobirama's eyes were gloomy, and the tip of the kunao cut through the air, making a long, sharp, and piercing sound. Silently, the kunao stabbed into the air and Shenyu's body disappeared out of thin air, appearing 5 meters away in an instant. He staggered and almost fell. Almost. Shenyu's breathing was disordered, and even though he was out of danger, his eyes were still flashing with panic, like a vigilant cub. His right eye was almost blinded by Tobirama. However, compared to him, Tobirama's expression was more intriguing. Space-time ninjutsu? Your eye technique not only has the effect of recovery, it can also allow space movement. He frowned, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. Compared to Lord Tobirama, I'm still far behind. Shenyu pretended to be relaxed. Tobirama's expression returned to normal, and he spread his hands and said, "This place has long been engraved with the Flying Thunder God's mark by me. I can appear in any location. This is the cemetery I built specifically for you." Shenyu subconsciously scanned the surroundings, in the low grass, in the broken tree cracks, on the edge of the cracks in the ground, under the water, between the stone walls, on the rocks. Countless Flying Thunder God's marks came into his eyes, and Flying Thunder God's kunao were scattered on the battlefield, mixed in with the messy weapons. If he didn't search deliberately, it would be difficult to detect them. The moment he was distracted, Tobirama teleported in front of him again, and the kunao flashed a cold light. It was too late. In front of Senju Tobirama, Shenyu had no time to perform the instant body movement technique and could only activate the Heaven's Standing. His right pupil turned subconsciously, and he appeared out of thin air at the position where Tobirama was just now. From the perspective of an observer, the two people blurred for a moment in the heavy rain, and then switched positions in the blink of an eye. It was simply a magical skill. In addition to the teleportation, the wound on the right face has also disappeared. Can this pupil technique not only restore injuries, but also restore spatial positions? These positions are not random. Tobirama launched his attack while analyzing the battle. In a flash, he appeared in front of Shenyu again like a murderous ghost, and went straight for his right eye with a kunao. "You can't escape. I can teleport to any corner of this space." Puff! The kunao pierced his palm, blood splattered. Shenyu grabbed Tobirama's fist with his palm, and the tip of the blade stopped an inch in front of his eyeball. The cold light passed by, reflecting the delicate luster of jade on his kaleidoscope. "You didn't teleport away immediately? Is there a cooldown period or?" Tobirama narrowed his eyes. His attack this time seemed sharp, but based on the agility that Shenyu had shown in the past, he could easily predict his attack in advance and use his space-time pupil technique to jump away at the first moment. As soon as this thought came to mind, Shenyu disappeared instantly. With a swoosh, a shadow quietly appeared above the wooden man's head. This was the position of Shenyu about 3 minutes ago. The pupil technique of the left eye can be immune to my water escape technique, and the pupil technique of the right eye, is it time travel? Not only can it instantly return to the place it has been to before, but it can also restore its own health. However, it seems to have a cooling time of 1 second, and cannot be used continuously. Tobirama's mind was analyzing the information rapidly, his eyes were calm. Since he has not left this range, it means that the time he can go back is limited, about a few minutes. After just a few rounds of testing, he had almost figured out Shenyu's abilities. The moment Shenyu landed on the ground, he summoned Susanoo without hesitation. The ribs coiled, the arms grew, and the meridians quickly filled the gaps, converging into solid flesh and blood in the blink of an eye. The second-level Susanoo appeared in less than half a second. Its huge body stretched out freely in the cold moonlight, its lines looking solemn and tough. The half-giant clasped his hands together and condensed the oddly shaped weapon, but this time the gathering of chakra did not stop. With the filling of the rolling black air, the tail of the weapon suddenly lengthened and finally turned into a majestic spear. "Are you finally willing to use this trick?" Tobirama did not pursue him, but raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Susanoo swept across with its spear, and the tip of the spear drew a perfect circle in the rain. The arc was dark and deep, and it looked more like it had cut through space, leaving behind a dark void. Then, the arc suddenly shrank like a black hole, and then expanded with a bang. The powerful blow tore the earth apart like a passing storm. With Susanoo as the center, the ground cracked and flew away inch by inch. Broken wood and rain were picked up by the strong wind, following the arc to farther places. Even the wooden man and the huge wooden Buddha were swept away. Without Hashirama's blessing, these woods are no different from ordinary trees. When the impact slowly subsided, only bare earth was left in the original place. The giant trees, puddles, flying thunder god Konoha and marks were no longer there. The area within a radius of 1 kilometer was flattened by a single shot. A little away from Susanoo, the space was slightly distorted, and Tobirama's figure flashed again, but he did not continue to attack Kamiya. The moment he appeared, he threw the flying thunder god Konoha in his hand, but the target was not Shenyu, but an unrelated direction. The Konoha exploded into a puff of white smoke during its flight, and a second Tobirama appeared out of nowhere. He grabbed the Konoha, twisted his waist in mid-air, and threw it in a different direction. Whoosh! When the third Tobirama appeared, Shenyu frowned. In the dynamic vision of the Mangekyō Sharingan, the trajectory of the Konoha left a long straight line in the air, faintly surrounding himself. He had already seen through Tobirama's intention. With a flip of his wrist, 3 shurikens flew through the air and caught up with the flying thunder god Konoha in the blink of an eye. He was about to successfully intercept it. However, the fourth Tobirama appeared ahead of time. With a series of clanging sounds, he waved his Konoha to block all the shurikens. He took advantage of the situation to leap over and occupied the 4 corners of east, west, south and north with the remaining 3, surrounding Shenyu in the center. Call out! At this moment, a ray of red light shot up into the sky from in front of a door. Boo! Ha! Ha! 3 rays of light followed closely behind, piercing the sky like sky-high monkeys. The light beams connected with each other, extending out a deep red barrier that formed an encirclement and covered an area of 100 meters in radius. Linked Instant Shadow, Flying Thunder God, and 4 Red Yang Formation. The 4 Tobiramas shouted in unison. Shenyu's heart sank and a chill ran down his spine. He felt a strong blocking force from the shield. The air became heavy, his meridians became stagnant, and the chakra in his body became several levels slower and no longer functioned as smoothly as before. Chapter 33, Tobirama and Number 039, S Killing Move. It's not over yet. On the empty flat ground, Tobirama clapped his hands and shouted loudly. Summoning Technique, Impure World Reincarnation. Inside the 4 Red Yang Formation, hundreds of coffins rose from the ground and emerged one after another from the edge of the barrier. Smoke and dust rose up, and in a moment, they surrounded the black Susanoo in the center. Oh! Bang bang bang! The sound of coffin lids falling to the ground continued. In the thick smoke, hundreds of eerie figures were looming. When the moonlight approached, Kamiya of Susanoo could not help but frown. He saw pairs of scarlet Sharingans. 8 years ago, some Uchiha ninjas died on the battlefield. Tobirama stared at Shenyu in the red barrier, and a cold and mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Today, they will send you off. Buzz. The pitch-black slash tore through the earth and transformed into a beam of moonlight that swept across, slashing dozens of figures to death and smashing the coffins behind them to pieces. Susanoo shook his spear, and a black light burst out from the tip of the spear. With the force of sweeping away thousands of troops, he swung out a dark arc again. The powerful energy poured out again, sweeping and raging like a storm. Under this power that was comparable to a natural disaster, the filthy ones were as fragile as grass and mayflies, and were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. The arc was unstoppable, and the overwhelming force hit the barrier directly, causing a loud buzzing sound and creating layers of surging air waves. Shenyu narrowed his eyes slightly. The 4 Red Yang Formation was indeed a barrier technique that could only be cast by a cage-level powerhouse. It was so tough that even his second-level Susanoo's full-strength attack could not tear it apart. From the beginning to the end, he did not take Tobirama's impure world army seriously. The only thing that could really threaten him was the barrier in front of him. But the boundary wall expanded like an elastic body, and then slowly rebounded. Black light, accompanied by a huge amount of smoke and dust, erupted from the outlet above the head, and the lead grey clouds were dispersed. In that case, then we can only try the third order Susanoo. The kaleidoscope in Shenyu's right eye turned quietly, and his physical condition immediately returned to its peak. He could no longer remember how many times he had retraced his steps. This was the most times he had retraced his steps since his debut. Senju Tobirama is more difficult to deal with than the Nine Tails. However, these immortal cockroaches are really difficult to deal with. Dust slowly gathered, and the impure world beings that had just been crushed by Susanoo stood up again. As long as the caster did not untie them, they would be immortal. The most direct and effective way to deal with them is to control the caster to release the seal of the divine world. Or use yin-yang escape to directly attack their souls. The next best thing is to defeat them and seal them to restrict their movements. But the sealing technique is not something Shenyu is good at, and he doesn't even know anything about it. Those filthy people were extremely fast and rushed over fearlessly. Their dull and lifeless faces showed that their minds had been controlled. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. They formed seals one after another, and huge fireballs fell like cannonballs, shattering on the outside of Susanoo, sending out billowing thick smoke. Konoha stood confidently inside the Susanoo. Among ordinary ninjas, the second-level Susanoo was already considered an absolute defense. These ordinary ninjutsu could not hurt him at all. Ding! 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 Countless shurikens hit the half-giant's eyes, armpits, joints, and other parts, but to no avail. Shenyu didn't even bother to look. He swung his spear and dozens of people were swept into dust. He clapped his hands and smashed several guys who couldn't escape into the ground. Little devil, you have no mercy when it comes to killing your own kind. Outside the barrier, Tobirama's voice could be heard from afar. They were your comrades who fought alongside you. Look at their faces, and you have the heart to kill them. Shenyu sneered, Master Tobirama, it is too childish to attack their hearts. They have died long ago and are nothing but zombies now. Moreover, the spear was raised high, and surging energy accumulated like a tide. They died in your hands. Susanoo wielded two spears, smashed the spearheads into the ground, and suddenly slashed out, and a huge black crescent moon plowed the earth. The ground was cracked inch by inch and was as fragile as tofu, but the crescent moon did not break through the surface because there was a red boundary wall buried deep underground. Boom! The huge impact detonated below the surface, the earth exploded, rubble collapsed, and a deep pit with a radius of several dozen meters appeared in front of Susanoo. Nearly half of the impure world warriors were buried under earth and rocks. Tisk! Is the underground also covered by the barrier? Shenyu clenched his fists, a trace of annoyance flashing across his brows. At this moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a fish that had escaped the net. It was the impure world being who had just survived the slash. He had already invaded Shenyu and hit the outer wall of Susanoo with one palm. Shenyu was ready to ignore such a mindless attack, but his Mangekyō Sharingan suddenly caught a glimpse of imperceptible light, and it seemed as if something was stuck on the palm of the impure world man. Not good. Shenyu's gaze subconsciously focused on not only his palms, but also the armpits, ribs, inner thighs, and even the soles of the feet of the impure world people. These parts that are usually difficult to detect are all covered with detonating talismans. Shenyu's face changed, and he suddenly remembered the original intention of Tobirama to develop the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, that is. I succeeded, Tobirama smiled coldly, multiplying detonating talisman. Boom! A huge amount of white light instantly filled Shenyu's entire field of vision, and the human-shaped bomb exploded right in front of Shenyu. This is not over yet. As the detonating talismans explode, they also create more detonating talismans. This is an infinite explosion with a concentrated point. Boom boom boom. More impure world warriors rushed forward, they stuck tightly to Susanoo. Some of them took advantage of the situation to leap up and hugged Susanoo's arms tightly. The dark body of Susanoo glowed with red light, which were burning detonating tags. Boom! Boom! The thick flames filled the barrier in a few breaths. The barrier wall squirmed again and again with the sound of explosions, and billowing burnt smoke poured out like a volcanic eruption. Beams of flames burst out from the top of the barrier, transforming into burning wings and soaring in the dark sky. The dazzling white light shone through the barrier, making the area within a radius of several hundred meters as bright as day. The light illuminated Tobirama's red eyes, but it could not illuminate the deep gloom in his eyes. The attack in front of him was extremely powerful. With so many detonating tags exploding continuously, the four red yang formation suppressed the flow of chakra and could contain the impact, making the power of the explosion more concentrated. Coupled with the characteristics of the impure world reincarnation, the human bombs attacked non-stop. As long as there were enough detonating tags and he, the caster, did not call for a stop, the offensive could even continue forever. This is not a battle at all, but a different kind of torture. Tobirama is so confident that even Uchiha Madara would be in trouble if trapped in this barrier. But he was not sure he could kill Shenyu. He knew that Shenyu had the ability to go back in time. Although he could not determine the maximum time range he could go back to, in this all-round, non-stop explosion, even if he went back he would not have enough time. But Shenyu still has his left eye. 5 years ago, ever since Shenyu ignored his water escape and cut his shadow clone in half with a single strike, he had deduced the ability of Shenyu's left eye's Mangekyō. Adapt. A simple explosive attack may seem fierce, but it will take some time to break through Susanoo. He is also not sure whether Shenyu can successfully adapt to the damage of the explosive talisman in such a short time. Thinking of this, he immediately mobilized a group of impure world warriors to evacuate the center of the explosion slightly, ran to the edge of the barrier, and released 5 types of ninjutsu. Wind release, wind cut technique. Fire release, the art of fire dragon. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Lightning release, thunder tiger kill. Dozens of ninjas took their positions, spitting out 5 levels of Dalian bullets from their mouths one after another, blending into the explosion. Even if they were affected by the explosion, they would seal their bodies as soon as possible, with wind roaring, thunder and water surging, and fire appearing. Countless ninjutsu would directly submerge Susanoo. Chapter 34 The Great Transfer. Boom boom boom. Inside the 4 red yang formation, the explosions continued to soar into the sky. Hateful. Inside the black Susanoo, Shenyu gritted his teeth, and his pair of Mangekyō were spinning like windmills. Blood kept oozing out of his eye sockets and disappearing in an instant, repeating this process second after second. He tried to upgrade Susanoo to the 3rd level. That continuous concentrated targeted blast was no mere talk. If he didn't try hard to maintain his Susanoo, it would be broken in just 3 seconds. As long as chakra is continuously supplied, Susanoo will not collapse. With a hum sound, a burst of black gas surged out of the huge half-body Susanoo, wrapping its entire body like a cloak, forming a vague prototype of armor, but it suddenly collapsed when the armor was about to take shape, and the 2nd level Susanoo returned to its original state. This unbearable feeling of stagnation is as distressing as not being able to sneeze. The 4 red yang formation is indeed worthy of its reputation. It suppresses me to this extent. I can't use the Krotengu Susanoo, nor can I use the divine weapon. Shenyu put his palms together to adjust his internal breath, trying to get his sluggish meridians moving again. No, I've tried so many times, but I just can't do it. Continuous explosions will last for a long time. If so, the timeline of the retrospective cannot be refreshed. I only have 2 minutes left. Once this time passes, I will die. Even if I use Magic Hollow to adapt to the explosion, I can't deal with the 5 elements Great Link before my chakra is exhausted. Damn Tobirama, this is not a solution. Shenyu looked around, through the inner wall of Susanoo, at the dazzling flames outside, and the faces of zombies that were repeatedly destroyed in the explosions. Change strategy, get rid of these zombies first. Any ninjutsu has its shortcomings. These guys were too far away from me before, but now they are gathering around me. Shenyu has decided on a response plan to deal with this group of impure world reincarnation guys. Although he does not know the sealing technique, he still has another killer move. If something is indestructible, it must be fought with something indestructible. Relax, relax, the principles of the techniques are the same, you just need to switch the properties of the chakra and you can do it. He adjusted his breathing and began to form seals with his hands slowly and accurately. The heavy chakra began to flow slowly along a specific route. Zi, Zhou, Su. Noon. Shenyu crossed his hands and used his 2 index fingers to form an arch bridge. This ninjutsu ended with the Noon seal, which was placed vertically in front of his chest. Fire escape, fire extinguishes. He took a deep breath, then opened his mouth and exhaled. The pitch-black flames surged out like a mountain torrent. Shenyu turned his body, allowing the black flames to sweep in all directions, covering all the impure world beings except Susanoo. In an instant, the surroundings turned into a black sea of fire, and even the explosion became fuel for the Amaterasu fire. Call. Under the extremely high temperature, the filthy ones turned into ashes one after another. Even if they condensed their bodies again, they would be swallowed up by the flames in the blink of an eye. This flame, for the first time, truly achieved eternal burning. When the explosion stopped, Shenyu let out a long sigh. His eyes grew colder, and a burst of black air appeared, and the Yasaka Megatama reappeared. Whoosh whoosh! Dozens of Megatama were scattered one after another, blasting the ninja who released the 5 elements great range bomb in the distance into pieces. The Megatama was surrounded by the black flames of Amaterasu, which were indistinguishable from the pitch-black Megatama. Soon, those peripheral ninjas also turned into nutrients for the black flames. Shenyu's eyes focused. He noticed that when Amaterasu spread to the boundary wall, it stopped expanding and was instead bounced back. The barrier technique and sealing technique are indeed extraordinary. They can even suppress the flame escape. 1 second has passed, and Shenyu is ready to activate Tianji Chongli again to refresh his 5 minutes of invincible time. But at this moment, a hand pressed on the outer wall of Susanoo again. Thousand Hands Tobirama. Kana, Uchiha Kamaya. Tobirama's face was very pale, and his deep eye sockets made his eyes look even more fierce. In just a moment, Shenyu saw his face clearly. It was a hideous and thin face. 2 black vertical lines extended downward from the blank diamond mark between his eyebrows, spreading all over his body, and wrapped around his hands and feet like ribbons. So, before he could be surprised, the huge half-giant disappeared suddenly, including the divine feathers inside, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye, leaving only black flames burning around. After succeeding, Tobirama did not jump out of the barrier immediately. He threw hundreds of flying thunder god kunao in all directions, and a kunao slipped out of his sleeve, ready for battle. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from here, in an unknown sea area. Crack! Crack! Click! Click! Shenyu heard some crisp shattering sounds for the first time. This is the sound of Susanoo cracking. The sound was like a huge bell, loud and melodious, which immediately woke his dizzy brain. This was the closest he had ever been to death, but the instinct he developed from years of fighting saved his life. The moment he regained consciousness, he subconsciously shrank his body and released a huge amount of chakra to maintain Susanoo. It's so dark and cold, I can't see anything. He tried his best to open his eyes wide, but it was pitch black all around, as if he was swallowed by a black hole. He could only vaguely sense a floating and sinking feeling. An extremely salty smell hit him in the face, almost cutting his nasal cavity. Crack! In less than a second, his Susanoo split again. What? This crisp sound came from all directions, time seemed to have slowed down, and even the sound of cracking was crushed and long, which showed that Susanoo was still facing powerful attacks from all directions without blind spots. Shenyu broke out in a cold sweat. It was hard for him to imagine what kind of attack he was suffering from. Calm down, calm down. I still have time. Shenyu desperately activated Tianji Chongli to recall his current state while calming his mind. At the last moment, Tobirama teleported over and slapped me. Then I felt a strange dizziness. Yes, this feeling cannot be wrong. I must have been teleported away by him using Flying Thunder God. Endless darkness, crushing without blind spots, not even a soul within 100 miles, and this faint fishy smell, this freezing cold temperature. Apart from the endless deep sea, I can't guess there is any other place. He actually wants to kill me with the pressure of the deep sea. Almost in an instant, he wanted to use his pupil technique to teleport back. He tried desperately to suppress the thought. Since Tobirama knew about his space-time eye technique, he could naturally expect that he had a way to teleport back. At this time, he must be waiting for him where he was. As soon as he showed his head, no matter where he appeared, he believed that what would fall on him the next moment would not be raindrops, but Tobirama's kunao. Tianji Chongli is not really invincible. Even if you choose Susanoo to teleport back with you, there is no guarantee that Tobirama will not appear inside Susanoo at the same time. That old fox must have rearranged the Flying Thunder God technique on the spot. The next 1 second of cooling time is enough for him to kill himself several times. But if he doesn't leave, sooner or later he will be crushed into a meat patty by the pressure of the deep sea. When he thought of this, Shenyu's breathing became a little disordered, and he couldn't help but feel scared by Tobirama's wisdom and series of methods. Master Madara, this is going to be bad. Hashirama is known as the god of ninja by the world. If Tobirama must also be deified, then Kamiya would like to call him the god of conspiracy. Heh. Shenyu hugged his arms, and the biting cold invaded his limbs and bones. He is now like a little white mouse in a container. The only thing he can do is to try his best to maintain the strength of the container. But this is undoubtedly drinking poison to quench thirst. He can only wait for death in the following time. For the first time in his life, he truly felt a deep sense of helplessness. Damn, this is fucked up. In fact, after he released the outer 9 tails, he had a short period of time to escape. Even if there were pursuers following him, even if Tobirama Senju was chasing him, he could still leave calmly. The reason why he obediently fell into the trap set by Tobirama and the reason why he entangled with Tobirama for so long were just part of his plan. Madara's words inexplicably flashed through my mind. You can't become a strong person just by relying on poor intelligence to fight. If you can't kill the enemy on first sight with this kind of fighting style, you will definitely suffer a great loss in the next battle. The sea water was icy cold and his lips were trembling. Even though he was about to lose consciousness, the endless darkness could crush a person's will. No. Shenyu slowly clenched his fist. In the deep sea without a trace of light, his gaze suddenly became firm, and the kaleidoscope was spinning quietly. I can still adapt to the deep sea. Chapter 35 I1. The sudden rain has just stopped, the night wind is moist, and every breath feels cool. Senju Tobirama was holding a kunao, his body was tense, slightly bent, his eyes were sharp and alert, like a tiger ready to pounce. He maintained this state for a long time, at least more than half an hour. Around him, densely packed Flying Thunder God kunao were scattered in various positions, the Amaterasu black flame had long been burned out, and the 4 red yang formation that was shooting straight into the sky was nowhere to be seen. At midnight, the air was pleasantly quiet, with only the cool night breeze blowing gently. Tobirama! A shout disturbed the silence. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Tobirama's eyes moved, and he saw a figure approaching rapidly in the distance. Although he had already seen the man's face clearly, he still activated his detection to sense the man's chakra, and then he let down his guard slightly. It's Suzuki. he said in a hoarse voice, looking exhausted. Tobirama, the battle over there is over. The method used by that cat transformer was too strange. I was unable to stop it. It's okay, it's just a summoned beast, it doesn't pose a threat. Tobirama ordered, a gloomy smile crossing his lips. Let the Hyuga, Ino, Deer, and Joe clans all retreat back to the village. That Wuming has not shown up. Haha, this guy Madara has hidden her very well. I've asked my son to do it. Sarutobi Sasuke landed beside Tobirama, glanced at the kunao scattered all over the ground, and said, that brat hasn't been killed yet. As he spoke, he suddenly became alert and drew the long knife from his back. Who knows? Tobirama let out a long sigh, his face extremely pale. The four red yang formation consumed too much of his chakra. Let's withdraw. He probably won't teleport back again. Is he still alive? Sasuke was very suspicious. If everyone attacks together, the chances of winning will be greater. Tobirama shook his head. It's useless. He has probably mastered spiritual transformation. In front of that move, numbers won't give us any advantage. Our people will be killed like random soldiers. Besides, that kid's pupil technique is very strange. I can't let him adapt to the secret techniques of other families. You should understand, right? In the village now, apart from my eldest brother, only you and I are confident of dealing with him. Tobirama said, and he made a seal to remove the markings on his body. He did not have as much chakra as Hashirama, and in order to deal with Kamiya, he even flipped through the classics and spent 3 years to develop this forbidden technique that can store chakra. Sasuke nodded silently. After a while, he said, if he is not dead, he will definitely come back for revenge. Upon hearing this, Tobirama said, his ability allows him to teleport back to the track he left in space within a certain period of time, and repair any damage to his body. I moved him to the deep sea. I have been guarding here for a long time to prevent him from doing this. Deep sea. Sasuke was shocked after hearing this. You can actually leave a space mark in a place like that. My kunao is specially made. It is made of deep sea black iron. It is extremely dense. It is small, but it weighs 1,000 pounds. Tobirama said, 2 years ago, I dropped it into the sea. Now I sense its spatial coordinates. It is about 20,000 meters away from the sea surface. That depth is absolutely beyond the reach of human beings. Sasuke couldn't help but shudder. I'm not sure whether he is dead or not. He may be buried in the deep sea, or... Tobirama looked up, his eyes becoming distant, survived and became a real monster. Sasuke looked around again, looking at the huge crack on the stone wall and the messy, bumpy ground, and couldn't help but take a breath. To me, he is already a monster now. The North Sea, the country of iron. The moon was high in the sky was filled with stars, the sea was surging, and huge waves were hitting the rocks one after another, splashing white water. Suddenly, with a pop sound, a young figure leaped out from the sea at such a fast speed that he was like a rising missile and shot high into the night sky. He cut off the huge waves and stretched his body under the full moon. The moonlight was cold and cast a layer of inviolable holy light around him. The young man landed gracefully on the ground, his toes lightly tapping the surface of the sea, causing a circle of light ripples to spread out. No matter how surging the waves are, once you get close to the water, it becomes as calm as a gurgling stream, as if a naughty child sees his teacher and instantly becomes silent, without causing any waves. He had a handsome face, beautiful eyes, black hair swaying in the wind, and a pair of blood-red kaleidoscope eyes that were as bright as glass, reflecting a translucent glow. It's Shenyu. At this moment, his upper body was naked, his skin was as white as jade, and his slightly bulging muscles were as refined as magic iron. Under the hazy moonlight, he emitted a misty halo, as if he was wrapped in a layer of crystal-clear water film. Shenyu looked at his hands, put his 5 fingers together and clenched his fists, feeling the surging blood in his body and the tremendous power that was about to burst out, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. I won! A life and death crisis can really inspire a person's potential. Flying Thunder God's adaptation progress is just a little bit short. The main reason why the previous battle with Tobirama was so dangerous was that he had not adapted to all the damage from Tobirama. The Mako Luo running at full power has been doing one thing from beginning to end. Adapt, Flying Thunder God technique. He had a vague intuition that if Tobirama could perform Flying Thunder God in front of him again, he would immediately adapt to this divine space-time ninjutsu. It's not like there's nothing to gain. He shook his wet hair and looked at his smooth upper body with a slightly strange expression. Oh no, I'm the king of the sea. He succeeded. He successfully adapted to the deep sea and the nature of natural water. Moreover, this is the result after secondary optimization. As soon as he decided not to sit and wait for death, he activated Magic Hollow with all his strength, so that part of the sea water shot in from the broken Susanoo, piercing his body in an instant, leaving it full of holes. Pft! Pft! Extreme pain also stimulates potential abilities. While adapting to the sea water, he was also able to withstand more damage. In the end, he even let go of Susanoo and just returned to his own state. Gaba! Gaba! Bones shattered, flesh and blood blurred, and then recovered in the next second. His bones and muscles were reconnected again and again, his blood dyed the sea red, and pain and rebirth were like 2 sharp blades, ravaging his body and mind, destroying and rebuilding them over and over again. After repeating this several times, Shenyu finally adapted to the deep sea under the extreme pressure on the brink of life and death. During the first optimization, he grew gills, and the sea water was no longer salty. Even when he was at the bottom of the sea where he couldn't see his hand in front of him, he could breathe freely as if he were breathing air. His body was strengthened beyond imagination. The bones and flesh are extremely tough, and even the skin is glowing with a crystal-like luster. The seemingly thin body contains the power of a giant beast. Every cell in his body is extremely strong and solid as a rock. It can even adjust the internal air pressure according to the external pressure. Neither the corrosion of seawater nor the terrifying water pressure can hurt him at all. The circulatory system is upgraded, the heart pumps slowly and powerfully, like a divine drum from a distant heaven, and the body always maintains a constant temperature. The evolution of his body from the inside out made him immune to all damage from seawater, and even allowed him to adapt to sudden changes in temperature and ignore the coldness of the sea. Webbed fingers grew, providing the ability to swim. In addition, his eyes have also evolved, greatly enhancing his vision in the dark and deep water, and can automatically adjust the viewing distance according to the light intensity. This allows him to see thousands of meters deep in the sea, and even see the deepest part of the trench. During the second optimization, his gills and webbed feet disappeared, and his external features that were different from humans returned to their original state, replaced by all the acupuncture points in his body were opened, and he used the largest organ in his body to breathe, his skin. It absorbs oxygen through its pores and then excretes waste water. Its cells can control the process of gas passing through the cell membrane, consciously absorbing oxygen from the water, and only absorbing oxygen. He has increased his affinity for water and can subconsciously control water molecules within a certain range outside his body surface. He can manipulate them to maintain a stable density and water wave vibrations and control the speed of the water flow with great care and precision. This is a completely natural reaction, similar to how human skin contracts when exposed to cold and dilates pores when exposed to heat. This allows him to move freely in the water flow resistance and strong water pressure on the seabed, which is much better than using flippers to perform simple muscle exercises. Not only that, when his attention is focused on controlling water, he can control water molecules in a larger range. Within the domain, he is the master of water and controls the authority of the ocean. Even in this deep sea, it is easy to control the water flow backwards and create a stable spherical vacuum zone out of thin air. In addition, he has also evolved a perception ability. His chakra can be diffused in the form of high-frequency waves and then recovered, and he can obtain information about the surrounding environment through body perception. Now, he is like a human radar, and can even detect changes in molecular density within a certain range. Combined with soul perception, he can see every detail within a radius of 10 kilometers, and he will not collide with obstacles due to high-speed movement. By this point, he had completely adapted to the seabed. He was also able to catch his breath and took the opportunity to search in the sea. Finally, he found a severely deformed flying thunder god Konoha in a coral. Looking at the flying thunder god technique on it, he tore it apart without saying a word and then returned to the surface of the sea. Shenyu lowered his head and looked at his white and shiny palms. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate his skin. Endless power was silently transmitted along his muscles and meridians. As the owner of Mako Luo, he quickly adapted to this exponentially increasing power. The light in his eyes was completely restrained, and his breathing was steady and long. With his current physical condition, he has the confidence to compete with Hashirama in person, but he can't get rid of that strange expression. Although becoming stronger is a good thing, but, am I still considered a human now? Chapter 36 Poseidon Body Kamnobi Bridge, Underground Base. Uchiha Guang sat cross-legged on the bed in the secret room with his eyes closed, trying to divert his attention by refining chakra, but he couldn't concentrate after trying several times. He simply opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, the ground shook slightly and a heavy noise came from the stone gate. Guang trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes immediately regained their spirit. She jumped off the bed quickly, and like a kitten, she ran to the gate of the base in 3 or 2 steps. Madara! Madara-sama! Uchiha Madara stood at the entrance of the base, leaning against the wall. His long hair was haggard and limp, covering his face. His face was as pale as paper. His black clothes were tattered and he looked very embarrassed. However, what concerns Guang the most is: Lord Madara, what's wrong with your eyes? She squinted and moved closer, only then could she see Madara's face clearly. One of his eyeballs had turned completely white. It was a kind of empty, pure white, not the grayish-white pupils of the Hyuga clan. Madara's eye looked as if the pupil and the white of the eye were fused together, and it looked eerie. Some unexpected situations occurred, but, fortunately the plan was successful. Madara said weakly, adjusting his breathing slightly, I can still afford this price. He took something out of his arms and carefully spread out his palm. He could see clearly that it was a small piece of meat, which contained extremely rich Yangtun chakra and looked bloody. Looking at the piece of meat in his hand, Madara moved the corners of his mouth and pulled out a tragic and victorious smile. The piece of this world will eventually be created by me. Just like in the original time and space, he did not really die. Before fighting with Hashirama, he secretly kept something in reserve. He preset Izanagi in his Sharingan. This is one of the Uchiha clan's ultimate eye techniques, which can transform unfavorable things that happen to them within a period of time into illusions, and only choose things that are beneficial to them to become reality. This is the real art of rewriting destiny. Even the reality of death can be changed. It is a terrifying eye technique that can make oneself invincible. The price is, after activation, one of the caster's Sharingan will inevitably go blind. Madara used Izanagi to fake his death and survived at the cost of blinding one eye. When he woke up slowly, he found himself in a secret room in Konoha, and the guys in Konoha did not bury him obediently. He sat up and spat out a piece of meat from his mouth. It was the piece of meat he had bitten off when Hashirama was not paying attention, and it was also the ultimate purpose of his trip. He gasped for breath and slowly regained his composure, while the resentment in his heart surged up like a tide. I didn't expect that I would be defeated by Hashirama. He quickly cheered up, escaped from the secret room of Konoha village, and quickly returned to the base according to the preset retreat route. Madara-sama, where's Kenba? Guang lightly walked around Ban and looked behind him. Not seeing anyone, she lay down at the stone gate again, peeking out like a meerkat, her beautiful eyes narrowed into a slit, sparkling. He didn't come back with me. Madara glanced at her and walked towards the base step by step. Don't worry, that guy won't be killed easily. Ah, good. Guang's heart seemed to skip a beat and he quickly closed the stone door. If Madara-sama said he's fine, then he must be fine. In the face of Guang's worries, Madara acted calmly and he was very confident in Shenyu. From Madara's point of view, Kamaya's eye technique also has the ability of time and space, which is enough to compete with Tobirama's flying thunder god technique. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, it is not difficult to escape. Moreover, after leaving Konoha village, he specifically checked the aura of the Nine Tails and found that the summoning contract had not been terminated, which indicated that Shenyu had completed the mission. Madara turned his head and looked at Guang with his single eye. Go and make preparations. We will start transplanting Hashirama's cells immediately. Iron Country. The blue sea is surging, fish are swimming under the surface, colorful seaweed are blooming, and faint spots of light are projected down, swimming along with the waves. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by and instantly tore the sea surface. It was difficult to see what it was. It was simply a high-speed cruising torpedo. Countless bubbles gathered into a straight trajectory, splitting the swimming fish and seaweed like a sword, and then slowly dissipated. A few breaths later, a huge wave roared in, smashing all the corals into pieces like a bomb. Shenyu was swimming freely in the sea. At this moment, he did not suppress his strength at all. He just used his new abilities and completely immersed himself in the pleasure brought by the high-speed sailing. After the second optimization of Mako Luo, his swimming style has become extraordinary and controlling water has become an instinct. When moving, he would subconsciously control the density of water molecules around his body, putting himself in a thin molecular bubble, and use the compressed water flow to propel himself forward in the ocean, compressing the water behind him and softening the water in front of him. The role of his muscles was limited to adjusting the course, and he would not be exhausted by moving at high speed. It is no exaggeration to say that his current swimming speed far exceeds that of all marine creatures. Shenyu has roughly estimated that his current fastest speed is almost 60 times the speed of sound. Aquaman is not bad. This thought popped into his mind. He spread out his hands, and moved sideways like a ghost, and in a flash he turned into a backstroke. The dark reefs flashed past almost close to his nose. Ha 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 ha! I'm not a human anymore! Shenyu shouted excitedly and danced with joy, but unexpectedly, the sea water poured into his mouth, choking and producing countless bubbles. Swimming at high speed, he reached the land in less than 5 minutes. But for some reason, someone wandered aimlessly in the sea for a few hours. Sleeping in the trench. Breathing with dolphins. Dancing on the back of a blue whale. Throw the killer whale into the sky. Pushing the turtle to rush. After playing for a long time, they swam towards the land reluctantly. Pass. He jumped out of the water like a cannonball, turned freely 720 degrees in the air, did 2.5 flips in the air, and landed on the ground in an extremely standard and perfect posture, with his knees slightly bent, his hands raised straight, his eyes slightly closed, and a proud smile on his face. Please give me your scores, judges! He shouted passionately, still immersed in his own world like a madman. With a clang, an old man who was working in the sea on the shore dropped his shovel into his hands and it landed at his feet. With an embarrassed look on his face, he quickly bent down and picked it up. Shenyu opened his eyes and his old face turned red. He really didn't expect that it was already early in the morning and someone would get up so early to go fishing. Chapter 37, The Spiritual Beast is Used When Fang Hun Shao. The old man was wearing a straw raincoat, a bamboo hat, and a thick winter coat underneath. Shenyu then realized that the temperature in the air was extremely low, and just his exhalation brought up a large cloud of white mist. young man, why are you wearing so little in such a cold day? The old man spoke first, staring at Shenyu's bare upper body, and was immediately stunned. Normally, such a thin body would have been frozen blue and purple, but the boy's skin was still white and rosy, and even emitted a faint heat. I accidentally tore my clothes when I went fishing in the sea. Shenyu scratched his head and came to the old man. Old man, do you have any extra clothes? Can you lend them to me? His clothes had long been torn to pieces by the powerful water arrows, along with his tool bag, purse, supply bag, and dry food, which were crushed in the deep sea. His physique as strong as that of sea god makes him able to withstand severe cold and scorching heat, but the Iron Kingdom is located in a very cold place, and it is really not good to be seen naked by ordinary people in such a cold weather. He doesn't like being treated as an alien. The old man hesitated and said, I don't have any extra clothes. There is indeed a straw raincoat in the cabin, but... Shenyu saw the old man's dilemma and immediately said with a smile, don't worry, I won't take your clothes for nothing. How about this, I'll exchange something with you. This. The old man raised his hand, thinking about how to politely refuse, but he didn't expect that the young man in front of him had turned around, jumped into the sea in front of him. Pfft! The waves rolled, creating white foam that covered all traces. This. The old man was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. He had never seen such a person in his entire life. Not to mention that you are very young and can jump dozens of meters high. The tide is about to recede, and he actually dares to go into the sea at this time. He was not shocked for too long. After just a dozen seconds, Shenyu jumped out of the sea, landed from midair in the same posture, and stood in front of the old man. Call! The wind was howling and water was splashing. The old man hurriedly stepped back, squinting his eyes tightly. Even his hat was blown away. I'll trade this fish with you. Shenyu smiled and threw a big round fish next to the old man. This is... A faint fishy smell wafted into the old man's nose, and he moved closer doubtfully. Suddenly, his cloudy eyes lit up. Bluefin tuna. My goodness, where did you catch this? Didn't you see it just now? Shenyu didn't look back and pointed to the sea behind him. I have only seen this fish once, and it was brought back by my son. It is said to live thousands of meters below the sea surface, and only the ninjas from the land of water have the ability to catch it. Shenyu folded his hands and raised his chin. Do you like it? Change your raincoat. Oh, this is too expensive. Should I change it? Change. Shenyu took the raincoat with a smile, and to express his gratitude, the old man also gave him a bamboo hat. Shenyu turned and left, using the cover of the jungle to form seals with his hands. Psychic. The white smoke dissipated, and a slender tabby cat appeared in front of him. Hiss, it's so cold, meow. The ninja cat shook off the snowflakes on his body and grinned. Zuzu, go back and tell Poka to summon me back to the cat house. I can't do it, Naya. Poka's not here. What? Shenyu was surprised. Where else can it go if it's not in the cat house? I don't know. Zisuk shook his head. Where's Tachibana Maru? Tachibana Maru was just called away by Uchiha Hikari yesterday, and is now in the cooling off period, Naya. Okay. Shenyu said casually, then go back and send me back to the cat house. Foolish Shenyu, have you forgotten that the time for spiritual communication is fixed? Zisuk jumped onto the tree trunk and licked the snowflakes on his paw pads. You summoned me once, and the next summon will be 3 days later. We cannot communicate with each other during this period. Ah! Shenyu covered his face, feeling hopeless, which means I can only walk back by myself. Chinjui Shinobi Cat Zisuk raised a paw. No, buddy. Shenyu's eyes widened. You didn't do anything, so what do you want for reward? I'll help you keep the secret and not let other ninja cats know, meow. Zisuk showed his human cunning, or does Shenyu no longer care about his own information? Shenyu's face turned dark, and he twitched his mouth in frustration, then threw a fish to it. As you can see, I'm very poor now. I'll use this to pay off my debts first. Shenyu circled in front of it and showed off his raincoat. With a pop, Zisuk threw the fish away angrily. It's like this again. A few minutes later, the old man who was pouring salt on the beach turned around and saw that the young man had returned. Old man, let me ask you one more thing. Do you know how to get to the Fire Country? Just tell me the general direction. The Iron Kingdom has a cold climate and is covered with snow all day long. The further west you go, the lower the temperature. Fortunately, Shenyu was wearing a straw raincoat, so even though his chest was bare inside, no one could see it under the cover of heavy snow. According to the old man, the place where he landed happened to be the easternmost coast of the Iron Kingdom. If he wanted to return to the Fire Kingdom, he had to go all the way west, pass through the capital, and cross the entire country. It is a long journey to the capital, with countless mountains along the way. The mountains are stacked up and covered with deep forests. Coupled with the cold climate, the road conditions are really worrying for ordinary people. Even the fastest horse would take several days and nights to reach its destination. But for Shenyu, this is not a problem, he just needs a direction. The ninja's way of traveling is simple and crude. They only rely on their two legs, and they can easily cross mountains and rivers. To ordinary people, ninjas are all superpowered beings. Their speed can easily surpass that of any beast. When moving at full speed, they are simply human high-speed trains. They are not afraid of any terrain restrictions. In addition, they consume little physical energy. One grain pill can support them to run for 3 days and 3 nights. So Shenyu concentrated on following the direction the old man pointed and ran silently for a whole day. But all he could see was snow, which meant he had not left the Iron Kingdom at all. You know, before he became the Poseidon body, his normal speed had already reached Mach 12, and now it has been increased to a terrifying Mach 30, which has exceeded his original speed when he opened the second shoe gate. Although it is not as fast as in the water, it is enough to make most ninjas far behind. Logically speaking, it won't take long to cross the Iron Kingdom. He sensed something was wrong and looked for a nearby village. After asking around, he found out that he was still wandering around the east of the Iron Kingdom. That's impossible. Is that old man lying to me? Or is he giving me the wrong direction? He asked more than a dozen people for directions, and after seeing that the directions pointed by these locals were the same, he finally smiled with relief. After one night. What? Where do you think this is? Chapter 38, Am I directionally challenged? Where is this? The country of Iron, a small town in the east. Machino village. The woman looked panicked and was frightened by the young man in front of her. Impossible. I was clearly going in their direction, without turning a single corner. When I encountered rocks blocking the road, I just crashed through them. Why am I still spinning in circles? Shenyu became a little agitated and began to speak incoherently. He was still wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat. His handsome face was slightly distorted, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked incredulous. Well, my baby is producing milk. The woman really didn't want to provoke this psychopath, so she made an excuse and slipped away. Outside the quiet town, Shenyu stood alone in the snow, looking up at the sky, the falling snow reflected in his pupils. The cold wind was howling, and Shenyu finally revealed an expression of despair. Could it be that I am a person with poor direction? No. Since I'll get lost if I follow a fixed direction, I'll just randomly choose a direction and walk around. After one day, Shenyu collapsed helplessly on a glacier, lying on his back with his arms and legs spread out, looking resigned to his fate. He even threw his hat aside and let the snowflakes cover his body bit by bit. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? The ground was freezing cold, but it couldn't overcome the chill in my heart. Ah, it turns out I really have a poor sense of direction. Ha 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 ha. I have a poor sense of direction. Ha 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 ha. He was crazy for a while, then felt inexplicably sleepy. He simply closed his eyes, used the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed, and fell into a deep sleep. Anyway, considering his current physical condition, it would be an insult to describe him as invulnerable to swords and guns. If there were any foraging beasts that didn't mind him gnashing their teeth, it would be great if they could swallow him whole. Maybe they could even take him away from the Iron Kingdom. After an unknown amount of time, the ice surface shook slightly, waking up Shenyu. He opened his clear and flawless eyes and found that his body was covered with a layer of snow 3 fingers thick. He immediately sat up straight and shook off all the snow on his raincoat. He put on his hat again and looked in a certain direction. A few thousand meters away, a team of dozens of people stepped onto the glacier and rushed towards this side from afar. There were 5 carriages, 12 horses, 26 men, and 11 women outside the carriages. At the head and tail of the team were 2 fully armed warriors, wearing silver-layered armor, with 2 swords hanging from their waists, who were looking around vigilantly. It looks like a caravan. The carriage is empty, which means they have already unloaded the goods and completed the transportation mission. Shenyu withdrew his gaze, and a hint of excitement flashed across his face. Ever since his eyes evolved, even without activating the Sharingan, his vision has surpassed the Hyuga family's Byakugan. Although it does not have the ability to see through things, its ability to observe clearly is not much different. Now, he can easily focus thousands of meters away, and everything is clearly visible in his eyes, including every tire track, every snowflake, and even the moles on the faces of everyone in the caravan. His excellent mental power allows him to receive and process this information effortlessly. No matter what environment he is in, his eyes can automatically adjust to the changes in humidity and refractive index. Even at night, it is as bright as day in his eyes. After all, these are a pair of eyes that can see into the trenches. About 10 minutes later, the caravan slowly approached, and the leading warrior discovered Shenyu. Stop! He raised his hand high, and his rough and loud voice echoed on the glacier. The warrior approached step by step, stopped a few meters in front of Shenyu, and shouted, "Who is in front? Tell me your name." "Uncle." Shenyu showed an expression of having survived a disaster. Although it was an act, tears welled up in his eyes for some reason. "Uncle, can you give me a ride?" His purpose was simple. Since he was a person with poor directions, instead of taking a stupid detour, he might as well follow the locals. The warrior narrowed his eyes and saw that under the bamboo hat was the face of a handsome young man. The boy has red lips, white teeth, clear eyes, and is as handsome as a girl. His pleading tone, coupled with his touching eyes, can't help but make people feel sympathetic. However, his instinct as a warrior made him suppress his emotions. "You haven't answered my question yet." The warrior put his hands on the hilt of the sword. "Uncle, don't kill me." Shenyu quickly got up and patted the ice and snow on his pants. "I am a fisherman. This morning, I followed my grandfather to the town to deliver fish. Unexpectedly, the snowstorm was so strong, and this old deng. My grandfather didn't even know that I fell off the car. Uncle, I'm so scared. Where on earth is this place?" As he spoke, Shenyu began to wipe away his tears, and he looked so pitiful that it didn't seem like he was pretending at all. The warrior's vigilance weakened a little, but his hand on the hilt of the knife did not move away. "What's your grandfather's name?" "Miyamoto Musashi." Shenyu answered immediately, and the name came out of his mouth without thinking. "Where is your house?" "Makinomura." "Your name?" "Miyamoto, Konoha." "Well, it seems that he is indeed a lost child." Seeing that he answered so decisively, the warrior nodded and finally believed Shenyu's words. Unfortunately, Machino village is in the east, and we are going to Takeo Castle in the west, so we can't take you there. Takeo is the name of the capital of the Iron Country. Shenyu ran over excitedly and grabbed the warrior's hand. Uncle, I am going to Wuxing. You may not know that we are going to the capital to seek refuge with our relatives. As long as we get there, I will be able to find my family. Seeing the warrior frowning, Shenyu immediately sniffed and said in a crying voice, the weather is getting colder and colder now. We farmers who go to the sea have no harvest at all. The income is pitifully small. Now I'm lost. Grandpa must be worried to death. All right. The warrior shook off Shenyu's hand, a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Stop acting. Ah. Shenyu was confused, not knowing what went wrong. I almost got tricked by you. The warrior gripped the hilt tightly and sneered, Humph, a child who has been frozen in the snow for who knows how long, but your palms are still so warm. Even if you are not an assassin, you must not be an ordinary person. Alas, there is always a loophole. Shenyu sighed, wiped away the last trace of tears, and slowly raised his head. What a waste of my acting skills. A flash of blood flashed across the black and white eyes, and the warrior was stunned. The three black megatamas seemed like a bottomless whirlpool, pulling in all his emotions and thoughts. Believe everything I just said. You are so kind and helped me go to Wuxing City. Shenyu spoke softly, and his calm tone revealed the majesty of destiny that could not be disobeyed. Sir Warrior, what happened? A middle-aged man walked over from the caravan, looking a little anxious. Why aren't you leaving yet? The captain is urging us. The warrior turned around and said, Oh, it's okay. We met a child who was separated from his family. Is it okay for us to give him a ride? Oh, these are all small matters. Let's get on the road quickly. As long as it doesn't delay the trip, anything is fine. The merchant hurriedly called Shenyu, and seeing that he was a child, he even arranged a carriage for him. Chapter 39, Iron 3. On the snow-covered land, a dusty caravan is heading towards the capital of the Iron Kingdom. So you guys are the Chamber of Commerce of Takeo Castle. In the carriage, Shenyu sat upright in the corner, talking to the middle-aged man next to him. Hey? Haven't you heard of our Dao Daozai? The middle-aged man looked surprised. Sorry, maybe the place where I was born is too remote. Shenyu scratched his head and smiled foolishly, is it too late to understand now? Okay. The middle-aged man nodded. Since you are going to live in the capital in the future, it won't hurt for you to know this. A proud smile spread across his face. The swordsmith is the largest guild in the entire Iron Country, and the best swordsmith in the world. Next, the middle-aged man began to tell his story. The Land of Iron is a relatively special country in the ninja world. There are no ninja villages or ninjas in this country. Instead, it is a unique country that has derived the profession of samurai. It is also because of this that the Iron Country became a neutral country. A long time ago, the ninjas agreed not to take action against this country. In the original time and space, the Iron Country even avoided several ninja world wars. Most of the so-called samurai are swordsmen, which are different from ninjas. They will concentrate the refined chakra on the sword, turning it into sharp sword energy for chopping, and combined with superb swordsmanship, in terms of individual combat capabilities, they are not much worse than ninjas. Shenyu nodded frequently after listening to this. The warriors of the Iron Country are unique in their own way, and Madara also speaks highly of their unique swordsmanship. The quality of a sword, to some extent, determines the strength of a samurai. Therefore, the profession of knife maker came into being. The inheritance of swordsmanship has spawned countless schools, and this is even more true for sword forging. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. Throughout the long course of history, countless famous swordsmiths have emerged. The influence of these people in the ninja world is not worth mentioning, but in the Land of Iron, they play a vital role. After thousands of years of sedimentation, there are only 3 knife-making families left that have gathered the essence of the times and combined the strengths of hundreds of families. They are the Hyakujuden of the Ikawa family, the Jirei-Yuden of the Sugawara family, and the Ishinden of the Niwa family. They have superb skills with a long history and have produced countless famous swords, all of which are national treasures and are collectively known as the 3 Iron Traditions. 100 years ago, in order to adapt to the changes of the times, the 3 families jointly established a chamber of commerce. From then on, the 3 top sword forging schools merged into one, and Swordsmith's House was born. As a chamber of commerce that houses the top swordsmiths, it took Dan Daozai less than 10 years to monopolize the entire Iron Kingdom's sword forging business. It fully undertakes one-stop services from the customization and forging of swords to craftsmanship and distribution. As long as there is a demand within the Iron Kingdom, the goods can basically be delivered to the door. Now this caravan has just completed its delivery mission and is returning to the capital without stopping. Shenyu suddenly remembered something and asked casually, "Uncle, since Dagger Forging Studio is so famous, why did the entire caravan only employ 2 samurai? It shouldn't be too much for a caravan of this size to employ 10 samurai, right?" "It's because," the middle-aged man was suddenly stunned and said hesitantly, "Well, this matter." He sighed, "If it weren't for, our blade forging house would be able to flourish for another 100 years without any problem. Why would we need to rely on the powerful?" Shenyu's eyes moved. "Is there something wrong?" The middle-aged man's mood was visibly depressed, and he lost interest in talking. He waved his hand and said bitterly, "Forget it. I'm feeling depressed and I'm going to get off the car for a walk. Little brother, the journey home is long, you should conserve your energy and take a rest." After saying this, he turned around, lifted the car curtain, and walked away with a heavy heart. Shenyu blinked his eyes, not feeling disappointed. His passion for gossip was not that strong yet, and besides, he had already chatted enough with other people along the way. Things like Swordsmith's Studio and 3 Legends of Iron were just idle chats for him to pass the time. Shenyu simply crossed his legs, closed his eyes, concentrated, and began to practice. Soon, his chakra began to mobilize. Every cell was like a thawing spring river, intoxicating power flowed through his body, gentle and huge chakra grew from the cells, gurgling and gathering, and wandering in the meridians. His chakra was like a clear spring, flowing through Lingxiu and Shenfeng, and separating into 2 streams from Tansong. One stream flowed from Jiwei and Juk below into Danshan Qihai, and the other stream flowed upward, all of which were immersed in the yin-tang between the eyebrows, and began to circulate along a specific route for the next cycle, repeating over and over again. Refining chakra is his daily practice, which has never been interrupted for 12 years. The purpose is to open up the meridians, increase chakra reserves, and move forward step by step towards the ambitious goal of Shitanla. It's amazing to say, ever since he adapted to the deep sea and optimized himself into the body of the sea god for the second time, his physical fitness has increased exponentially. This is not only reflected in his powerful strength, speed, and defense, but also his chakra volume has skyrocketed. There seems to be no change on the outside, except that the skin has become more crystal clear and delicate, but inside there is a prehistoric ferocious beast hidden. If the chakra before was like a trickle, inexhaustible, then now it is like a rushing river, mighty and mighty. Shenyu thought about it for a moment and understood the reason. Chakra is formed by the perfect 1:1 fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy, the combination of yin and yang, which evolves into all things in the universe. As a descendant of Indra and the owner of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyō Sharingan, his Yintsu Kushi was already extremely strong. What's more, he also practiced the spiritual transformation technique, which brought about a qualitative change in his soul and greatly enhanced his mental strength. In comparison, his mediocre physical energy determined the upper limit of his chakra amount. This is like a wooden barrel filled with water. The shortest piece of wood directly determines the amount of water it can hold. Now, his physical body has been fully enhanced, and the corresponding physical energy has soared accordingly. The huge spiritual energy has an object to be integrated. The last piece of wood is assembled, and the amount of chakra naturally increases. It is worth mentioning that when Shenyu concentrated on refining chakra, his body and soul became one, and his aura was completely restrained. Unless he was a sensing ninja, no one could detect his aura at all. For Shenyu, who was immersed in cultivation, time passed quickly and it was evening before he knew it. The snow stopped, but the midnight wind was even more biting, and the cold wind cut the skin like a knife. The middle-aged man could not bear it and returned to the car early. In the long caravan, only 2 warriors were left outside the car. The middle-aged man saw Shenyu resting with his eyes closed in the corner and breathing evenly, so he thought he was asleep and did not disturb him. Chapter 40 Sugawara Glass. In the dead of night, the stars light up the grey-blue sky, and a faint white light flickers in the ice and snow. The caravan was arranged like a long dragon, winding its way from the other side of the mountain, leaving behind winding snow tracks. In the silent world, the axles crushed the snowflakes, leaving behind crisp and continuous crunching sounds. Shenyu, who was practicing in the carriage, suddenly opened his eyes. 3,000 meters ahead, at the bend of the cliff, no less than 30 people were lying in ambush silently. They all held swords in their hands, some hid behind stone walls, and some lurked in the snow, with a calm aura and a fierce look in their eyes. Each of them had a strong chakra. All of this could not escape Shenyu's radar-like perception. When it comes to perception, it is no exaggeration to say that he is now the best in the entire ninja world. Soul detection, chakra high-frequency waves, and supervision with automatic distance adjustment, everything within a radius of 10 kilometers can be seen clearly, even the gender of a mosquito can be identified. What kind of drama is this? Shenyu scratched his chin. Should we quietly get rid of these guys? He was in a tangle. On the one hand, he didn't want to be delayed by these boring guys, but on second thought, this was a good opportunity to watch a samurai duel. Madara once explained that the principle of the Iron Country swordsmanship is to change the chakra in the form of a shape change and act on the blade, then release a materialized slash with fast speed, wide range, and high damage. Those with advanced skills can even tear the earth apart with one sword. Shenyu was very interested in this and had always yearned for it. After all, who doesn't have a dream of becoming a swordsman? The sword energy takes shape, and is invincible. With a casual strike of the sword, you can break thousands of spells. It's a pity that he never had the chance to see it with his own eyes. After all, they traveled around the world and visited almost all the ninja worlds, but they only missed the Iron Kingdom. As owners of chakra, the samurai abandoned the changes in the nature of chakra and instead focused on changing its form. Therefore, for some talented players who can finally control chakra, practicing swordsmanship may be a better choice. Ordinary ninjas need the help of specific chakra metals to perform sword-like attacks, such as Asuma Sarutobi's brass knuckles, or the chakra swords used to deal with puppeteers. They are better at changing their form based on the changes in the properties of chakra. For example, transforming fire release chakra into fireballs and fire dragons, and lightning release chakra into lightning spears and lightning pillars and other different forms. This is the principle of ninjutsu. There are really only a handful of ninjutsu that are based on form changes, not to mention those that incorporate changes in properties into form changes. In the original time and space, Naruto was almost the only one who could do this. The various but powerful Raise Nan were the best proof of this. But Shenyu's Autumn Dew on Leaves is also a chakra-transformed attack. When it is cast, it is like a stream of water, endless, and gives extremely strong cutting ability. Although the shape can be controlled at will, it is always unable to release the slash. Therefore, the warrior's methods have always made him itchy. Forget it. I've waited for so many days. I don't mind waiting for a little while longer. Shenyu spread out his palm and stared at the small blade of light emerging from his palm. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Maybe, it will help me reach a higher level. With this thought in mind, Shenyu resisted the urge to attack. Soon, when the caravan passed the foot of the mountain, bandits emerged from everywhere, shouting and killing, and the leading warrior was shocked and immediately drew his sword to fight. Ping ping pong pong. The crisp sound of swords clashing continued. Oh no! It's a robber! The middle-aged man woke up in shock, looked out through the door curtain, and was at a loss as to what to do. Why are you panicking? Aren't there still warriors? Shenyu calmly lifted the curtain and looked outside. The samurai's two swords jumped and dodged, light blue chakra wrapped around the blades, shining brightly under the reflection of the snow. From time to time, he slashed out with sharp sword energy, cutting the robber in the distance in half. Interesting. Shenyu smiled slightly. It seemed that the warrior at the end of the team also encountered robbers. This group of guys were obviously well prepared. They took action when the middle part of the caravan drove to the foot of the mountain, leaving the two warriors attacked from both sides. The warrior at the end of the team was obviously not as good as the one at the head. It was probably his first time to perform a mission. His swordsmanship was a bit messy, and his chakra couldn't wrap the blade stably. After only a few rounds, he was bleeding and was about to collapse. To Shenyu's surprise, when several bandits swung their butcher knives at the civilians in the middle of the team, a beautiful figure suddenly rushed out of the carriage and killed them in a few moves. Hey! Shenyu asked in surprise, there are still experts. The middle-aged man carefully poked his head out, quickly glanced behind him, and whispered, "It's Lady Glass." She took action. Glass? Who is she? A samurai. The middle-aged man ignored Shenyu's curious eyes, patted his chest, and murmured in shock, "What should I do?" Tisk. Shenyu suddenly said in a firm voice, "Look at me." The middle-aged man's eyes turned subconsciously. With a flash of red light, he instantly calmed down and said obediently, "Master Naoko is the captain of this caravan and the person in charge of this cargo transportation mission. He is a master of the Sugawara Jiryuryu sword technique and the only heir of the Jiryuryu sword forging style. Sugawara glass." Shenyu remembered the three iron legends he had just heard. It seemed that the Sugawara family was in charge of the Yulong legend. But, he just said the only heir. Could something have happened to the Sugawara family? Forget it, now is not the time to worry about these things. Shenyu shook his head. What he cared more about now was the swordsmanship of this big-breasted girl named Glass. Her sword was swift and her moves were wide and open, yet she was still agile and graceful. Her figure rose up gracefully, like a real dragon tumbling in the sea of clouds, accompanied by splashing blood and rain. She slashed and killed as if she was in an empty space. When Shenyu was enjoying the show, the girl suddenly fell into crisis. Earth escape, Yellow Spring Swamp. The three robbers pressed their hands on the ground at the same time. The snow squirmed and the girl couldn't react in time and stepped into it. Goo! The originally solid snow was like a quagmire, swallowing up the girl's entire leg. Oh no! Is this a ninjutsu? The girl was shocked. The sudden ninjutsu attack made her lose her composure. In close combat, the most important thing is footwork. It is said that a warrior's eyes are on his feet, and this is also true when it comes to swordsmanship. The girl's movement was restricted and she took a heavy hammer blow, causing her sword skills to become disordered instantly. The two robbers sensed an opportunity to attack at the same time, and came at her from the left and right. With a ding sound, they knocked her long sword away. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The girl looked up suddenly, and in her crystal eyes was reflected a huge water dragon, which tore through the air and appeared out of thin air. This was a combined attack from three people, and its power should not be underestimated. The huge dragon head roared, and pounced in front of the girl in an instant. Her long black hair fluttered, and before the water dragon came close, moist water vapor hit her face. Chapter 41 Use this to test cotters? At this moment, a man in a straw raincoat stood in front of her silently, and slowly raised one hand facing the roaring water dragon. Puff! The unstoppable dragon head dissipated directly, as if the palm was an indestructible rock, and the dragon body behind it also exploded inch by inch, turning into streams of cool water and disappearing in the palm of the hand. The girl's eyes were full of disbelief. Such a powerful ninjutsu was easily resolved by the person in front of her. Let's fight with swords. Why use ninjutsu? That's really unsportsmanlike. Shenyu said lazily. He raised his bamboo hat slightly and glanced at everyone coldly. If it was a fight between samurai, I wouldn't interfere, but there are ninjas among you. Be careful! The girl suddenly exclaimed. Shenyu's eyes turned away, and a big man sneaked up to his side and hit him in the face with a sledgehammer. Boom! The bamboo hat shattered in an instant, with wood chips flying everywhere, but the divine feather didn't move at all. Amidst the dancing black hair, his calm and peaceful eyes and his unscathed face were revealed. The girl couldn't help but stare in amazement. She opened her beautiful eyes wide and saw clearly that the moment the hammer hit Shenyu's cheek, a ripple-like water wave seemed to appear in the air, like a transparent barrier shield, yet solid as a rock, blocking the attack for him. Shenyu turned around and threw a punch, releasing tremendous force from the tip of his fist. With a dull sound, half of the giant's body was knocked off by the punch. His bones and flesh were shattered into powder, turning into a blood mist that splashed into the sky and dyed the snow behind him blood red. Chakra fluctuations were rippling behind them, and the three men were brewing some ninjutsu. The remaining bandits also came to help. However, Shenyu did not look back, but just closed his eyes slightly. An invisible wind suddenly flowed through the air. In less than a second, he opened his eyes. The girl noticed that his body seemed to sway slightly, as if he suddenly lost his support, but he stood firm again the moment he opened his eyes, as if nothing had happened. She had practiced swordsmanship for many years and was very sensitive to everyone's subtle body movements, so she caught Shenyu's abnormality. Thump! The girl's ears perked up and she quickly looked behind Shenyu. A surprising scene appeared. More than a dozen people behind him, and even all the bandits at the head and tail of the caravan, fell to the ground one after another with a thump sound, like strands of boiled noodles. Their expressions were surprisingly consistent, their pupils were dilated and unfocused, some even had saliva at the corners of their mouths, and silly expressions were frozen on their faces, like a group portrait frozen in time by a painter. It's like, someone has taken my soul away. Instant kill. He just killed these people in seconds. The girl was so shocked that her cherry lips opened unconsciously and couldn't close for a long time. What kind of trick is this? It's so scary. Shenyu smiled and stretched his neck. The spiritualization technique was indeed a forbidden technique. It was impossible to defend against or avoid it. It killed people invisibly. It was very effective in clearing out soldiers. Just now, in that brief moment, his spirit left his body and shuttled between the eyebrows of more than 20 people. Not only did he wipe out their souls, but he also successfully obtained a piece of information. Shenyu was surprised. These guys looked like ordinary bandits, but in fact they were a well-armed private army serving a mysterious high-ranking official in the Land of Iron. Among them were wandering samurai, killers, and senior ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village. The Hidden Mist Village? Haha, they've even extended their hand to the Iron Kingdom. This ambush was not accidental, but was premeditated. Interesting, someone wants to kill this caravan, or rather, kill someone in the caravan, and doesn't want him to return to Takeo Castle alive. The crisis was resolved, but Shenyu's strength was also exposed. As a master who defeated all enemies in a breath, he naturally enjoyed completely different treatment from before. At this moment, he was sitting in the most luxurious carriage, with delicious food and fine wine on the table. Everyone in the caravan came to express his gratitude, even the two cheap warriors were no exception. After all, if it weren't for Shenyu, they would probably have been beaten to death. Miyamoto-kun. Sugawara Glass sat beside Shenyu, legs together, eyes sincere. Thank you for your help. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid we would have been killed by the thieves. Why are you still speaking in such a literary way? Shenyu thought to himself, and nodded calmly, yet. On behalf of the entire caravan, I would like to thank you for your help. Yet. He half closed his eyes, said nothing, and pretended to be an expert. I have no way to repay your kindness, except. Come on, why don't you continue? Shenyu secretly opened one eye and looked at her. The woman was about 17 or 18 years old. Although she was the captain of the caravan, she was dressed quite simply, in a coarse linen shirt, with light brown medium short hair, and a katana with an exquisite scabbard and a sophisticated blade hanging from her waist. She was at the age of puberty, with red lips, white teeth, and a beautiful appearance. Although she was not as beautiful as Uchiha Hikari, she had her own characteristics. Especially the linen clothes that were about to be torn at the chest, carrying a weight that should not be borne by someone of this age. She burped softly and quickly covered her mouth. A faint smell of alcohol wafted over, making Shenyu frown slightly. This girl actually drank alcohol. Shenyu silently withdrew his gaze and sat upright. Xiaozi took a deep breath, and 2 blushes suddenly appeared on her pretty face. She subconsciously looked away and looked at her toes. I have decided, to give you my most precious thing. Shenyu looked at his nose and his heart, and couldn't help but his heart beating faster. The girl mustered up her courage, raised her head, and looked at the handsome boy in front of her affectionately. She bit her bright red lips, raised her bare hands, and slowly untied her linen belt. No way, you're putting me in this kind of situation? Are you testing my faith? Shenyu was too tired to complain. He had been practicing hard until now and was used to seeing fighting and blood, but this kind of erotic and ambiguous scene was the first time he had seen it. Glass was extremely shy, her breasts rising and falling with her breathing. Somehow, her slender jade fingers were unable to untie the belt as if it was the first time she was undressing. This time also made Shenyu feel a little difficult. A gust of cold wind blew in from the window, as if opening the mud seal of a pottery jar, cooling the atmosphere inside the carriage slightly, and Shenyu also calmed himself down. At this moment, a lavender long knife was slowly handed to him. What? Glass bit her lip, turned her head away, and introduced in a soft voice. This sword is called the Dragon Riding in the First Snow. It is the most precious thing in my life. It is my father's masterpiece of his life. It was carefully forged using the 128 processes of the legend of the dragon riding. The blade has exquisite patterns, and the blade is as bright as snow. It can cut hair without being stained by blood. The purple jade leather scabbard is a natural creation. Shenyu stared at the saber blankly, his mouth opening and closing. So, you took off your clothes just now to take the saber. Ah, could it be that Miyamoto-kun likes my waist rope? Glass raised her head blankly. Oh, it's okay. Shenyu smiled and declined, reaching out and gently pushing away first snow. A gentleman does not take away what others like, and I just did it for the sake of convenience, so there is no question of not being able to repay you. His face was calm, but he was roaring inside. Use this to test the cotters. Chapter 42 I have a plan. Inside the carriage, after Shenyu politely declined, Gao Ziyi finally gave up the idea of giving the sword as a gift. Ms. Glass, I have a question. Glass said quickly, Miyamoto-kun, please feel free to speak. Shenyu hesitated for a moment and said, is there something wrong with your blade forging studio? As soon as these words were spoken, Glass's originally bright face suddenly dimmed. Her eyes drifted to the stove beside her, on which was placed warmed rice wine. Shenyu understood and smiled as he took the wine jug and handed it to her. Glass was stunned for a moment, then looked up and saw Shenyu's gentle eyes. Without hesitation, he grabbed the wine jug and took a sip, then he let out a long sigh of relief. "Our Chamber of Commerce is about to change owners," she whispered. As she spoke, Shenyu gradually understood. Why can such a large chamber of commerce only hire 2 samurai to escort it? Why does the middle-aged man sigh constantly? And why does Sugawara Glass drink to relieve his sorrow? The legendary Chamber of Commerce in the Iron Country, the Swordsmith, is about to change hands. 3 months ago, the Ikawa family, one of the 3 Iron Masters, was held accountable by the daimyo for their poor sword forging. The head of the Ikawa family, Ikawa Gentru, fled for fear of punishment. He emptied the mansion overnight, took away most of the Chamber of Commerce's funds, defected to the Water Kingdom, and the Ikawa family fled in all directions. The daimyo was furious and ordered the heads of Niwa and Sugawara families to hunt down and bring Ikawa Gentru to justice, and appointed the shogunate army to assist, but they were attacked by a powerful enemy during the pursuit. The shogunate army suffered heavy losses, and the head of the Sugawara family was seriously injured and died. Only the head of the Ishinden family, Niwa Maya, survived, but he was also seriously injured. Before his death, the head of the Sugawara family entrusted his only daughter, Sugawara Nozomi, with the care of his daughter, and passed away. The Sugawara family was already weak and was instigated by villains, so they refused to pass on the real skills. Once the head of the family died, the monkeys scattered like monkeys when the tree fell. When disaster struck, family members fled for their own places. Those who needed to hide their identities hid their identities, and those who needed to seek refuge fled. Soon, they were divided up by the powerful and wealthy. Only the Niwa family, which insists on the true teachings, will not have to worry about inheritance. Although Niwa Mayo has no children, he has 3 apprentices, all of whom have received the true teachings from their master. However, they are inevitably weak and the empire is about to collapse. In just a few months, most of the 3 inheritances were destroyed. The sword forging studio was powerless to recover. The turbulent undercurrent implicated countless powerful people, and all the aristocratic families involved were held accountable and exiled. Niwa Maya's second disciple Ryunashuk could not bear to see Tendasai decline, so he suggested to Maya to marry Sugawara's only daughter to a powerful person in order to establish a relationship with him and use the power of the powerful to stabilize the situation. But he was immediately opposed by Maya, who flew into a rage. "My friend entrusted his daughter to me before his death because he couldn't bear to see her alone. Now you want me to sell his daughter for fame and fortune? Isn't that putting me in an unfair position? How will people in the world think of me? Master, the building is about to collapse. Only by relying on the powerful can we have a glimmer of hope. As long as we can overcome the current difficulties, why should we be afraid of the gossip of the people?" "Shut up, you evil creature! How is this different from betrayal? Don't mention this matter again." Ryunashuk had no choice but to give up. After his apprentice left, Niwa Mayo calmed down. While his anger dissipated, the idea of depending on the powerful still lingered in his mind. Finally, he made a decision that shocked everyone. The head of Ishinden and the master of Totensai, Niwa Maya, wants to marry his only daughter. All the heroes in the world, any samurai who can stand to the end in the ring, regardless of age or background, can become the son-in-law of the Niwa family. After the news was announced, the entire Iron Kingdom was in an uproar. Ordinary people were extremely excited, and the powerful and wealthy were eager to try, and they all signed up enthusiastically. The first reason is that Niwa Maya has no children. If he marries into the wife's family, then in the future, not only will he be able to inherit the Ishinden but also the entire Tsai. Secondly, Niwa Yukino was a beauty of extraordinary beauty. Although she was only 17 years old, she was tall and graceful with charming curves. With such a beauty, she was more than qualified to be a match for the powerful and wealthy. For ordinary people, this is a great opportunity to rise to fame overnight, but the powerful and wealthy scoff at this, because these ordinary people simply cannot train warriors who can rival the great clans, and the position of the son-in-law of the swordsmith will inevitably fall into the hands of the powerful and wealthy. Sugawara Glass was so smart that she immediately smelled a conspiracy from this incident. The competition was about to come, but she was transferred away on a temporary mission. The Niwa family did not want her to ruin the plan and was determined to sell their daughter for fame and fortune. But Yukino is not only her best friend, but also a sister who grew up with her. She guessed that she should have been the victim of this conspiracy, but because of the righteousness of the head of the Niwa family, her good sister became the scapegoat. The reason why she was in such a hurry was because she wanted to go back as soon as possible. She wanted to marry in place of Yukino and couldn't bear to see her fall into the tiger's mouth. Originally, the person who was going to be the victim was me. Glass eyes were red as she held the empty wine jug. Shenyu looked at her, and a bold idea began to grow in his heart. After the battle between Hashirama and Madara, the entire ninja world will be rewritten, because Hashirama will die in a few years, and Madara will not be able to escape because of the Moon Eye project. Without the suppression of the two great gods here, war is imminent. The ninja world will inevitably fall into a long period of turmoil. By then, the economies of all the participating countries will be affected. Only the Iron Kingdom, which is independent of the ninja village system, can remain unscathed. The Iron Country has plenty of warriors and outstanding sword forging technology. It just so happens that the swordsmith has encountered this incident. If we can help it overcome the difficulties, take the opportunity to invest in the Chamber of Commerce, start cross-border business, and sell weapons, wouldn't we be able to make a fortune? If we can control the capital chain of the Iron Country, we may be able to conquer the Iron Country in the future. Some people have land and money, and with capital in hand, it is not impossible to train their own team. As soon as this thought came to mind, it took root and sprouted wildly in Shenyu's heart and could no longer be shaken off. The conditions are generous, you can do it. He took a deep breath and looked at Glass with burning eyes. Ms. Glass, I have a plan that can restore the Chamber of Commerce to its former glory. What? Glass was slightly stunned. Looking at Shenyu's sincere eyes and the confident smile on the corner of his mouth, she couldn't help but think of his powerful figure just now. If it were him. What's your advice? Shenyu picked up a fruit and put it into his mouth. This matter can be complicated or simple. Let me ask you, what is the biggest crisis facing your Chamber of Commerce right now? Sovereignty will soon change hands, and we will completely become a tool in the hands of the powerful. Naoko blurted out, Yukino will also lose her freedom and sacrifice her own happiness. Really? Do we have to rely on the powerful? Shenyu said with a smile, if we don't do this, what else can we do? If we don't do this... Nezuko was speechless for a moment. After thinking for a while, she said, the Chamber of Commerce was originally run by the three family heads, so that it could be independent of the powerful. Now it has fallen apart, and most of its resources have been lost. Only Uncle Niwa is left. He will definitely not be able to support it. Shenyu chewed the fruit and said, if I can't hold on any longer, what else can I do? It will. Glass seemed to have grasped something crucial, it will be plotted against by people with ulterior motives, it will be divided up and devoured. So. Shenyu knocked on the table. In the final analysis, this matter is caused by the powerful people in the Iron Country. Their greed has caused your crisis. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 43 Entering the Chamber of Commerce. Inside the carriage, Shenyu said solemnly. In their eyes, your blade forging house is now a piece of fat meat. Whoever catches it will want to get a piece of it. And the reason why your uncle Niwa held such a martial arts competition to recruit a bride is to turn the spearhead around and let the powerful and wealthy fight to the death. The loser will leave in disgrace, and the winner will grab the fruits. This way, the loss of the Chamber of Commerce will be minimized. Although it still cannot change the final result, it is nothing more than changing the name of blade forging. With the support of the powerful, you will not go bankrupt. Glass suddenly became excited and stood up, but, no one cares about Yukino? Do we have to sacrifice the happiness of women like us in order to save the Chamber of Commerce? Don't get excited, just listen to me. Shenyu waved his hand calmly. Why do you think your Chamber of Commerce was doing so well before, and no one dared to take advantage of you? A trace of resentment flashed across Naoko's face. Of course it's because my father and Uncle Ishikawa are here. They are not only the most famous swordsmiths in the Iron Country, but also first-class samurai. Our three families are closely related, so others certainly don't dare to act rashly. Well, you finally got to the point. Shenyu smiled slightly. The powerful are good at scheming, and there are too many interests involved. I am not good at intrigue, but I am willing to speak for you. He changed the subject and said, of course, if anyone doesn't want to listen, I also know a little bit of martial arts. His eyes were cold and majestic. Having been with Madara for all these years, he had acquired a bit of domineering aura, which made Glass heart tremble. Shenyu looked into the girl's eyes and thought to himself, what I said was a bit subtle, could it be that this girl didn't understand? If anyone dares to make things difficult for you, I will kill him. You are willing to help us? Of course, Xiaozi heard the hidden meaning of Shenyu's words, and a warm current surged in her heart, but it cooled down in the next second. She asked hesitantly, what do you want? What are you trying to do? What do they want? Of course they want money. Otherwise, what else? Because of your beauty? Shenyu was calm and straightforward, saying, transfer 30% of your Chamber of Commerce's shares to me, and I will take charge for you. I will kill anyone who causes trouble for you. This. Nezuko hesitated. The Sugawara family, originally held 40% of the Chamber of Commerce's shares, but, after that change, my personal shares are only 10%. If you can really save us from this difficult time, I can transfer all the shares under my name to you. 30%, not a cent less. Shenyu slowly pulled out a silk scarf and wiped his hands. As for me, I have no money or power, and I am even a foreigner, all alone. That is why I will not take those damn dignitaries seriously. When the time comes, even if they are your big names, I will kill them all to show you. When he said this, his face was calm and his tone was indifferent, but his calmness revealed immense confidence, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Glassheart was shocked as he stared at the young man in front of him. If he only looked at his face, he was just a handsome boy next door, the kind who would bring sunshine when he smiled. But this harmless guy had killed dozens of people while chatting and laughing just now. She knew he could definitely do it. When the caravan arrived at the capital, under the guidance of Glass, Shenyu walked into the gate of sword forging studio with a swagger, without recognizing any relatives. After a while, he finally met the current president of the Chamber of Commerce, the head of his Hinden, Mai Oniwa. You must be the savior of Nitro and the others. This is a tall, middle-aged man with a neat beard, a thin face with a sickly paleness, and a broad frame that reveals his former tall stature. He walked into the guest room tremblingly, leaning on a cane. Beside him, a beautiful woman was supporting and serving him. The woman was dressed in a simple white dress, and although her face was covered by a veil, her bright eyes showed her beauty. Yukino. Glass walked over happily and enthusiastically took the girl's arm. Shenyu took a look and saw that there were two young men following Mei. One was tall, with strong features and a shiny bald head, which made him look quite tough, the other had a handsome face, but his eyes were lazy, as if he was in a trance. These are Uncle Niwa's two disciples, the eldest disciple Ryunashuk and the second disciple Tetsuya, said Glass. The moment he saw Jia, a barely perceptible light flashed in Shenyu's eyes, and some kind of power was throbbing in his body. Strange, this kid's body. When Niwa learned that Shenyu was the caravan's savior, she immediately treated him with courtesy and entertained him with delicious food and drinks. After a few pleasantries, Jayazai said, "Uncle Niwa, Mr. Miyamoto said that he could." Niwa immediately noticed that she was about to say something but hesitated, and raised her hand to interrupt. It is a serious crime to fail to welcome a distinguished guest. How can we disturb his rest? Let's withdraw first and let the distinguished guest have a good rest. He ordered. Ryuna shook, treat him with good wine and delicious food. The thank you gift and thank you money must not be neglected. After saying this, he led everyone out of the guest room, leaving only his two disciples with them. Shenyu nodded with a smile, but the smile was also very subtle. Ryuna shook touched his bald head and came over to ask, "I heard from Naoko that you killed all the bandits by yourself." Shenyu glanced at him and said, "You don't believe it." "Of course I believe what Naoko said," Ryuna shook said, "I just sighed. I didn't know when the Iron Country produced a master like you. It's true that heroes emerge young." Jet, who was standing by, suddenly yawned. "Brother, I'll leave this distinguished guest to you. I'm not needed here. I'll go back and prepare for the competition." "You?" Ryuna shook glared, but he couldn't lose his temper in front of Shenyu, so he could only wave his hand and let him go. "Competition?" Shenyu tilted his head and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, this competition is tomorrow's martial arts competition to recruit a bride." "Hey, junior brother and Yukino have been childhood sweethearts since we were young. I heard that master wanted to marry her off, so there was a lot of fuss." Ryuna shook said helplessly, "Don't look at him as lazy, he really cares about Yukino. No matter how much I persuade him, I can't stop him from participating in this martial arts tournament." Shenyu narrowed his eyes slightly and said interesting inwardly. Not only were delicious meals prepared in the guest room, but there was also a slender divine sword placed horizontally on the knife rack. The scabbard is light green in color, with a slightly curved arc all over the body and no guard. However, the handle is very finely crafted, with a simple wood color and wrapped with circles of fine two-color strapping. Shenyu walked over with great interest, grasped the hilt of the knife, and the knife was 3 inches out of the sheath. The blade was as smooth as a mirror, and the sharp white light flowed slowly along the blade. One could feel a chill just by looking at it. He looked at the sharp blade, stretched out a finger and pressed it deeply, then wiped it hard. Nothing happened, the fingers were still as normal, not even a trace was left. Shenyu frowned, and a blue light emerged from his palm. After allowing the chakra blade of autumn dew on leaves to completely wrap the blade, he reached out and wiped the blade again. A faint white mark appeared on the fingertip, it was extremely tiny and disappeared in an instant. If it weren't for Shenyu's top-notch eyesight, it would be almost unnoticeable. "It's quite sharp." Shenyu nodded. Ryuna shook beside him immediately came to his senses. The scene just now made him break into a cold sweat. He stepped forward and introduced, "This sword is called Frost's Heart. It is made of black iron from outer space and forged by my master. It was originally intended to be sent to the shrine for worship, but if you like it, you can take it." "Really?" Shenyu asked. "Of course it's true." Ryuna shook said, waving towards the door. 2 servants came in, bowing, carrying trays in both hands, one of which was filled with clothes neatly placed on it. Shenyu glanced at his slightly shabby straw raincoat, put down the divine sword, and took the robe with a shake of his hands. It was a black brocade robe, samurai style, with violet flower patterns embroidered on both sides of the lapels, and a light purple shimonori tied around the waist. The style and size of the clothes fit the body perfectly. "I am a wandering warrior. Is this what President Niwa meant?" He turned around and asked. "Of course, Master has instructed that both the thank you gift and the thank you money must be present." Ryuna shook pointed to another tray and said, "Here is 3,000 million taels in cash, just a small token of appreciation from the President." My Oniwa is worthy of being the person who has led the swordsmith for decades. Even though he is bedridden, he can still maintain the operation of the Chamber of Commerce in an orderly manner and arrange all the big and small matters properly. Shenyu asked curiously, "Aren't you rich? Why did you only hire 2 warriors for such an important mission as escorting the caravan?" Ryunosuke sighed, "Ever since the Chamber of Commerce incident, the shogunate has limited the number of samurai we can hire, and does not allow us to train samurai ourselves, which is why things have come to this." "I see." A look of understanding flashed across Shenyu's face, and he waved his hand without any politeness. "Then thank your president for his kindness on my behalf." Ryunosuke bowed, "Okay, I'll take my leave then." And many more. Shenyu suddenly called him, with the corner of his mouth slightly raised, "Give your president a message for me." Chapter 44 divided into 2 heads. At the same time, in the underground base of Konoha Bridge, Uchiha Guang walked quietly into the stone gate. Fine sand and soil fell to the ground, and the stone slabs on both sides moved inward and fitted tightly. As soon as she came in, she heard heavy breathing coming from the inner room. Uchiha Madara was pale and lying weakly on a stone chair. His chest was covered in blood and a piece of flesh that obviously did not belong to him was neatly sewn in the center of the wound. The scene was horrific. The piece of meat was like a bright red heart, beating with his breathing. Hearing the noise, he slowly raised his eyes, like a brown bear waking up from hibernation. His heterochromatic eyes, one red and one white, turned quietly towards the door. "How's it going outside?" Guang ignored his question and walked in without saying a word. She picked up the towel beside the sink, soaked it and wrung it dry skillfully. The clean water flowed down her white jade hands. She came to Ban and wiped the blood from his wound. Madara let out a muffled groan. Even though Guang's movements were very gentle and only touching the area around the wound made him twitch in pain. The piece of flesh was like some kind of strong acid, corroding his entire body along the blood vessels. The wet towel was quickly stained red with blood. This searing pain in his tarsal bones tormented his nerves all the time. Guangxiu frowned slightly. "It's been 2 days, why is there no sign of healing? Isn't it said that Hashirama Senju's chakra contains life force?" Madara gasped, forcing himself to smile miserably. "This is the only way to peace. If it goes smoothly, I would doubt its authenticity." Guang frowned, washed and wrung the blood-stained towel, put it up again, and then whispered, "Before we started the transplant, Senju Hashirama woke up." "Really?" Ban sat up slightly and motioned for her to continue. "According to the information I obtained through torture, Hashirama left the village as soon as he woke up. In less than 3 days, he captured all the tailed beasts except the one tail and the 9 tail. At the same time, Konoha village sent a message to the other 4 major ninja villages, gathering the leaders of the 5 major ninja villages to hold something." Guang tried hard to recall the word, "the 5 cage talks." Madara let out a long breath and snorted, "That guy must want to divide the tailed beasts equally among these ants to maintain that ridiculous balance." "Equally divided?" Guang tilted his head, not quite understanding. "With that kind of power, why not just unify the ninja world? Wouldn't that be more peaceful?" She had witnessed the power of the 9-tailed fox before, and she didn't understand why a ruthless man who could subdue 7 of them in such a short time would have to lower himself to the weak. "So this is why he and I can't get along." Madara was a little depressed. The ones who really play a balancing role have never been the tailed beasts, but him and me. His wooden head just can't understand this. He is making a mistake. Once peace collapses, the tailed beasts will definitely become a disaster for ordinary people. At this time, Madara noticed that Guang was hesitant to speak, and his tone slowed down. "Is there any news about Shenyu?" "Ah!" Guang's eyes trembled, and he quickly said, "According to the information we got, he was entangled by the Thousand Hands Tobirama at that time, and a huge red barrier rose at the place of battle. When the barrier dissipated, Shenyu also disappeared, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Madara thought for a moment, he must have been diverted away by the flying thunder god's guided lightning. Humph, that guy Tobirama used these tricks to fight with a child. Little kid. Guang raised her head slightly and looked at Ban with a strange expression, thinking to herself, isn't your understanding of this disciple a bit one-sided? Well, don't worry about it. Don't count on Shenyu for now. Ban smiled as a matter of course, he can't tell east from west, south from east, west from north, it must be very difficult for him to find the way back. Give him some time. I know. Guang nodded, then pouted and clenched his fists, he actually made us worry. When he comes back, I will make him pay. Haha, I'm not worried at all. Madara suddenly laughed. Guang didn't dare to face Madara's amusing gaze and deliberately avoided looking at him. Fortunately, at this time, Madara ordered, okay, if there is nothing else, go back and rest. You have worked hard these days. This should be Shenyu's job. But... Lord Madara, you... Hikaru glanced at his bloody chest with some concern. It doesn't matter. Okay. She then took a step and left the stone chamber. The moment she left, Madara's originally peaceful face suddenly became ferocious, veins exposed, and his facial features twisted together. The flesh in his chest kept throbbing, blood oozing out with every struggle, and the pain seemed to consume everything he had. It was as if it was the master of the body and wanted to eliminate the invader, Madara. His palms dug deeply into the stone, his knuckles turned white, and he easily tore apart the stone chair. In his mind, a life-threatening thought was madly invading his spirit, forcing him to dig out the flesh from his chest countless times with his own hands, the flesh that did not belong to him. But they were all conquered by his almost inhuman willpower. Is this the price of everything in the world? Come on, I, Uchiha Madara, can bear it. Konoha village, the land of the Uchiha clan. After finishing a day of training, Uchiha Jing returned to his room. Looking at the empty bedroom and the clean and tidy tatami, his eyes trembled and he sat down dejectedly against the wall. Nissan. The familiar yet unfamiliar face unconsciously came to my mind. The scenes from a few days ago played in a loop like a slideshow, and finally stopped at that pair of delicate, beautiful, and even evil and enchanting pupils. Those eyes are really strong. When he thought of those eyes, a piercing chill ran from his fingertips to his forehead. He hugged himself tightly and couldn't help shivering. My brother's chakra has completely changed. It is cold, fierce, and full of murderous intent. But he didn't kill me. He lowered his head and inserted his fingers into his messy hair. I am the only one in the team who was least injured. Since you hate me so much? Why, don't you kill me? He buried his head deep into his arched legs, his cheeks wet, but I have made up my mind to die. Brother, Master Tobirama said that your life or death is unknown, but I still hope you are alive. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Jing, are you home? Uchiha Jing was cheered up, he immediately stood up, wiped his face, adjusted his expression in front of the mirror, and then went to open the door. Captain Fire Corps. Uchiha while he leaned against the door with his arms folded, I need to trouble you with something. What's the matter? Jing walked out of the room. Fortunately, he did not take off his equipment and was ready to set off at any time. This young man in tight clothes may be very young, but ever since Madara and Kamiya left Konoha, he has been recognized as the strongest person in the clan and has a high appeal. Jing looked at the candidate for the clan leader and wondered what could have happened that would bother him to come looking for him. Huo, he explained, there are a group of children in the tribe who are about your age. They have reached the age to sign a summoning contract. We need at least 2 jonin and several chuunin to escort them to the cat house. Originally, this task was my responsibility, but the 5-cage summit is imminent, and Lord Tobirama has personally ordered me to lead people to maintain order at the venue. I am too busy to leave. He showed a look of embarrassment. I thought about it and found that you are the only trustworthy jonin in the clan. Although you are still young, your strength and reputation are very good. I wonder if you... I'll go. Jing nodded immediately, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Really? That's great, Jing, you're such a good person. He was very happy. He patted Jing on the shoulder, his eyes suddenly complicated. I heard about your brother. He was also a partner who fought alongside me. To be honest, I feel bad too. It's okay. Jing pretended to be relieved and said, everyone has to pay the price for their actions. Oh, there's one more thing. Huohei suddenly came closer, with a vigilant tone, your other partner is Uchiha Setsuna. I don't know what's wrong with that guy recently. He has been complaining about Lord Tobirama. He may be hostile to you. Be careful. Jing arrived at the main gate of the clan territory as agreed, and what came into view were 20 or so young boys and girls, making a lot of noise. There were about 20 chunins standing on the periphery, and at the front of the team was a young man wearing half a face protector and with a sinister look on his face. He crossed his arms and his eyes were like a cold poisonous snake, sweeping back and forth across the mirror without any hesitation, full of aggression. Hello, Uchiha, Kami. Chapter 45, Litigation. Tuck, tuck, tuck. At midnight, someone knocked on Shenyu's door. Shenyu opened his eyes and calmly got out of bed. The door gradually opened, and a pair of bright and beautiful eyes came into view. It's you. Shenyu raised his eyebrows, why not Nitro? Outside the door, Niwa Yukino bowed deeply and said with her red lips, Miyamoto-kun, my father has something important to discuss with you. Please follow me. Got it. Shenyu rolled his eyes, glanced in a certain direction in the darkness, and his lips moved. You brought a tale. Suino understood his lip language, and a trace of sadness flashed across her brows, as if she had known this for a long time. She repeated, please follow me. Shenyu smiled and pushed the door open and walked out. Maya Niwa's room at the Taoze headquarters. The situation is urgent, so I will get straight to the point. Can you really help us through this crisis? I'm serious. I'll help you with 30% of the shares. Shenyu crossed his arms. Your Chamber of Commerce has no shortage of funds or financial resources. What it lacks is a strong enough military deterrent, and I can satisfy that need. Mei hesitated and asked, how strong are you, Excellency? Honestly speaking, I don't know how strong I am now. Shenyu's eyes suddenly wandered, and his voice was a little arrogant. If I wanted to, it shouldn't be difficult to destroy a country. Has it reached this extent? Mei's hands shook and he almost spilled the tea. He really couldn't imagine that this young man in front of him with incredible strength was so low-key. With this thought in mind, he immediately stood up and said, since you want to cooperate, I have a condition. Up to now, we still don't know your true identity. Uchiha Shenyu. Shenyu said softly, don't get me wrong, I have nothing to do with the Uchiha group in Konoha village of the Land of Fire. I am Madara-sama's disciple, and a sharp blade. The legendary Uchiha Madara. Mei couldn't help but take 2 steps back, and Nozomi and Yukino beside him hurriedly supported him. He murmured, if you were that person's disciple, then there would be no problem. After learning about Shenyu's background, he waved his hand and immediately agreed to Shenyu's conditions. Maya's eyes were blazing as he said, not only that, I promise that if you can free the blade forging company from the control of the Iron Country's dignitaries, in addition to the 30% of shares I promised you in advance, I will give you another 20%. From now on, half of the Chamber of Commerce's annual profits will be given to you. Shenyu looked at Niwa Mei with a serious face and thought to himself, old fox, you want to tie me to Tansai completely. We all prosper together and we all suffer together. But when it comes to certain decisive moments, my 50% stake is not enough to tip the balance of interests. I have to say, as a family head and acting president of the entire Chamber of Commerce, this guy is very bold and decisive. But Shenyu did not nod foolishly, but made 3 rules. I can help the Chamber of Commerce resolve this crisis of change of ownership, and from now on I will serve as the supreme force to deter the princes of the Iron Nation. However, I will not care about how the Chamber of Commerce operates or how it expands. I will only help the Chamber of Commerce when it encounters a crisis. I am a sharp knife. I can kill or shock. It's up to you how you use it. Niwa thought about it carefully and finally agreed. Because the news of the martial arts competition for a bride had already been announced, the few people could only take advantage of the situation and let Shenyu take action to demonstrate his strength in front of warriors all over the world. But after hesitating for a long time, Glass whispered, "The requirement of this competition is that only samurai can participate. Shenyu-jun, you should be a ninja." Shenyu smiled softly, "Don't worry, even if I don't use ninja methods, I will torture them." At this time, Niwa coughed a few times, gave Shenyu a meaningful look, and said loudly, "Then, it's settled. If Lord Shenyu can win the championship, it's not impossible for me to marry my daughter to you." Suano's delicate body trembled slightly, and her red lips were slightly pursed under her white silk veil. Shenyu saw this and responded in a frivolous manner, "Then I will take my leave now." Mio looked at her daughter, "Yukino, go see him off." Yukino hesitated, but when she saw her father's eyes, she took lotus steps and left the room with Shenyu. "Glass, you go down too." Several people left one after another. Mei leaned back on a bamboo chair, looking at the lonely moon outside the window. He looked lonely, as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. Within half an hour, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Mei sighed. The visitors were his 2 apprentices. "Master, you." Ryunosuke hesitated, quickly glanced at his junior brother, and flicked his sleeves. "Hey, junior brother told me, you want to hand over the fate of the Chamber of Commerce to that little brat during the day. I don't understand why you want to trust an outsider." However, Maya ignored him. He just stared at his second apprentice, Jia. "Do you think so too?" Jai frowned slightly and said, "I also think this is not very rational." Mei snorted coldly, "Why, do you think I'm old and confused? I dare not." Ryunosuke knelt on his knees, not daring to look up. "Tetsuya, how did you know about this?" Jia did not answer, but just said, "I just don't want master to be desperate and seek medical treatment without reason, and ruin the bright future of the Chamber of Commerce." "Tetsuya, say less." Ryunosuke widened his eyes, frightened by his second junior brother. He couldn't understand why this second junior brother, who was lazy by nature and didn't like fighting, dared to say such words to the master today. Unexpectedly, the usually strict master chuckled and seemed not to care about his apprentice's rude words. "You're just one step behind, Tetsuya." The 2 disciples were stunned at the same time. Mei continued, "Ryunosuke, it was you who persuaded me to marry Nishiko." Ryunosuke's sweat dropped, "It is my little disciple. Tell me the truth, who told you this plan?" "No one told me, I thought of it myself." Ryunosuke's face turned pale. Niwa Maya walked slowly in front of him and said, "Haha, it's true that you care about the Chamber of Commerce, but with your stupid brain, how could you come up with such a plan?" Ryunosuke was anxious and wanted to explain, but the words couldn't come out. He is a person of dull character and not good at speaking. Mei sighed, "Even you didn't realize it. Wasn't it your good junior brother who reminded you of this?" Ryunosuke was stunned and looked at his fellow apprentice beside him with half belief and half doubt. He then vaguely remembered that one night when he went to drink with his junior fellow apprentice did mention that if the only daughter of the Sugawara family could find a good home, it would also help ease the pressure on the Chamber of Commerce a little. Could it be? He suddenly remembered what Miyamoto Shenyu had told him to pass on to his master during the day. Your second disciple is not a simple person. Chapter 46, Tetsuya Hoshimi. In the swordsmith's house, inside the president's room. The lights were dim, casting the shadows of 3 men on the wall. Maya continued, when we were hunting down Ikawa Gentru, very few people knew about the action plan. Apart from the people who participated in the action, the only one who knew about it was Yukino. He looked up at the ceiling, staring at the bright lights. I am not afraid to tell the truth. I really doubted my daughter. So. Jet, who had been silent the whole time, spoke up, his voice a little hoarse. You chose your own daughter for marriage, is this just a test? Mayo looked him straight in the eyes. Yes. What's the point? Are you really willing to sacrifice Yukino's happiness? Tetsuya's eyes were red. Of course it makes sense. Didn't this mean, you were caught? Zhe's breathing hitched. Maya put her hands behind her back and said, since I announced the news, Yukino was not as hysterical as I imagined. Instead, she accepted it all calmly and only cried secretly at night. She has always been a sensible child. But you, my apprentice, your reaction really surprised me. Not only did you come to me time and again to take back your orders, but you also encouraged the presidents of the various departments to undermine my power. And, what about those little moves you made in secret with those nobles? Did you really think I couldn't see them? All the clues, all the signs. Maya sighed with some disappointment, and with the reminder from the noble man, I just remembered that the person who usually gets along closest to Yukino is you, Tetsuya. Jai frowned, Master doubts me. Mayo stared into his eyes. That day, you learned the route from Yukino. I can't think of anyone else who would betray us except you. Also, I went to discuss this with little friend Shenyu late at night. How did you know this news? Mayo took a step forward. Or, have you been following Yukino? Could it be that, everything you just said was to lure me out? Tetsuya figured it out instantly and said angrily, Niwa Mayo. For the Chamber of Commerce, you really did everything you could. Tetsuya. What are you talking about? Ryunosuke pulled Tetsuya's trouser leg and scolded him in a low voice. How can you talk to master like that? Kneel down quickly. He glared at his junior brother fiercely, but Jie remained indifferent. Jia, you. At this moment, Jia suddenly raised his foot and shot Ryunosuke out, smashing the knife rack in the room. Tetsuya's eyes suddenly turned fierce. He pulled out a wakizashi from his sleeve and stabbed out with the sharp blade. Maya put her hands behind her back defenselessly exposed to Tetsuya, and closed her eyes in disappointment. Ding! Tetsuya felt a pain in his wrist, and the blade broke. A huge black bone palm was placed horizontally behind Maya, separating them like a chasm between heaven and earth. A handsome young man stepped out from Maya's side. No one knew when he appeared there, but the huge black ribs and the huge hand emitting black air and stretching between several people shocked Jia greatly. Shenyu stretched out a hand from afar and grasped it in the air. Jai suddenly felt suffocated, and a horrible feeling of oppression came over his body, as if an invisible big hand was holding him tightly, and even moving a finger became a luxury. What is this? He tried his best to open his eyes wide, but his lips could not move at all. Great fear was ignited in his eyes. My feeling was right. Shenyu turned his palm slightly, and Jai's body also turned stiffly. There's something wrong with your body. He suddenly raised his sword finger, and in response, a big bump appeared on Jai's right hand, surging like water, spreading along his arm until his whole body was covered with ripples like the surface of water, looking weird and creepy. Disperse! Shenyu called out. With a puff sound, Tetsuya's entire right arm suddenly exploded, liquid splashed all over the wall, and a few droplets even hit Ryunosuke's face. Ryunosuke wiped his face in panic, only to find that it was not blood, but transparent, water. Shenyu withdrew his hand nonchalantly, and Jia's body lost support instantly and he fell to his knees on the ground. An invisible stream of water emerged from the broken arm, and after a while of wriggling, it turned into the right arm again, returning to its original state. This scene stunned Ryuna shook and shocked Niwa Maya. I'm right, isn't it? Your second disciple is no ordinary person. Shenyu sneered and said, he is not from the Iron Country at all. In the twisted black air, Mei slowly turned around, with turbid tear marks running down the corners of her eyes. What a pity, Jai. Among these 3 disciples, the one that I value the most is you. Kill him? Shenyu asked with his head tilted. Yes. Maya nodded calmly. At this moment, his eyes were extremely calm, like an executioner holding a sword. Please leave him an intact body. Learn. Shenyu released Susanoo, and the black air dissipated, but a very clear and light spirit shot out and instantly sank into Jia's forehead. The next moment, the spirit entered the body and returned. Shenyu's expression suddenly became complicated. He stared at Jia who had no breath left. His black clothes rose and fell, and he turned and left. Just now, before killing the other party's soul, he tortured him for information as usual. Tetsuya Hojiki, a native of the Land of Water, went undercover in the Niwa household when he was young in order to plunder the Iron Country's outstanding sword-forging technology. He collaborated with the Iron Country nobles who were corrupted by the Water Country's money, and bit by bit eroded the 3 legends of iron. 3 months ago, he secretly tampered with the forge of the Ikawa family under the pretext of helping, and replaced the 100 Hands sword-forging manual, causing the failure of the forging of 3,000 famous swords ordered by the daimyo's mansion. All of them were broken after delivery. The daimyo was furious, and the sword-forging house began to fall apart. He secretly planned to have the Hidden Mist village support the desperate Ikawa family, and sent ninjas to snipe the pursuers from the Iron Country. He encouraged the Niwa family to marry off Sugawara's only daughter, and bribed the powerful and influential people early on to decide the winner. Until Maya Niwa married his beloved Yukino Niwa. From then on, he began to lose his composure. Announcing participation in the competition. Planning to kill Sugawara Shoko. Although it was concealed well, the shrewd Maya still noticed something was wrong. If he is not discovered, he will reveal his identity in the next martial arts tournament, defeat all the heroes to win the championship, join forces with the bribed dignitaries to annex the Chamber of Commerce, and then wait for an opportunity to assassinate Niwa Maya, completely disintegrate the Iron Three Legends and bring it into the hands of the Water Kingdom. The important thing is, he can still marry Niwa Yukino legally. Shenyu returned to the room, lay on the bed, and stared blankly at the night sky outside the window. I feel a lot of emotion. The plan was perfect, but because of my feelings, everything went wrong. He turned over, facing the cold moonlight, his pupils suddenly glowed red, delicate lines changed in his eyes, and a kaleidoscope opened instantly. He stretched out his hand, and gently stroked his eye sockets with his slender fingertips. Kiden Tetsuya, this boy is very scheming and has far-reaching ambitions. However, no matter how scheming he is, no matter how sinister his calculations are, they will never be hidden in front of my eyes. In the midst of chaos, strength is everything. In the face of absolute power, all schemes seem ridiculous. Shenyu stared at his palm and muttered to himself, is this what it feels like to control other people's fate? That night, he tossed and turned, unable to concentrate. Compared to the world-minded Madara-sama, I am still far behind. Chapter 47 Miscellaneous Fish. On the second day, the martial arts competition started as usual. But to everyone's surprise, a young man stepped onto the stage early that day. He was dressed in a black brocade robe with violet flower patterns, which made him look noble. His long black hair was tied into a high ponytail with an indigo rope. A slender divine sword hung from his waist. He stood in the center of the ring with slow movements. A face that is soft to the point of being pretty, with indifferent phoenix eyes, and an air of cold, arrogant, and lonely dominance. The audience in the audience gathered more and more, among them there were some rough guys who had seen blood, and they also showed impatience, but when they saw the look in the boy's eyes, they all shut up and dared not even breathe. Only the warriors in the crowd showed cautious looks, leaned forward, put their hands on the hilts of their swords, and unconsciously took a defensive stance. What's going on? This kid's aura. However, the dignitaries in the stands could no longer sit still, and some began to grin. They were high above and far away, so they couldn't see the boy's expression clearly. Where did you come from, little devil? Are you looking for death? Humph, what's wrong with the Niwa clan? How can they let these little brats mess up such an important occasion? Someone, get him out of here. Haha, those idiots in the audience can't even handle a little ghost. Soon, a man in samurai armor stepped onto the stage and scolded Shenyu from behind. Little boy, go play somewhere else, this is not the place for you. Shenyu tilted his head slightly, are you here to challenge me? Challenge? The man sneered, you little brat, are you thinking of participating in the martial arts competition? Shenyu said calmly, I'll give you 3 breaths, and get out of here by yourself. Someone in the stands started shouting, are you ready? The competition is about to begin. Can you please stop letting this little brat mess around? Really? The Niwa family can't even do this. On the stage, the man was a little embarrassed. He put one hand on the hilt of the knife, his eyes sharp. Little brat, if you don't leave, don't blame me for taking action. 3 breaths have arrived. Shenyu disappeared on the spot, and the man only saw a shadow flashing above his head, and a slender hand lightly rested on his shoulder. Immediately, under the pull of a huge force, his vision spun around, and the young man actually threw him out with one hand. The man turned into a long straight line and smashed into a certain position in the stands with a bang. A burst of screams of crying for parents came from above, and the loudest screams were heard from that place. The powerful and influential people were all shocked, some even stood up and looked towards the main seat in suspicion, but Niwa Meo squinted his eyes calmly, and everyone in the entire Chamber of Commerce was unusually calm, as if they didn't care about the matter at all. President Niwa, I need an explanation, said the pot-bellied, wealthy nobleman in a deep voice. Today is a martial arts competition. Only the strongest person can become my son-in-law. Fighting and killing are inevitable. Mei showed a cunning smile. Swords have no eyes. It is normal to accidentally injure 1 or 2 people occasionally, right? Humph. The noble snorted coldly. He couldn't get angry, so he could only mutter, when this is over, I will make you pay. On the high platform, the daimyo of the Iron Country sat in the canopy of the jade-like building, with a folding fan covering half of his face, revealing a thoughtful look. On the stage, Shenyu looked down upon everyone, his cold eyes slowly sweeping across the entire venue. I know why you are here today, but I think this competition is too boring. He raised the corners of his mouth and put on a wicked smile, let me simplify the process for you. If you want to marry Miss Yukino, it's very simple. Get on the stage and kill me. His eyes were extremely aggressive and his momentum was powerful. My name is Shenyu. Today, I will defend the ring. As soon as these words were spoken, all the warriors present could no longer sit still. What these people could not bear to hear most was words like this. The heart of a swordsman is to be invincible, and everyone is rushing forward. In order to achieve greater success in Kendo, they will stick to their own path, implement their own beliefs, and not be afraid of strong enemies. A sword's heart obscured by dust can be fatal. Just imagine, if you don't even trust yourself, how can you trust the sword in your hand? Therefore, many warriors snorted coldly, and some of the more courageous ones couldn't help but curse out loud. A hot-tempered warrior leaped onto the stage and looked at Shenyu coldly, my name is... The sound stopped abruptly, because the next second he flew out of the ring and was embedded in the wall with a bang, and could not be dug out. Everyone swallowed their saliva and turned their eyes back to the ring, only to see Shenyu maintaining a standard sidekick posture and slowly retracting his leg. "Don't waste your time, you scum!" Shenyu glanced at everyone. "I'm giving you a piece of advice. This is the last time I will show mercy. Anyone who comes up next, be determined to die." A single stone caused 1,000 ripples, and there was an immediate shouting from both on and off the stage. This was not cheering, but a mixture of vulgar language and angry shouts. "Little devil, stop looking down on others. Tell me your master, and I will go and ask for an explanation. Do you really think that there is no one in Takeo Castle? Let me play with you. No. Let me do it. My knife is thirsty for it. Humph, let me, Fubuki Ryu, teach you a lesson about what you are capable of." Shenyu bathed in the sound waves and opened his hands. "No need to be so troublesome, you can all come together." "Crazy." Immediately, 3 warriors came on stage and surrounded Shenyu. There was no nonsense this time. They took the lead. The sword flashed like a streak of light. 3 chakra blades flew out obliquely and hit Shenyu's body. "OM!" Everyone opened their mouths wide, because they saw with their own eyes that translucent ripples suddenly appeared on the young man's body, like a gushing spring, which deflected all the air blades away. With a swoosh sound, Shenyu's hand grasped the hilt of the knife, and the blade light was as clear as flowing water, flashing through everyone's eyes. The 3 samurais' katanas were cut off at the same time, and they flew out of the ring with hot blood flying. By the time everyone reacted, Frost's heart had already been sheathed. What a fast knife! Compared to this, the defensive skills this boy just displayed are even more outrageous. "Hey! What is that? Did you see it clearly?" There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and Shenyu's stunning defensive counterattack once again ignited the venue. With the special ability of Poseidon's body, he can not only control the water flow in the ocean, but also use the water molecules in the air, condense them on the surface of the body, and create a high-density protective barrier. This water molecule shield has extremely strong toughness and is almost invisible because it is transparent. This ability can be controlled subjectively or it can be a subconscious reaction. The body will automatically condense water molecules at the moment before being attacked to resist damage. If you want to break this water shield, hitting with a blunt object is obviously not a good idea. Only a concentrated stab or slash is possible. But, these warriors' attacks were too weak. They couldn't even break his shield, let alone hit his more powerful body. Trash fish, why are they all trash fish? Shenyu frowned slightly. "If you are weaker than these 3, don't come and die." Chapter 48, Double Sword Slash. The Land of Iron, the Swordsmith Guild. Inside the venue, Shenyu stood steadily in the center of the ring. Blood was splattered all around him like ink. Countless broken swords and body parts were scattered all over the ring, and the pungent smell of blood lingered for a long time. Whether on the stage or in the audience, everyone was silent. This young man who looked like a god of death had been standing here for more than 10 hours, from morning to dusk. Countless warriors and heroes came one after another, but all of them were defeated here. At the end of the battle, no one dared to shout anymore, and some people didn't even dare to breathe. The whole process of the competition seemed to have turned into a scene of exposing fakery. Those warrior predecessors whom they once admired were nothing but chickens and dogs in front of the young boy and could not stand a single blow. It's not that the boy's swordsmanship is so gorgeous or mysterious. On the contrary, the boy just stands there and lets them chop him, crushing all the warriors with the simplest posture. No matter whether you are a master standing alone or surrounded by a dozen people, the young man cannot be defeated, and those sharp sword energies cannot hurt him at all. Finally, the boy would sigh in disappointment and make a simple sword-drawing move, causing all the people to fall to the ground like harvested wheat in defeat and bloodshed. A strong warrior would have his sword broken, a weaker one might lose part of his body, and those who gained fame in vain would lose their lives forever. What? No one's here. Shenyu spoke, his cool voice cut through the venue, breaking the silence. He looked around at everyone, his expression unable to hide his disappointment. From the beginning to the end, he was looking for someone who could break the water molecule barrier, because only this kind of sharp and unparalleled slash was worthy of him to adapt to. His most fundamental purpose was to adapt to the slashing attack and then evolve his autumn dew on leaves. But he didn't expect that in the Great Iron Country, no one could catch his eye. Mr. Maya, can you announce the results now? He looked towards the main seat. Ahem. Niwame stood up with the help of his crutches, cleared his throat, and announced, Shenyu is here to defend the ring. Since no one dares to challenge him, I declare that the winner of today's martial arts competition is Shen. Wait. At this moment, a shrill voice interrupted him. Mei raised her head in astonishment and looked at the daimyo of the Iron Country on the high platform. Haha, I can't believe that our Iron Country has produced such a young hero. Not bad, really not bad. The daimyo clapped his hands as if no one was around. Immediately afterwards, there was thunderous applause. Led by this person in power, both the powerful and the common people began to applaud. The applause gradually became sparse, and the daimyo also smiled and opened his folding fan. Maya-sama, today's champion must be this young man. I believe everyone has seen it, so there is no need to announce it so early. Ah, that's what you said, Lord Daimyo. Mei smiled and nodded. Well, I do have an unreasonable request, I wonder if Brother Shenyu can agree to it? Asked Daimyo. Shenyu said casually, speak. The air suddenly stagnated, and everyone in the venue, including Maya, could see that Shenyu was disrespectful to the daimyo, but no one dared to say anything. The daimyo smiled nonchalantly, in my daimyo mansion, there are 4 warriors. Before my little brother was born, they were considered the 4 strongest men in the whole Iron Country. Although they are over 50 years old, their swords are free of rust. He spoke in a rhythmic and shrill voice, as if listening to an old nursery rhyme. So, could you please help me test them, to see if they still have any edge? This. When Mei heard this, he immediately felt something was wrong. However, just as he was trying to find a way to refuse. Okay. Shenyu's tone was also full of excitement, and his calm eyes regained some brilliance. Come on, don't spoil my fun. That's wonderful. Daimyo was also very happy and slammed his folding fan shut. I sent someone to invite them out of the mountain a long time ago. They have been waiting here for a long time. Behind him, 4 people appeared, 1 tall and 1 short, 1 fat and 1 thin. Their figures became illusory for a moment, and they were already standing on the ring, surrounding Shenyu in the middle. They tore off their shawls, revealing their white beards and wrinkled faces. Although time corrodes their bodies, it cannot corrode their sword hearts. Those 4 bright and sharp eyes are the best evidence. Haha, don't worry, Miss Yukino. Even if they win by chance, I won't let you marry them. The daimyo glanced at the worried Yukino and said with a smile, as a lady of the Tantasai, how can I bear to let you commit yourself to a few old men? Swords and knives have no eyes, so be careful, little brother. Said the tall old man. Shenyu pressed the knife with one hand, please teach me. Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 powerful blows came down and hit Shenyu. There was a loud buzzing sound, but Shenyu still did not move. The water shield on his body vibrated frequently, and immediately the slashing blow was sent flying into the sky. However, the old warrior's offensive did not end there. They exchanged their positions tacitly, and swung their swords like splashing ink, drawing a cross in the air and breaking through the air. Shenyu simply opened his arms and slashed at the enemy densely. Under the dim setting sun, the light blue halo illuminated Shenyu's body brightly. Under Shenyu's surprised gaze, the water molecule barrier in the upper body flashed wildly and finally shattered, and the slashing attack was approaching in an instant. Chucky! His robe was torn into thousands of pieces in an instant, revealing his flawless white upper body. The four old men all took a deep breath. What did they see? The young man was bathed in the light of the slash. The seemingly sharp and unparalleled slash did not cause any harm to the young man. His upper body seemed to be made of divine iron, with blue light flowing around it, making it look like a smooth and delicate piece of jade. Although shocked, the old warriors did not stop their attack. Countless slashes came like waves, completely submerging Shenyu. That's it, that's it. You four, give it a try. Shenyu laughed wildly, his laughter unable to conceal his excitement. Since the water molecule barrier in his upper body had been shattered, there was no need to maintain it any longer. Only by experiencing the damage personally could he adapt faster. Mako Luo. In the bright blue light, a streak of crimson light shot out from his eyes, and a biting chill rose into the sky. Everyone shuddered in unison, as if they were standing on an iceberg. Shenyu's left eye has turned into a kaleidoscope, magnificent and gorgeous. The patterns of the magic circle are spinning gently, as if every knife and every slash are imprinted into his mind. Chakra. Morphological changes. Extreme compression. The water is surging, and it never stops. The slashing attack is released. It is self-contained. It is one body. In an instant, Shenyu's pupils flashed with a gleam of light, and the heart of frost in his right hand instantly left his body. The blue light in his left hand gathered and quickly condensed into an ice-blue blade, releasing a brilliance like 10,000 years of black ice. He spun around suddenly, sword in hand. Double sword slash. The light of autumn dew on leaves was as condensed as substance, completely changing from ice blue to jade green. The blade of the divine feather drew a perfect circle, the arc was shiny emerald green, and it expanded suddenly. At this moment, all the slashing attacks pale in comparison to this arc. It was unstoppable and easily cut off all the slashing attacks, acting on the warrior's blades and sweeping away like the breeze. Ding, 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 ding. This is the sound of a broken knife falling to the ground. The four old warriors vomited blood, their hair and beards were standing upright, and they fell from the ring in a flash. Shenyu sheathed his sword, and the blade of light in his left hand extinguished and dissipated like a ghostly fire. He stood on the stage, his proud eyes sweeping over the four old warriors one by one. They did not die. Shenyu slashed according to the strength of their chakra, but a deep scar deep enough to see the bone was left on each of them's chest. This scar was left by me. It will be the last glory of your life. His voice spread throughout the entire venue, making it so noisy that one could hear a pin drop. It was as if an invisible giant hand appeared in the air, fiercely grabbing everyone's throat. The daimyo of the Iron Country was so stunned that he didn't even notice that his folding fan had fallen. Everyone stared in shock at the young man on the stage who looked like a god or devil descended from the earth. Silent shock echoed in everyone's heart. This is a scene that is destined to be recorded in the history of the Iron Kingdom. Chapter 49, Draw the Sword if you disagree. Haha, little brother is truly a genius. Daimyo praised with a smile, but that smile was a little bitter. Niwamaya observed the situation and took the opportunity to announce Kamiya as the champion. Everyone was filled with emotion and amazed that a godly boy had appeared in the Iron Country today. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed warrior noticed that Shenyu's right hand moved. Without any warning, the heart of frost was suddenly unsheathed, and a powerful slash tore through the air, splitting a distant stand in half. The house collapsed, burying the dignitaries inside. Whoosh whoosh! The screams did not stop. Shenyu swung his sword repeatedly, and each strike cut through the sky. The jade-green light was like a huge crescent moon, breaking through the air and heading straight towards several dignitaries. Not good. Crazy, crazy. That boy is crazy. The green light flashed as fast as thunder, making the dim sky flicker. The souls of those nobles were all scared to death. No one could be faster than such a blow. The warriors around them wanted to draw their swords to resist, but they were all cut in two by the blow and became the burial objects of their master. After evolving, autumn dew on leaves has perfected the way chakra works. While having the characteristics of water circulation, it has also greatly compressed the density of chakra. It can be released far away or used to defend against enemies close up, completely breaking free from the constraints of the hands. Amidst the creepy sounds of puff, blood flowed like a river, and the original stance turned into a slaughterhouse in the blink of an eye of the young man. You know, these are all powerful people in the Iron Kingdom who can call the wind and rain, but Shenyu killed them one by one in front of the daimyo. There was chaos in the field, with crying and wailing everywhere. Ah! Is this also my Oniwa's conspiracy? Help me! I'm so handsome, I don't want to die here. It only took a few breaths from the time Shenyu drew his sword to the time the powerful man died. Everyone was scrambling to escape, fearing that the young man's butcher knife would fall on their heads. Are you kidding? That's a ruthless guy who defeated the four most powerful warriors in a blink of an eye. He has only appeared once in hundreds of years. If he goes crazy, I'm afraid the entire Takeo castle will be buried with those dignitaries who died just now. At this time Shenyu spoke, and his clear voice once again spread throughout the venue. Everyone, stop moving. The people I just killed were all scum bought by the water country. All of this was done under the instruction of His Excellency the Daimyo. Now that all the criminals have been executed, you don't have to worry. Under the canopy of the high platform, the daimyo of the Iron Country, who was hiding behind several shogunate warriors and buried his head deeply in a chair, trembled and cautiously poked his head out. What? His eyes were filled with fear, confusion, and a little panic. At this time, Mai Oniwa stepped forward, and with the help of Nozomi and Yukino, she quickly came to the daimyo. Damien, the water country is to blame for everything that happened today. He spoke eloquently and, with his outstanding eloquence, quickly told the whole story of how the Water Kingdom's spies had gone undercover in the Iron Kingdom, how they had used despicable means to erode the three legends of iron, and how the Water Kingdom had secretly manipulated the competition. It explains that the failure of the Ikawa family to forge swords and the attack on the shogunate army were all conspiracies of the Water Kingdom. Daimyo regained his composure, climbed back onto the chair, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his handkerchief. While Mei was explaining, he just sat there and listened, occasionally glancing at Shenyu who was holding the divine sword on the ring. There was no way. If the young man frowned and chopped him, he would have no place to complain. At this moment, a collapsed house somewhere suddenly moved, and a figure suddenly emerged from the ruins. He was like a ghost. As soon as he appeared, he shot towards the daimyo and Maya who were sitting on the main seat, at a fast speed and with great force. It's an assassin! The two guards reacted quickly and immediately blocked the daimyo's way. Draw your sword and cut! They drew their swords at the same time, and two light blue sword energies intersected in midair and headed straight for the man's body. The assassin didn't dodge or evade, as if he didn't see the sword energy at all, and just charged forward. Everyone frowned. You know, not everyone is as evil as Shenyu. The samurai's slashing is the pride of this country, but today it has been ignored again and again. It's okay if it's Shenyu, after all, he is a strong man they have witnessed with their own eyes, but how dare you, an unknown assassin who jumped out of nowhere, ignore the attack? This is tantamount to trampling on their dignity, over and over again. The sword energy whizzed past and went straight through the man's body, but tiny splashes of water were seen. Not only was he not hurt at all, but he raised his hands and made a pistol gesture. Water release water iron cannon. There was a flash of light from the assassin's fingertips, and two crystal drops of water shot out into the air, instantly piercing through the bodies of the two guards. However, the daimyo's guards were fearless and their dignity could not be trampled upon. Before the two guards fell completely, more guards rushed up and blocked the daimyo and Niwamiya behind them tightly. "It's so boring," the man complained and fired with both hands. Countless water bullets flew in all directions, launching an indiscriminate attack. Shenyu closed his eyes slightly to concentrate his mind. At this moment, an invisible wave suddenly arose with him as the center. All the water droplets paused in the air, the momentum instantly dropped to zero, and they fell patter like raindrops. What the hell? The attacker was also shocked, but now was not the time to be shocked. Time was running out. As long as he could kill the daimyo of the Iron Country and this hateful Niwamiya, the trip would be worthwhile. Anyway, they have already obtained the 100 hands of the Ikawa family. Although they failed to complete the Iron Three Chuan's collapse plan, as long as these two die, the best swordsman in the entire ninja world will forever belong to the Water Country. Thinking of this, he immediately activated the body flash technique, leaving a faint afterimage in the air. His right hand instantly expanded several times, slapping away all the guards, and his other hand stretched out to the daimyo. Just when his fingertips were about to touch the daimyo, a breeze blew in front of him, and a young man instantly appeared in front of him and slapped him on the chest with his palm. This palm strike was as fast as lightning and there was no way to avoid it. However, for him, avoiding or not avoiding makes no difference at all. As long as he turns his body into water, he can ignore all physical damage. A strange feeling came over him, and his pupils shrank. His original disdainful expression immediately disappeared, and turned into great fear. How is it possible, that it cannot be hydrated? Nothing is impossible. Shenyu spoke calmly. The assassin's body seemed to be trapped in mid-air, and the panicked and frightened expression froze on his face. This man had fair skin, slender cheeks, a flaxen-colored side-parted slicked-back hair, and a signature mustache around his mouth. The most noticeable thing was that this guy had no eyebrows. "It's you." Shenyu smiled leisurely. "Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon." The assassin forced a stiff smile. "Do you know me?" "An acquaintance." "Of course he knows, the future second Mizukage. How could you not recognize a man who was so good at water jutsu that he used his unique and powerful secret technique to kill himself together with the bloodline eliminated from the Hidden Rock Village? This is not the main chapter, I just want to chat with you all. After 2 chapters, the Iron Country arc will come to an end, and the protagonist will return to the main storyline to continue his career in the ninja world. I've read everyone's comments over the past few days, and it seems that most people don't like this copy very much and find it boring. In fact, the most fundamental purpose of opening this copy is to buffer the plot. I feel that everyone might be aesthetically fatigued after fighting for a long time before. The story also needs to have a balance between tension and relaxation. Later I realized that I was shallow. You guys have a pretty good tolerance, you don't feel tired no matter how much I explode. Okay, then I know, I will present you with high-energy chapters in the future, with climaxes one after another. I want to see where your limits are. Laughing wildly. There are also big differences of opinion among people about the plot of Kamiya vs Tobirama. Some fellow Taoists think that I have strengthened Tobirama and suppressed his combat power. Here, I think that as an old Uchiha scholar, what Tobirama did is completely in line with his personality. 5 years ago, the protagonist opened the Mangekyō in front of him and killed so many people. Tobirama must have been keeping this in mind, and came up with a bunch of ways to restrain the protagonist, including developing the Yin Seal and perfecting the Flying Thunder God. I personally think that it is reasonable and does not violate the setting, such as the controversial 4 Red Yang formation. The release requirement set in the original work is, gather 4 top ninjas whose chakra amounts reach the cage level. Here, Tobirama is already at the cage level, and he is from the Senju clan. Although he is not as good as his brother, he has developed the Yin Seal and has accumulated chakra for several years, so it is not outrageous that he can release it. There is also Flying Thunder God. In the original work, Minato can perform this operation, so why can't my creation technique of Tobirama? The original work was not perfected because Tobirama had no pressure and worries, but now he has a reason to perfect the development. He can only deal with Shenyu's kaleidoscope if he is faster. It would be too shameless to keep his combat power restricted to the original work. Of course, if everyone still thinks that I am suppressing my fighting ability, then I can only apologize and humbly accept the criticism. Everyone's question, why did he fight with Tobirama for so long? Since the Nine Tails had been freed, why not just run away? First, he was stalling for time, and the Nine-Tail didn't run very far. Secondly, I admit here that Shenyu was indeed reckless at that time. He had his own little ideas. He wanted to adapt to Flying Thunder God and then adapt to the space itself. As a result, he was taught a lesson by Tobirama. If he had used up all his cheats in time and been more careful, he wouldn't have been beaten so badly. However, everyone in this world has a moment of arrogance. The protagonist has been following Madara for many years, and has gradually become a little arrogant. Oh my god, I opened my eyes at the age of 4, got a Mangekyō at the age of 5, have infinite adaptability and time-based eye techniques, and Konoha also has an eternal synthetic material. My fellow Taoists, if this is your reincarnation template, I can't imagine how crazy you will be. But losing is losing, and every failure makes you wiser, and that's the charm of growth. I know the feeling of losing is very frustrating, but who hasn't had the experience of being killed by 3 enemies in a duel before any of them were released? The protagonist's performance was pretty good this time, at least he was not defeated by Tobirama as if he were a rich man. Tobirama also used all his means to barely win, and he was exhausted afterwards. That's it for now. I've read every comment carefully. If you don't like reading the copy, I will pay attention to this issue in the future. It's not easy to write a new book. I hope you can support me. Of course, it would be even better if you can give me a 5-star review. The second generation wishes you a happy new year. May all Taoist friends have good luck in martial arts. Chapter 50 Ghost Lantern and Moon. Hojiki Gengetsu, the second generation Mizukage of the original time and space. During his tenure, this guy not only established the Kirigakure Ninja School and the Anbu in imitation of the second generation Hokage Tobirama, but also formulated a law to keep the secrets of the Kirigakure village, stipulating that the Kirigakure ninja must protect their own intelligence and not disclose it to either their enemies or even their companions. This also led to the Hidden Mist ninja being too mysterious, and even the younger generations of the Hidden Mist village did not understand the strength of him, the Mizukage. Not only that, he paid great attention to the inheritance of ninja swords. The famous 7 ninja swordsmen started from him. He made these 7 people who inherited the ninja swordsmen his direct subordinates under the Mizukage, and trained a large number of new generation ninjas as members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, effectively consolidating the development of the village. Shenyu curled his lips, who is familiar with you? As soon as he clenched his fist, Gui Deng Huanyu's body was shattered as if it had been torn apart by a car. Except for the head, other parts turned into gurgling water balls, and the flesh and blood liquidized into a transparent state, which looked extremely weird. Damn it, what abilities do you have, little brat? Huanyu grinned, trying to hide the fear in his eyes. Shenyu looked at him calmly. The Ghost Lantern clan has a physique that can recover even if their heads are blown off. I wonder if they can recover if they are decomposed into molecules. I really haven't died. Huanyu immediately interrupted herself and exclaimed, No. Who are you? Why do you know me so well? Do you think you are qualified to ask questions? Shenyu raised his chin, and a ball of water next to Huanyu immediately expanded and exploded, dispersing into a ball of water vapor with a pop sound, making the air a lot more humid. Hey, 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 don't be impulsive. Huanyu was terrified. He stared at the other ball of water that was gradually expanding, sweating profusely. Brother, if you have any questions, just ask. I will answer all my questions. He forced himself to put on a flattering expression, his eyes never leaving the ball of water. Damn it! That's my lower body. It'll take a long time to fully recover. Tell me your identity, purpose, and why you want to assassinate the daimyo. Shenyu's expression turned cold. Recalling the tone of Madara-sama when he spoke, he unconsciously became more majestic. Hojiki Gengetsu twitched his lips and said depressedly, I, Hojiki Gengetsu, am the direct disciple of His Excellency Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water. I came here to snatch the 3 legends of iron from the Land of Iron. The assassination is also one of the necessary means to achieve this goal. How humiliating! You damned little brat, I'll kill you once I untie you. Shenyu nodded to Maya and continued to ask, why do you want to seize the 3 legends of iron? What is your conspiracy in the water country? Hurry up and speak. Shenyu hooked his finger, and a ball of water suddenly burst and shattered into foam in front of Huanyu's eyes. Stop! 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 I said no. Huanyu shouted with a trembling voice, the Hidden Mist Village needs swordsmiths, especially. But the best swordsmiths in the entire ninja world are gathered here. I have an idea. If we can combine ninjutsu with samurai sword forging techniques to create a unique ninja sword, then our village will definitely become stronger. Well, this plan was planned by me, and all the actions were my own ideas. It has nothing to do with the Hidden Mist Village. Even the teacher was kept in the dark by me. Shenyu nodded thoughtfully, what did you do to complete this plan? Huanyu said helplessly, I had this idea a long time ago, but their Iron 3 legends are united and have even established a chamber of commerce. If I want to disintegrate them, I can only start from within. So, many years ago, I sent my family's most trusted confidant to the Chamber of Commerce, disguised as a citizen of the Iron Country, in order to alienate them one day. Until yesterday, I didn't receive any news from him. Well, I killed him. Shenyu said calmly. Oh, it's you. At this time, Niwa Maya suddenly spoke up, her voice full of resentment. You said you did these things behind the back of the Mizukage, but how did you mobilize the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village? On the day of the incident, there were many powerful ninjas who attacked us and the shogunate army. Tisk Huanyu curled her lips in disdain. Shenyu said coldly, answer his question. Huanyu opened his mouth immediately, you mean that? Those are just mercenaries organized by wandering ninjas and killers. As long as you are willing to pay, they can do anything. I can guarantee that except for me and my confidants, no one from the Hidden Mist Village is involved in the whole plan. Damn it! I'll kill you, I'll kill you! He stared at Shenyu's fingers and was really scared. Mr. Daimyo, do you understand everything now? Daimyo sat in his chair in shock. Now, he had to believe it even if he didn't want to. I see. I never thought that our Iron Country, a neutral country, would have so many spies lurking in secret. The daimyo was very angry, but at the same time he was moved to have found a good minister. With tears in his eyes he cried out. Luckily, Maya-kun is resourceful and resourceful. Lucky for you, Kamaya-kun is mighty and powerful. The two of you have turned the tide and saved the country from disaster, thus avoiding the shame of our Iron Nation. Sir Shenyu, please kill this beast immediately. Daimyo pointed at Huanyu and shouted in a shrill voice. Shenyu smiled slightly, and disappeared on the spot with Gui Deng Huanyu. He was very fast. Huanyu felt as if he was speeding like a gust of lightning. The surrounding environment was changing rapidly and he had been brought out of the city by Shenyu. Little mustache, I don't hate you, go back. Shenyu smiled and let go. The invisible restraints were released, and Huanyu immediately merged with several large water balls around him, and a complete human body stood up wetly. Little mustache. Huanyu's face turned pale. He immediately moved away from Shenyu, jumping several hundred meters away with a few jumps. Because he could feel that as long as he left a certain range from the boy, the strange binding force would become weaker and weaker. Little brat, I was careless just now. I will now return the humiliation I just suffered to you. He formed seals with his hands and slammed them heavily on the ground. Psychic. When the white smoke cleared, he was standing high on a huge clam. The shell was completely white, and two fleshy tentacles protruded from the gap. Magical steam tower. Bah! The tentacles squirmed, and a huge amount of thick fog spewed out from the breathing holes, instantly covering an area of 1 kilometer in radius, including Shenyu, who had been standing there with a strange expression. You are frightened, kid. I am an illusion ninja. Everything you see in this mirage is an illusion. The thick fog soon dissipated, and Huanyu and his big clam were still standing there without moving. But in fact, these were all virtual images created by magic, and his real body was moving stealthily. He did not choose to get close to Shenyu, but instead made a detour and hid behind a huge rock. That guy can control water. I don't know what kind of strange ninjutsu he uses, but I can't get close to him rashly. So, how about a large-scale bubble attack? The ground beneath his feet suddenly became wet, and countless bubbles of varying sizes emerged and floated towards Shenyu. Water ball technique, explosion. He snapped his fingers. There was a loud explosion, and when he looked over, Shenyu was still standing there unharmed, looking at his phantom clone with his head tilted. Huanyu's forehead was covered with cold sweat. What the hell? You can be immune to bubble attacks? I have no choice but to use my steam danger explosion to deal with you. Jokey boy, this is the infinite blasting ninjutsu he developed. It uses the oil and water in the body to create a clone in the shape of a child. The clone is very agile, with oil on the outside and water on the inside. It heats up and cools down easily. Once it moves, the oil on the surface will be rapidly heated, causing the water inside to evaporate. The size of the clone will also become larger and larger, eventually causing a violent steam explosion. After the explosion, the water vapor rises and encounters cold, turning into hail to cool and reduce its volume, and then recondenses to prepare for the next explosion, and this cycle can continue indefinitely. In the original time and space, he was able to die together with the caster of dust escape by relying on this unique skill. Hoshiki Huanyu hid behind a stone, raised his hand and formed a seal. Chakra slowly accumulated, steam rose around him, and gradually formed a smiling clown face. What are you doing? The sudden sound scared Huanyu so much that the water oil clone that was about to take shape seemed to lose control and collapsed directly. Wow, you! Huanyu shivered as he leaned against a boulder. He raised his head tremblingly and looked upward. Shenyu was seen squatting on a stone, looking down at him leisurely, like a cat playing with a mouse. I don't know when it appeared, but it seems to have always been there. Huanyu subconsciously wanted to run, but unfortunately, the dam restraints came again, and a huge force came down on him. He was lifted up in the air, and his entire stomach swelled up like a water ball. No. Impossible. He said in disbelief, aren't you deceived by my mirage? How is it possible to find my real body? I am not only a water-style ninja, but also a master of illusion. So. Shenyu said, pointing at his eyes, I have you completely defeated. A red light flashed, and he revealed the 3 Uchiha Sharingan. The black jade-like patterns flowed against the bloody red background, and Huanyu couldn't help but stare in amazement. You, Uchiha? He was completely confused. Shenyu narrowed his eyes, little mustache, I said I don't hate you, but that doesn't mean I won't kill you. A cold murderous intent flashed across his face, and Huanyu's expression immediately became solemn. I'll let you off this time, but there won't be a next time. Have some self-awareness, you idiot. He casually let go of his hand, and Huanyu immediately fell to the ground, looking very embarrassed. If you dare to target the Chamber of Commerce again, I promise to come to the Hidden Mist village and kill you in front of the Mizu cage. This is not right. Huanyu panted, why do you want to protect the Iron Kingdom? Aren't you, from Konoha? With a puff sound, Huanyu's head exploded instantly, and water droplets scattered like rain. Don't mention that name in front of me. Shenyu said in a stern tone, I am not a saint. Like you, I am just a robber who took advantage of the situation and a bastard who forcibly seized benefits from the Iron Kingdom. It's just that my way is more elegant than yours. He turned around, no longer caring about Huanyu's life or death. Go away, I will not care about the affairs of the Ikawa family, and don't set foot in the Iron Kingdom again. He used his teleportation skill to disappear on the spot, leaving only Gui Deng Huanyu sitting on the ground. The water gathered at the neck of Huanyu, gradually condensing into an eyebrowless, frightened face. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.